ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome everybody to another day of the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals. I'm Wardy, joined by Loco to begin the day with at least. Loco, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. We're going to do some high-level StarCraft 2 today. I believe we're starting up with 4 mirror matchups, actually, all in a row. But some of the most popular names in StarCraft are coming up shortly, like, for example, Serral. I mean, he's pretty good at the game, I've heard, so that's going to be later today. We're starting with a Protoss versus Protoss, and the players are actually already in the lobby, and they're typing away. I can't read anything they're saying, because it's all... Yeah, I don't know, but I think they're ready to start playing right from the start.
Yeah, they are ready. Just before we get going, we will say thank you to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. We will remind you that Atlanta is coming up in about a month's time, so get your tickets at dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. We will show you guys the schedule, just so you can see just all of those PvPs and ZVZs coming up. Yashin and Nami, nice Cyan, then we go into Europe, then at the end of the day, Americas. And I will show you guys the Asia bracket, and we're really speedrunning because these guys are literally just ready to go. So the Asia bracket, as you can see, Yashin and Nami, nice Cyan, Coffee Firefly, Mio Micah Oliveira. That is our bracket. And we're going to be doing the top 2 matches of this today, Loco, as we have officially speedrun all the way through everything we had to show.
I think that's the fastest intro we've ever done to a broadcast day. That was amazing. Sometimes we have like an elaborate pre-show and like there's like 30 minutes of content prepared, but today you're getting about a minute, maybe a minute and a half tops.
You know,
we're already loading into game 1.
There's some days where we've done the 15-minute pre-show and we've had the 15 minutes of downtime. Those days are behind us. This is us making up for all of that Talkcraft in the past. This is now the StarCraft right from the beginning. As, PvP to begin the day, Yashin and Nami. I think Yashi's a heavy favorite coming into this. He went 3-0 in the group to get here. Nanami went through all of his matches. Some impressive results along the way. Beat XY, beat Coffee. He did stumble against Firefly, someone Yashi was able to beat, though, in PvP. And Yashi has a 2-0 record against Nanami as well. And a best of 5, big, stakes on the, big, a lot on the line. I gotta take Yashi in this one.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, absolutely. So Yashi also took down Haas and Firefly in order to get here, who are some of the strongest players in the region, so it really isn't... he's shown us solid Protoss versus Protoss already, so I've got a feeling he's definitely gonna be the favorite going into it, but it's a best of 5, it's a mirror matchup, anything can happen.
And in the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player representing Mystery Gaming, this is Nanami.
And up in the opposite corner of Hecate, or Hecate, or Hecate. I don't know if we're still doing a mispronunciation.
That was so last week, Loco.
We have none other than Jishi.
How are you a popular YouTuber when you can't keep up with the 1 week updates on the new memes and stuff, man? Like,
Absolutely not, man. I'm an old man now, Wardy. I don't keep up with the memes that these youngsters are talking about.
Nice. That's the way to do it, honestly. just speed on through. Let them do their thing. We'll do ours. We'll just talk about StarCraft in the most boring way. Although I guess the map memes were kind of on us, so I guess it's our fault. It's that Benjamin Baker. He causes trouble.
That's the problem, yeah. I feel like everybody kind of agreed on how to pronounce every single one of the map names, and then we have one of our British commentators, a man who speaks English native. Like that's what he's been doing his entire life. He lives in Sweden, so I don't know if that really allows him any excuse, but for some reason it's Ben who created all this drama.
I think it's because he spends so much time making sure he still speaks, pronounces English things in the way he wants to pronounce them, that when it comes to new things, he's like really overthinks it, He really takes a moment to be like, okay, I need to say this really properly, otherwise people may think I'm not as British as I am, for whatever reason, And, then he, and then that ensued for the entire day or two that we had it, so... Yeah, but, to the PvP...
No, honey, I swear, it's equilibrium. It's like, no, I don't think that's right. I feel like that's like one of the fanciest English words you could have, and we butchered that one, too. I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, to the PvP, we do obviously have 2 gateways openers. We've been seeing these a lot. There's a couple of maps, and especially in a best of 5, we might see some of the maps that have the ramp up into the natural. So we might see some expanding later. But definitely expect a lot of aggression and a lot of 1-base openings and at least 2 gateway-based expansions to start out this series.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me. I feel like everybody sort of plays this style as their go-to, and then we have the man who's ridiculously good at Protoss versus Protoss, MaxPex, who goes for low ground wall-ups even on maps that don't have a ramp leading up to the natural expansion, which is always interesting to me. Like, all of these other guys must have tried it out and they just haven't found as much success, as we do have a little bit of a pylon block right here from Nanami, but yeah, I do suspect we're going to be seeing a lot of those openers here today.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said it's one of the most impressive things about MaxPex to me, because it just says, hey, I'm able to do something nobody else can. You know, it's not just like it's cheeky, it's not that it can be figured out. Other people have tried it, we've seen other people try it, and they do not find the success that MaxPex finds, and that really is a bit of a statement, as the Adept-based opening here from Yeshi is going to lead him to an expansion. An expansion on the other side from Nanami, but also going Stargate. It's kind of interesting, because Nanami is the one with the Sentry. You'd expect him to have later tech, but actually Yeshi is just banking up 400 gas at the moment. As he goes into Adepts 5 and 6, he's going to be able to absolutely splurge on tech at some point in the future.
Yeah, what is he saving up all that gas for right here? I mean, these Adepts are gonna not be able to achieve all too much. It's always a little bit awkward, right, when you do not decide to go for any sort of tech. Now, this can be a little bit of a mind game. So Nanami did open up with that Sentry that you already mentioned, and it's going to give him that hallucinated Phoenix. So not until after that Phoenix is gone, or at the very least mostly timed out, is when he decided to put down the Robo facility. So that's very late, all things considered, because we still have more than 400 gas in the bank.
And we don't have anything to shoot down the Oracle right now from Yeshi, so he will need to get a couple Stalkers. Yes, he's got a battery, so he should be fairly safe. The only thing is, sometimes against this amount of Adepts, you actually do need to keep the Oracle at home to fight the Adepts. As you can see, they break through there. The Sentry hits the Force Field, but does then go down. And yeah, the Oracle DPS will just help to clean up some of these Adepts as they can shade into the main mineral line, and we are going to try for some damage as the Adepts shade in. Let's see how much they find. The second Oracle activates. This is why he's safe without Stalkers back at home, getting 3 kills. The Oracle still clearing up. I'll say I love that from Nanami. I think this actually worked out well.
Yeah, that was not bad whatsoever. I mean, now suddenly Yeshi is going to have to deal with a bunch of units on his side of the map as well. And this is suddenly now the ball in Nanami's court, right? This is, I feel like being the defender is always much more difficult in a game of StarCraft 2. And now he gets to be the aggressor. He handled that defense pretty well. Only 4 probes ended up going down there. All of those Adepts fell. That's 8 Adepts in total. Now the Sentry also did go down right there on the side of the Red Protoss, but I mean, it's 2 Oracles. If they sync up their shots, they don't have enough energy right now, but if they sync up their shots, they can still deal damage even under the battery.
Yep. No, absolutely right. And there we go. You're just going to get a few probes. They don't have tons of energy, so it's limited what they can do. One's already out, but even just getting a few probes is nice. 4 workers going down, and Yeshi still up a couple of workers, all said and done here. And they're both going 12 at the same time. I mean, yeah, obviously we have the Robo already up from Yeshi too, so that's an advantage as well. He's got that first Immortal already up here. Yeah, I feel like we end up in a pretty good position, but what I love from Nanami is he says, hey, I'm the one with the map control. I've seen your Twilight Council was not researching yet. I know your Blink's not going to be any sooner than mine is. I don't see any reason I can't just take a fast third base. So he throws that Nexus down. I love the response to how this game has gone from him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's really clever. It is going to be scouted here in just a moment. So it is something that the blue Protoss is now keeping into at least consideration. So now he sees exactly what he's going up against. But is there a whole lot he can do to go ahead and punish such a quick third base? Nanami is going to be able to skyrocket ahead as far as the economy goes. Obviously, that does put him once again in a more defensive position. But as long as he has the right units at the right time, he should be all right. Blink is going to finish up at the very least, right, from his point of view, at the same time as his opponents, which turns out to be the case roughly as well in this game. The 2 Immortals, though, they are a little bit scary, right? But this is also now, is this out of vision range? Oh, it must have just barely been out of vision. But this is also a very committed attack right now for Yeshi.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, we know that the Prism's going to pop out. If you're Nanami, I think you say, okay, cool, I try to get this third base down. He's not going to kind of play the macro with me and give me an edge, so give up the third base. Don't try and defend that. You've got your own Robo coming up. You've got a lot of gateways coming up as well, in fact. So you're going to be on a lot of gates very soon, more than your opponents. So you're really going to have the Stalker count advantage. Just let this base slide and, you know, okay, your opponent's going to start expanding, but maybe you will have the advantage in a moment if you have that many more Stalkers.
Oracle's going to town, by the way. In the meantime, on the natural of Yeshi, getting quite a few probes. I think ultimately we will see at least one of them. No targeting yet. Excellent work right there by Nanami. Getting so much damage done. Now he's got Blink finished. Yeshi's going to finish up his as well, which may think he's got, or may give him the idea at least that he's got the edge. I think there's enough for Nanami.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to be fine on the natural. Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. As if he defends this, I mean, yeah, Yeshi's on a faster third, but he's down 15 workers, which is obviously just a ridiculous difference at the moment. So it's kind of a huge deal. As we do have our units just going to move back, and Yeshi, I think, realizing he's not getting much more done. He will send the Prism around the left-hand side, but this is going to give Nanami a chance to get going again. The Oracles, come on! You're kidding me.
That guy has been almost dead for like 5 minutes, man. And this game is like 8 minutes long at this point.
Yeah.
He has gotten a whole lot of kills at literally just 4 health. 15 kills on that one Oracle is absurd.
Yep, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Sneaks away.
Yeah. They just recall as well.
All right.
Wow. Well, Prism is set up. It's going to be Adepts to send into the base, so that's going to be our initial starting point to try and deal even further damage here. So we will set up for that. Meanwhile, obviously the Nexus comes in. Now let's see if these Adepts can do anything. Yeshi could definitely do with a few workers killed. We see a Zealot warping in response. It's actually not going to be great right now because the Adept's in a choke point.
No.
At the same time, the Stalkers force a cancel on the third base. So good moves from Yeshi to start pulling him back in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, getting the cancel on that third base again is actually starting to add up right now. The first time around, I think it was a clever strategic decision here from Nanami, but at this point, he needs to get something done. It is now up to him, I think, to start dealing some damage. Now, the Prism is coming up. Charge is already finished here. Well, at least 2 seconds from now. There we go. He's got to have an attack here coming up. He's got the supply lead right now, but does he recognize that this is his time to go? Because this is where we see it go wrong so many times. He decides to move out. This is excellent.
Yeah, perfect. Templar Archives as well, so he can spend his gas, dump it into Archons. And his army's just going to be straight up that much better than Yoshi's right here. So I love it. I think it's exactly what he needs to do. And he's going to start making the move to do it. The only disadvantage he has is those 2 Immortals, but Zealots will counteract those. And like I say, the Templar Archives, so you can have Archons just before Yoshi can. Might just be really the one thing that absolutely, make sure that this is 100% clinched and 100% going to go his way.
He's waiting for the Prism right now, gets the snipe on the opponent's Observer. That does mean that Blink is going to be on cooldown. Yoshi losing a bunch of probes once again. Oh my god, those 2 Oracles. He should go though, he should warp in and fight. The Prism, he was waiting for that for quite a long time. There we go. We're going to go for some High Templar. Yeah, get a couple Archons going. I mean, there's not that many Zealots here for Yishi, if any at all, actually. But there's still got to be a nice beefy unit to add into the mix. Oh, losing the Sentry? Don't do it.
Stalker's going to blink forward in response, and we are going to move up here. One Archon is going to finish from Yeshi. Remember, he's going to have batteries to use. I love the Zealots as the natural, but the warp in there from Yeshi already. Army supplies have evened up. Yeshi's not far from his own charge and also his own +1. That's something that Nanami has not invested into at all. As the first Archon goes down, the couple of Zealots are still being picked away at, and it does feel like Yeshi is making a hold here. We've got the 2 Oracles in the back. They're not doing too much right now, and yeah, I mean, the tech of Yeshi is just lasting so much longer. We blink for the Prism as well, and now this means that this army of Nanami is not going to do much. Everything starts getting cleaned out, and that's just going to be pretty much a complete cleanup right there.
GG. Wow. All right. He decides to just step out. Yeah, there was an opportunity for him to attack, because just about a minute ago, he had about a 20 supply lead right there in that game, which is absolutely massive, but he decided to go after the rocks, wait for the Prism, wait for the Templar Archives, get a couple Archons going, and then finally fight. And by the time all of that was underway, yeah, the Blue Protoss there managed to catch up in supply.
Yep. No, nicely done as we will be taking that and running with it then as we take ourselves into our next game in just a few moments. Yeshi able to get it on his favor. Love that for him. I think that's really cool, and just coming back in a game like that especially, right, got to give you a bit of confidence, because this was a game which was obviously actually not easy for him. It was pretty hard fought, but he made sure to kind of get it done. He got it done in the end, and we get ourselves ready to go into game number 2 as soon as our admin hosts us up. That should just be a moment or so. In fact, our admin has gone missing. He's not in the chat channel, so if you guys see an admin out in the wild, send them back to us, but otherwise we will be resuming very shortly.
I didn't quite realize that. Yeah, I was waiting for my invite, maybe looking for the lobby link. I'm like, okay, it should be here any moment now, because it's been so smooth. Well, you didn't get much of a pre-show. Apparently you get a mid-show, a post-game 1 show instead. It is what it is. That's got to be a bit of a frustrating one, though, for Nanami. I mean, I don't know if he spent any time, I don't think so, to check out the replay, but he was significantly ahead there.
Yeah.
I mean, the second console and the third Nexus there was a bit unfortunate for him. I don't think he quite needed to give that one up, but he wasn't in the right place at the right time. He did also get a little bit lucky with that Oracle harassment, of course, because I don't think you're normally supposed to kill, like, 20 units worth of stuff with 2 oracles, but yeah, that was a game he could have certainly won, and ultimately it slipped out of his hands.
Yep. No, absolutely is. We are going to get into this in a few moments. Admin has been found. I think he was just enjoying the replay. He was just marveling over the comeback we just saw from Yeshi, and he was just taking a moment to check that out. But yeah, this game will get hosted up in just a second. We'll be right back on track and getting back to it. So, couple of moments, get this underway. Looks as though you guys are all getting invites, so we'll be back into the PvP
Excellent.
very shortly. Yeah, all the mirror matchups to start this playoffs, guys. This is day 1 of the playoffs. Double elimination is well worth mentioning. That we'll bring the standings up again just quickly while we get into this. We do have a lower bracket for the first time in this ESL Masters Regionals. This has always been single elimination. Well, I say always. This year, in this new format with Swiss, it's been single elimination. This time around, double elimination. So we will be able to, obviously, enjoy. You know, if players lose, they have a second chance. And if they draw Serral in the first round, like Wayne did later on, he has a second chance, right? So it is just going to give people a couple more chances, a couple more shots, and that's always a good thing to see.
I always like double elimination. I think it's a good format overall. Unless like you have like the top 8 very best players in the world and everybody can win against everyone else, then it becomes... But sometimes you have just the luck of the draw, right? If you happen to run into like a Clem or like a Serral or a Rain or like any of the top dogs on the EU server, for example, and you've just barely managed to qualify yourself, the odds of you moving on from that point are not very large. And yeah, obviously if you have double elim, you get another shot. Also worth noting, I believe that every single match today is going to be a best of 5.
Yep.
Which is always nice as well, so...
Yeah, just make sure we have nice long games, as apparently we're waiting on us. So,
yeah,
apparently we are the problem. Okay.
Sorry, guys. That probably doesn't come as a surprise to anyone.
Yeah,
but...
we were holding up the show once again. These players have been ready to play for minutes. Apparently, it's us that's just not ready. So.
I saw Jishi asking for a lobby invite like 30 seconds ago. He's like, guys, can I play? It was Wardy sitting in his seat there previously. I mean, I'd want to see Wardy going up against Nanami. I think it's going to be a banger, but yeah, Jishi probably a little more qualified.
you know, if you need me to play some PvP local, I learned a great 7-gate glaive build adept one time. Adept build one time. So, you know, I'm sure we can crank something out. All right, we are off into it. Memes and jokes aside, it's time to get serious again, as we do have at the bottom left the player who really did so much to set themselves ahead, but just really bumbled the attack. It is going to be Nanami in the bottom left-hand corner.
And up here in the top right, rather, of Alcyone, we have Jishi. Looking solid there in game number 1 after... Yeah, some of the small moves he made weren't quite optimal, right? Sometimes you need a little bit of warm-up as well, and I think he probably was not happy with the way that those oracles managed to slip away. Not just once, not just twice, but like 4 times. But a little bit later on into the game, he felt a lot more solid. Essentially, when we got up to 3-base tech, I mean, his army movement was a lot more confident, and in general, he did a good job buying enough time to allow him to get back into the game.
Yeah, no, it was kind of a wild one, wasn't it? Like, it was, like, Nanami really waited, and then, like you said, he took forever to get the Prism there, and if the Prism was any sooner, I actually almost think that him building an Immortal was a mistake, and I understand at first he was maybe afraid, and he felt like he needed the Immortal, but if he'd built the Prism first and just went, Templar Archives finishes a few moments sooner because he didn't build the Immortal as well. I actually really do not think Yeshi holds on against that attack, but when you attack and then Yeshi only has to hold on a few seconds, and his own charge is done, his +1 is there, and then he just took a better fight as well. Like the army of Nanami in the end for having charge in his favor, he didn't actually really have that many zealots to kind of run up against those stalkers. So it just all kind of went a little bit wrong at the end, unfortunately. After such a great game, after the oracles were absolute gods in the game as well. We'll see what happens game 2, as we already have a first pylon of the series now going out on the map. We obviously didn't have one in the last game. Last time both players stayed pretty honest throughout. This time we are going to get it going with that cheeky little pylon.
Yep, Nanami building a pylon in the middle of the map. It's going to be, well, some sort of proxy. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to go for. It can be a Robo, can be a Stargate, and it is going to be a Stargate right here, so ready to sneak a couple of those units towards the other side of the map. Interestingly enough, though, Jishi so far not actually scouting very much at all. Yeah, he's gonna send a probe across the map, but it's mostly just checking for proxies at this point, as he's got his rally to go all the way towards the watchtower. So I don't believe that Nanami would be building that within range of the watchtower. I would imagine that it's just barely outside of the vision, and indeed it is. So Jishi at this point does not know that Nanami has proxied the Stargate.
Funny enough, he's gone for the Robo in his natural, so he's trying to play a bit of a mind game as well. Robo is not going to help you against that Stargate, though, and right now there's nothing to prepare against the Stargate at all. A couple Stalkers at least on the way, that's something, but I don't think we can say that this is the absolute dream scenario or anything of the sort right now, so yeah, this could be actually a little bit messy. Third gateway, so we're just going to go 3-gate Robo from Yeshi. Well, this is going to be nice as long as the Oracle doesn't do too much. You can then hit a pretty powerful timing against someone whose Stargate can't reinforce back at home easily because it's on the map. We'll see how this goes. The Adepts will cancel that, seeing those two Stalkers will not commit to that Shade. We're moments away from this Oracle looking to cause chaos.
Nanami, in the meantime, expanding on the back of this as well, so he's just really looking here to maximize the damage. Immortal coming up already for Jishi, and at least at this point he roughly sees what he's going up against. Does he have units inside of the main base prepared? Not yet. Shield battery only about halfway done, and that means, yeah, that this Oracle is going to be able to go to town. We're going to target the shield battery? Really?
I guess if the probes run away, I would have rather him continue to go after probes. He could have had like 3 or 4 more probes here, and now he hasn't even got the battery, right? So 100% not the right call. Nanami's going to go Phoenix, which can be fun in this defense against Robos, because you can lift an Immortal, you can shoot at the Prism. And he is realizing now he's in trouble, but he's also walled himself out of his base, so he's going to have to take his own shield battery down here just to knock that away and to regain access to his main base with these few units.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of nerfs coming into the mix as well. A couple of moves here that we would like to see refined just a little bit. This is now going to trigger the push though here from Jishi, who still does not have a natural expansion taken, so he is looking to deal damage. Prism is going to allow him to elevate her up into the main base as well if he wants to. I mean, he could sit here. He brought up the Phoenix already. It's nice against the Immortal, but it maybe can also put up a little bit of pressure against that that Prism, because the Prism is, of course, the key in this fight. But I think going into the main base from the low ground may just be the better move.
Yeah, we're going to see our Stalkers, Immortal just going to knock down this first pylon here, so that will fall. We'll begin to move forward. We're going to see the Gateway taking some damage as well, and, well, again, it's obviously time on Nanami's side. If you can buy time, then that's great, but you're going to start losing your gates, and no matter what, when you start losing these gateways, you're going to lose the production that's meant to keep on helping you out, right? Okay, now there's a Robo working, but it's all well and good building an Immortal, but what if you never get to do anything more than build an Immortal? The Stalker pushes back the Oracle on the other side. You need gateway units to support this, and that's what we're missing. The only thing I will say is that Yeshi's not really reinforcing with much himself. A little bit close to a supply block right now, no additional Immortal on the way. These are things which would be amazing for Yeshi if you could get there, as some cool micro from him to save that Stalker.
Nanami rebuilding some of those gateways as well, making sure that he can at the very least continue producing here eventually. Now decided to go for his own Prism as well. No longer producing out of that Stargate that is on the, well, middle of the map, I guess. I was going to say the other side of the map, but it's not quite the case here. There's the Observer coming up, though. So Jishi is going to be able to get a full scout of what's hanging out on the high ground. Yeah, he sees a scary amount of units. Is he brave enough to move up there, or are you going to expand on the back of this? What are we going to do?
Yeah, I think it's time to expand. You kind of waited a long time. You know, there is an Immortal out now. There could be a second one about to pop. It's taking you too long to make a move, right? So get back home, do some other things. He's got money for Nexus. He just needs to break down a pylon to get to the low ground, which will supply block him. And I think there's a couple times here where he was supply blocked or close to it, and that's just stopped him from being able to constantly produce units, and that might have been a big part of the difference in this game as well, honestly.
That's a very ambitious Oracle. I was going to say, nah. Oh, what? No way.
His Oracles have a buff, man.
Just, yeah.
They have some sort of...
just give him like 5 shields overnight? Yeah. What just happened?
It's like they have like
That's crazy.
They have like a co-op mutation. Like every unit survives with 1 HP if it has Oracle in the name, you know? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. They just
4 health as well. The previous ones also had 4 health each.
Damn. 4 HP, the magic number for an Oracle apparently. Is Yeshi gonna give up the pressure here and go home? I like what he's getting out of this. A halfway done Nexus, Blink on the way. He shouldn't really be in trouble if his opponent's going to force him to play defense here. I think he should be absolutely fine. As we do see Yeshi just falling all the way back home.
Yep, and he did make a Nexus now on the back of this, of course, so Nanami has to start putting in a little bit of work. The problem is when that Nexus finishes up and the shield batteries are positioned right next to them, like these are, he's going to be able to use that battery overcharge to his advantage, and I've got a feeling that that will be incredibly important here. There are 2 Immortals in the mix here for Nanami too, so that is 1 more Immortal than currently out here for Jishi. There's going to be a 3rd one as well, but if he wants to send it, he's going to have to move it all the way across.
Yep, the Adept's going to shade up, but that is going to be the block there. Obviously, if you commit, they could maybe fire through, but then it's a bit messy because your units are going to be slow to move into the mineral lines. Instead, we're just going to take the 2 Immortals and drop with those. This is dangerous with Blink finishing, right? If you don't realize your opponent's going to be on Blink, there's a very real chance you lose this Prism, you lose the 2 Immortals, and that's a very quick way to lose the game.
We had a big stasis ward in the main base, by the way, so these probes just have gone back to mining, but Jishi actually was not, well, harvesting resources there for quite a bit.
Oh, no. He doesn't realize he has Blink. No, he just blinked back for the Oracle. Oh, my goodness. That is... I understand you want to stop the stasis ward, but I think it would have actually been better to go after the Prism, because now the Prism knows his Blink. He is just getting the heck out of there. He is not sticking around, although this is going to be Yeshi's moment, apparently, to go and push and utilize that Blink aggressively himself.
Yeah, if you would have had the Prism there with the 2 Immortals in it, I mean, this push would be absolutely lethal. It may still very well be, though. I mean, he's had the economical advantage for a bit. What's going on?
Yeah, this Immortal literally just walked into all the Stalkers tapped it, then they walked away. Yeshi's just like adverse to killing Immortals, man. He's like, no, they're called Immortals.
Well, I mean, I was going to say they're Immortals, but they're called Mortals. Maybe a cheeky little force field on the ramp would be nice. Not going to be able to reach that. We just settled for 1 pylon for now. Blink Air is done, of course, for Jishi, but does he have enough stuff? I mean, the Immortals here are dealing so much damage.
Prism goes down, so the Immortals on the bottom side will go down. The Immortal Yeshi's up in the sky. It's going to be mostly Blink Stalkers versus the world right now. The 2 Immortals still around. Yeshi, I like what he's done so far, but now he's not getting on top of those Immortals at all. Now he's going to have to find a way out. It's going to have to be a recall. It's going to lose him at least 1 more Stalker. Only 1, I feel like, is a bit of a godsend, honestly.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. These are some very scrappy engagements that we are witnessing here. I mean, at the very least, neither player will now be hitting a supply block anymore, right? So they've just lost a lot of troops, so they're going to be able to warp in for at least a while. Nanami making the transition here towards Glaive the Depths, where Jishi has decided here to go into the charge upgrade. There's still a lot of blue army, by the way, hanging out, yeah. So he recalled, and now he's ready to go back in. This time around, though, with only the Stalkers and the Prism.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine, right? You jump in, you get a couple kills, you blink out, you shouldn't really take much damage. He's going to knock down a battery, a pylon, maybe gets greedy, stays for a second. He's not. He knows that it's time to just get out of there, as Ishi's army is really not in a great space. Interesting, by the way, we cancelled Blink, started up Glaives from Nanami, so he's going to go for essentially a 2-base all-in and just send it. Usually Glaives can be pretty good when they kind of overwhelm at first, so it's okay. Like, obviously it's maybe not the best upgrade to have in PvP, but for 1 big timing, I don't hate it, and it does really nullify any sort of charge loss. So the charge is not great here for Yeshi, but what is really good for him is Templar Archives. Templar Archives and Archons will hence melt any Adept. So a couple of Archons, and I feel as though Yeshi's going to be absolutely fine.
You're absolutely right. It's an interesting one. He had his Twilight Council unpowered for just a little bit and decided, you know what, I'm just going to cancel that upgrade altogether and go for the Glaive Adepts instead. Jishi, in the meantime, though, on the other side, is already warping in High Templar, and there should at least be 1 Archon. Honestly, even just 1 Archon here is huge. Just getting more Stalkers, more Archons, more Immortals going here would be amazing. This is a very committed push here from Nanami, because that Glaive Adept army, it's going to fall off hard over the next few minutes.
Yep, as you see the Prison coming through, Adept gets lifted. We're going to be seeing our Resonating Glaives firing up onto that pylon just for a moment. Our Stalkers come to the front. The Adepts are going to settle there. We do have a group more Adepts on the way out there as well. So continue to bring all of this through as we begin to push forward. And here we go. Like I say, that Archon's going to have a big role to play. This battery is supported by a 2nd pylon, but it is just going to take fire itself right now. The Stalkers blink through. They get the Prism. Fun way to start this off.
Yeah, that was actually a nice snipe, but the Immortals are still going to town, though. Another Immortal now coming in from the left side as well, joining in this fight. And Nami starting to push through a lot of these units. That Archon's still around, finally gets picked off. This is, of course, a Nexus. It's a 3rd, but it's, yeah, not quite as critical as going maybe after some of those units. He does decide to turn around and just go after the base himself. I wonder if maybe he could have chased that army some more. He does still have the Immortal lead.
Yeah, we're actually going to re-engage in here, as we are going to be seeing a couple of Zelds getting through as well. There was a moment in that fight previously where Zelds charged into Adepts, and if they'd actually like ran around and gone to the Immortals, I think this would have gone way better for Yeshi, who right now has just got his last few units still flying. Immortal target fire on the Stalkers would be great. The Archon should really turn around onto the Adepts. We're kind of getting there slowly but surely. This is going to be a cleanup. One last Immortal is currently surviving. These Adepts are going to hit the mineral line for some final damage. Probes will pull to help out. The battery saves the Immortal. And Yeshi does indeed, in the end, have a hold, have a defense in this game.
Yeah, and maybe most importantly here still, you had that third base, right? That third base was targeted. Nanami spent a lot of time trying to kill it. And ultimately, it never went down. I mean, it's better than Bruce. It's an orange hit points, and it's not going to be able to repair itself, but that is still a very nice thing to have here, because Yeshi is going to be able to power out those workers. Decides to test the waters, though, on the other side of the map. He obviously has noticed here that his opponent has been going glaive to depths, and yeah, the Archon is having a grand old time, just zapping them all down one at a time.
Save the Archon! Yes, nice. Nice little additional touch at the very end there, and that is going to be GG in this upper bracket round of 8 for 2-0 lead for Yeshi. Obviously, it's not quite a done series just yet, but he's absolutely on the path to success and into that next round of these playoffs here in the Asia region. He's been a strong player throughout the group stage and kind of shown it again here in the playoffs so far. It's not easy. It's not like he's just rolling over his opponent, but he's making the, when things start to go wrong, he's making the right moves to ensure that he will stay alive in the game, which is great to see, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like he's absolutely dominating in these games. He certainly has to fight for it, but ultimately he does just seem a little bit better overall. It's just like a percentage point or two here and there with the execution and the decision making and the micro of the army. And well, we did catch him hitting a supply block or two in that previous game, so maybe not necessarily macro-wise, but obviously, yeah, if you take better fights, ultimately, and especially in mirror matchups, you will end up with larger armies, and that's what's been going really well here so far for Yeshi.
Yep, no, very good stuff as we get ourselves ready for our next game in just a second here. It's going to be Oceanborn for map number 3, and Yeshi the opportunity to just 3-0 his opponent, move straight on through in these playoffs to that upper bracket round of 4. I think that essentially means you're guaranteed top 6 in the tournament, and obviously that's just a great place to be. Definitely expecting Yeshi to have another good run this season as he comes off of a good run last time around as well. I think he got top 4 last time, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to double check that, though.
His Protoss versus Protoss is looking really good, and assuming here he does win this best of 5, his next opponent would also be a Protoss player, as it would be the winner of Nice versus Cyan that's coming up after this.
Yes, so he actually...
I mean, he's been doing really well. Like, basically all of the series, other than the match against Mio Micah, have been all Protoss versus Protoss so far.
Yep, no, he lost to Cyan last year in the playoffs, but it was a 5-game series, and obviously single elimination, so this would be, just winning this would already put him in a better place than he had, was in last time around. I say last season, in the summer season. So that's already very cool, and to me, I think he is the sort of player we expect to see almost top 4 in this region, but that's where this region's really cool, because it is very competitive. There's a lot of actual Protoss players, especially, that I feel like vie around that top 4 spot. Firefly, Cyan, Nice, Yeshi. These are all guys that I can see on any given day having a bit of success and seeing their way into, the deeper rounds of the playoffs. So this region, I think, will really benefit from double elimination. I think it's really going to give us, even more great games. Asia region really is fun now that all these smaller regions in the past have been combined.
Absolutely. So here we go. Oceanborn, game number 3 and match point number 1 right here for the man in the top left-hand corner. Playing with the blue Protoss pieces, we have Yeshi.
And in the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player, Nanami.
Playing good games. Like, he's not playing poorly or whatever. He is just, maybe getting outskilled a little bit in very small details, right? It's just a couple decisions here that have gone south for him, especially in that game number 1. He had a big opportunity to obtain the victory, but maybe a small misread rather, and obviously that is Yeshi also trying to throw a wrench in those plans and trying to make himself look stronger than he actually is. But yeah, there's no denying that there have been opportunities for Nanami, so if he can string a couple good decisions together, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up winning the game.
No, he's putting himself in great spots, he's putting himself in good spots, and then he's just not quite executing when he's like, right, do or die push, Which is maybe a bit awkward that he's putting himself in the do-or-die push situations to begin with, right? As the probe comes around, gets a couple more nibbles off. But yeah, that's kind of the setup that we have. So I guess we continue on. A couple gates coming up on either side once again, by the way.
Absolutely. No proxy pylons or anything like that. Yoshi actually not opting to go for any sort of real cheese in this particular series so far, right? I mean, this is something we see all the time in Protoss versus Protoss, but yeah, just playing it honestly here, not really going for any nasty strategies, just building all of his tech in his main base. And well, maybe he had that robo facility off to the side in the previous game, right? But that wasn't really too aggressive.
No, not really. It was more of a mind game. I mean, he went 3-gate robo, which I guess is fairly aggressive, but then his opponent was also on one base for a bit, so that's the thing. Of 2 gateways, it's like, you know, the nastiest cheese is where you like really heavy proxy, right? 3-gate robo is almost like, well, it's a 1-base opener, which, yeah, you know, you maybe sometimes kill your opponent, but a lot of the times you just look to put pressure on, kill a couple of gates, and then you expand out of it, because that's the weirdness of PvP. If you're both on one basis, how all-in really is a man.
Exactly. Yeah. In a way, like, it's a very aggressive build that's also pretty safe.
Yeah, no, it's true.
As long as you're on your opponent's side of the map, you can't really lose very easily. And honestly, Nanami has also gotten, all things considered, not just in game number 1, but also in game number 2, a little lucky with his oracles, right? So, no oracle play here in this game so far, as he decides to go double sentry as well as into an expansion, okay? These adepts are going to be able to push back that probe. But I feel like the oracles overall, throughout this series so far, have done too much damage.
Yeah.
And that is something that you can't really rely on. That mostly requires your opponent to be making some small mistakes here and there. Yes, you may be getting a bit unlucky as well with those final stalker hits. Yeah, ultimately he killed that oracle in game 2, but he could have probably had the prism with 2 immortals instead.
Yeah, he did finally kill the oracle at probably the worst possible time to kill the oracle, you know? I mean, okay, if he just pulled the probes away from the stasis, sends 1 probe back in, and, you know, in the meantime kills in a prism with 2 immortals, it just really makes the game that much easier for him. So, yeah, these oracles really have been the pain.
Maybe he was getting a little frustrated, though. Maybe that oracle was bothering him a bit too much, because he was also thinking of game number 1. He's like, you know what? Be gone.
Maybe that was the right play then.
His opponent already knew it.
Maybe the mental victory was so good.
Sure. It was definitely the right move. 1 oracle or a prism with 2 immortals inside of it. Oracle every time.
So obviously Yoshi set up to be aggressive. An immediate immortal from Nanami, who will be trying to defend a low ground here, so keep that in mind. That is likely going to become dangerous for him, if not straight up not really possible to do as we make our way across the map. And yeah, we'll see whether or not Nanami is going to be able to hold on at the front here. The first immortal is going to be popping up. I'm just worried that he's going to try and defend the front, and obviously straight away he'll have an immortal, but he won't have the prism micro, so that's a little bit dangerous. There's only 1 force field maybe available on the side of Yoshi, and he might just choose to pop Guardian Shield instead. That would not be too surprising. Let's see what he wants to do. Is the defense from Nanami starting to look good? Yeah, we could elevate her in the main base, though. I guess that's a hell of a play.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to require a lot of trips right here for this 1 prism, but eventually all the units are going to be stuck in the main base. Nice force field to get things started with. Nanami firing away at whatever he can. Is there enough, though, here for the red Protoss player? I mean, he doesn't have the safety of the shield battery here on the high ground. He's just being chased down in his own main base.
Oh, that immortal needs to run. Get out of there. The probes could probably kill it. The prism's scared to go forward because of its low HP as well. The probes get the immortal. The immortal goes down on the other side, though. Now it's Stalkers versus the world. The sentries could maybe target down the prism, although it's regen some shields at this point. A new immortal. It might just be time to go down to the low ground and kind of reassess things as Yoshi. I think he can continue this pressure, but not right now. Like, he really needs a moment or two to get, like, a real solidified warp-in going. And that obviously is just not currently the case, as he's actually going to recall. And I like that. I think just reset a little bit, go again, and you might be okay.
Absolutely, yeah. At this point, Nanami doesn't really know exactly what's going on in the game either, right? Like, is this going to be continued aggression? Is it just going to be the prism for now? Is there an expansion on the back of this? He is very much so in the dark here, and he doesn't really know exactly what is going on. Well, at least we can see that there have been immortals on the production tab for quite a while. I think you're right. Yoshi once again ready to go for an attack, and at this point you can tell as well with that supply advantage that he just has a massive army compared to his opponent. There are 2 shield batteries here for Nanami, so that would be nice. But so far, I mean, Yoshi has been, just denying those, right? Just going into the main base instead.
I think it went wrong for Nanami on the defense where he targeted the prism, but you don't kill it, right? Because that's so much damage into the prism, and that means the immortal of Yoshi was alive for so long. Obviously, if you target the Immortal, it gets picked up by the Prism, so what do you really do? There's not really a great way to win, but TLDR is he ended up doing a lot of damage that didn't really count for anything, and that just gave Yeshi the edge, which he already kind of started on, and now he's going to kill a couple units here, plus probes. He is setting up to attack at the front as well, and I don't think the Nami can really quite figure out what he's meant to do for the best right now.
Oh, a Death Shade in as well. They're going to go after that sentry immediately. There's one more sentry desperately running for its life, but there is no energy available. GG is cold, and it is Yeshi who ends up winning our first best of 5 of the day, 3-0 over Nanami. That was a quick one.
Yeah, quick. Final game was probably the most convincing from Yeshi, though, right? Like, it wasn't like he was just, boom, gonna kill you, boom, gonna get the win. He did have to work for it, especially during games 1 and game 2. Game 3, it felt like he made the right attack. He got himself into a good position. It went well for him and puts himself in in general a great position. So that's going to be our first match of the day, Loco. The first PvP already going the way of Yeshi, and he will move on through to that winners bracket round of 4 very excitingly.
Yeah, he's going to be moving on against the winner of Nice versus Cyan, which will be coming up right here on the stream in just a moment. Those players should be getting ready as well to play their game in just a couple minutes.
Yep, that should not be too far away. We're going to run to a quick little break. When we come back, it is going to be that PvP continuation of Nice versus Cyan, our second and last match of the Asia region today. So that's coming up in just a few. Don't go anywhere or you might miss some epic StarCraft 2.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as the Asia region continues with more PvP. Yes, we are treating you guys today as we are ready to go into this next PvP of Nice Cyan, and this is a big one because I really feel like these two players, you know, I definitely felt going into the last series, Yoshi was a favorite. These two players, I think, are both players who absolutely can have a run here, can absolutely compete to be one of the best and, you know, top 2, top 3, top 4 in this region, absolutely. So, players are ready, we are ready, we're going to dive in. Nice versus Cyan. I do still expect this to be fairly aggressive and, you know, kind of PvP-esque, but definitely maybe a bit more back and forth in scoreline, Loco.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at their head-to-head score historically, so apparently their very first game was played all the way back in 2015, which is, well, nearly a decade ago, I guess, at this point, which makes me feel kind of old. But anyways, they have been going back and forth. As a matter of fact, it is a 49.24% lead. Or actually, no, disadvantage, I guess, for Nice. But basically a 50-50 historically between these two. And recently, this year so far, it looks like it's been, yeah, then the one player winning, and then the next series they face off against each other the next week, it's the other guy.
Yep, just been trading it out is in the bottom right. We will start off with our red Protoss player. This is going to be Nice.
And his opponent, up here in the blue, it's Cyan.
Always nice when Cyan is in the blue color.
Yeah, not turquoise, not light blue.
Well,
Cerulean? Sorry, I'm just flexing with my collars now. I don't even know what the difference is between any of those.
I'm just happy that he's not in red, Loco. Like, I'm a simple man. I don't have quite the same color spectrum that you do, apparently, but
I was just trying to flex here, but I have no idea what the difference between any of those things are. It's fine. Cyan is just light blue in my mind. Am I wrong?
Light blue? Yeah, kind of. I think so.
There's like 4 graphic designers watching this right now. They're like, no, you guys are wrong. It's entirely different. There's more green in there. It's like, okay, sorry.
Sorry, guys.
It's all right. So I Google Cyan, and the first thing that shows up is 75 plus shades of Cyan. Most of them are blue.
Most
of
them are blue.
Most of them are blue, man. It's fine.
Lovely. Well, we do have a cheeky little probe out over this side just to start us off here as well. So that's just going to be chilling over on the right as we get underway. It's going to drop down a little pylon, and that's going to be nice. Obviously not like super proxying, but maybe hiding something over here. Maybe even just hides the pylon to make it more difficult for his opponent to figure out. You see this probe in his main base, so he could just drop tech over there for the reason being that, hey, he doesn't want this probe to see what the tech is. So we'll see what he decides to do in just a moment. Could be I mean, it kind of feels like if you do anything here, maybe a robo, and you go 3-gate robo, apply some pressure. That's the sort of thing that doesn't need to be heavily proxied. And there we do see the robo going down. Doesn't need to be heavily proxied, but it's nice to hide. So, yeah, I kind of like it from Nice. And away we go with that, as it's a fast expansion from Cyan. We said we wouldn't see a lot of these 1-gate expands, Loco, but Cyan just dove on into it.
I do like to see it. So Cyan, well, obviously he's been scouting his opponent's main base, right? And that's the weird part of Protoss versus Protoss. You're counting your opponent's structures, and you're trying to figure out how many pylons they have. So Cyan knows here that there is a pylon missing inside of the main base of Nice, but he doesn't know if it's aggressively positioned. He's looking around in the bottom left-hand corner. He's looking around in the top right-hand corner, trying to scout for any proxy Stargate or something like that. And one thing we see all the time in PvP is just a pylon randomly positioned to try and throw a curveball at the opponent. Now, this time around, it is a randomly positioned pylon. It may very well be found eventually, but it's not actually that aggressive of a commitment. Although he does, okay, there we go, he does get scouted. He does decide to go for a prism first here.
Yeah, so 2 gates only though, right? So, like you say, it's not as aggressive. And I actually feel like it's not going to do much because Cyan scouts an immediate Void Ray, and boy, is he going to be set up well. If he pushes this back with a Void Ray, and then he's already on this expansion, I really start to hate this for Nice because he's going to get into a whole world of bother. He puts a battery in the main, he knows it's a Stargate, he's prepping in case of an Oracle. Now he drops down an extra gateway. I just do not think he's going to get enough done with this first round of attack. I think Cyan's going to start absolutely steamrolling ahead in this game.
Absolutely, and this is one of the reasons why guys like MaxPax are such a big fan of this particular opener. Void Ray at this point is out. It is very critical that you get it going in these sort of scenarios, but there's the prismatic alignment. It deals so much damage against these units, and Cyan pushes this back with ease, and keep in mind, he fast expended off of the back of this. He's only got a single gateway at this point in the game. Nice needs to deal some sort of damage, and so far, I mean, he's been getting shut down left, right, and center. Oh, if he loses the Prism, that'd be a disaster.
Yeah, he's gonna go up to 4 gateways, so he's gonna really keep on applying this pressure. He really wants to double down what he's doing, which I don't hate. There may still be an opening, but Cyan is doing exactly what MaxPax would do in this scenario, which is drop the Forge, get a couple cannons at the front, and that means if you try and trade at the front, you're just gonna constantly take chip damage as Nice, and that is just enough then from Cyan to be able to hold on. You know, we mentioned MaxPax, and you say, well, Cyan's doing this just fine, because he was able to figure out what it was. That's what's important. Knowing what it is, you can defend these kind of attacks. Usually the difficulty is knowing what's coming your way and getting the response up in time. There's still going to be a good amount of micro required from Cyan here, but as long as he executes there, he should be golden against this 4-gate Prism play.
Yep, Nice is gonna double down on the aggression indeed. At this point, there's so many shield batteries set up though. There's a photon cannon coming up as well. Void Rays are diving back and forth, dancing with the Stalkers. Every minute that goes by right now, Cyan's gonna be able to just make more stuff than the opponent, right? Assuming his structures don't get taken down here. But the army here for the player in blue is growing quite nicely. Nice really wants to push through this. He hasn't done any damage yet up to this point.
Yep, as we dive forward again, we are getting to the point where the Stalkers can maybe start one-shotting the Voids. That's going to be the danger point here from Cyan. If he gets Void Rays one-shotted, the batteries don't heal them, then there's, you know, a lot of problems in that. So he's got to be a little careful. 3 Void Rays is good. He now has an Immortal on the way. That's the important transition. Start to get Immortals. They're a little bit more difficult to just knock on down with these Stalkers, and it really just gives you a little bit of extra tech to work with, and I think Cyan so far is, again, just doing this absolutely wonderfully.
Absolutely. Yeah, so far he hasn't lost anything important just yet. Now the Immortals are indeed coming up, and Immortals are amazing against these Stalker-based armies. Nice is thinking about maybe going into the opponent's main base. He's doing some good Stalker control too, don't get me wrong. He hasn't really lost any of them yet, other than just one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Prism now going into the main base though, so I mean, that does mean that these Stalkers have to be a little bit more careful. Maybe these Adepts can start, well, dealing some damage, and they will get quite a few probe kills. It's just that the longer that this goes on, the better it will be for Cyan.
Yep, no, absolutely. The longer it goes, the worse this gets, as you see our Stalker's going to go back and forth a little bit further once again here. I'm just going to be seeing an extra battery coming through as well. This army continues to just look at each other and try and figure out what are we going to keep on doing. I mean, the thing is, Cyan's now starting to come out the front. He didn't even lose the gateway at the front as well, right? Which really says that he hasn't had too much issue pushing this back. Blink on the way from Nice. He's going to get to Blink in essentially. I think at some point you just got to dive in, right? You can't just blink back forever, because the batteries and the cannons will just continue to defend from Cyan. At some point you've got to blink in, and that's dangerous, that's scary, but what other choice do you end up with?
I think it's too late. I don't think he can really do that anymore. I mean, finally he's going to be able to get that gateway over there, but like, this has been a very awkward fight right here, right? I mean, dancing back and forth, dealing a little bit of damage, but ultimately just playing this into the hands here of Cyan. There is going to be a chance maybe for Nice to get underneath all of these units and maybe pop the Void Rays, pop the Immortals, and yeah, just point all of his Stalkers at one target at once. I don't think Cyan wants to be wandering too far away. Okay, so far so good. I mean, 40 workers right now. He could stop making probes. He really doesn't need this many.
Nope. Absolutely, absolutely not. As our Prism, I'm gonna just micro a little bit. I'm gonna see Cyan just continue to pump out, you know, Immortal, Void Ray, and the more of that he gets, the better off he's gonna be. Here's the Blink. We can Blink in the main. There's a cannon and a single battery in the main base, which will go down very quickly, so it takes away some of the strength of defense from Cyan. One of his gateways depowered as well, and this is the moment from Nice, so this is where he's going to be able to fight. He's going to blink on forward. The Void Rays, where are they? Just not here. They're across the map, actually, so they're going to cause some trouble. We'll check in on that in a moment. Right now, these Void Rays and Immortals continue to go, and in the end, Cyan is just going to take it G to G's, and that is going to be our game.
We're not going to be checking in on those Void Rays, sadly, guys.
No, apparently not.
They were shooting lasers. They were shooting lasers at the opponent's structures, and Cyan realized, or sorry, Nice realized that his only way to defend against them would be to warp in tons of Stalkers and then eventually get underneath, and it turns out he wasn't really winning the fight over on the other side of the map either. So honestly, expertly played right there by Cyan. It's very delicate. I guess that's the best word to use when you describe that early game for PvP when you go for the expo on the low ground. You're not even really using the defense of a ramp. You got to be very much so on point with all of your decisions. And I think you brought up a good point there, like him scouting exactly what was going on in the game and seeing the proxy was huge, right? Because imagine if he would have done the exact same opener, but instead of going for a Void Ray first, he would have gone for an Oracle first and then a Void Ray. Then suddenly that just 2-gate aggression at that point, it's a lot more scary, right? Suddenly, yeah, the Oracle at home will probably be dealt with quite nicely, and then suddenly you have all of those units in your main base to contend with, and you have to get the Void Ray out. It's a lot more difficult. So finding that structure was the absolute key there, but once he did, he played it out brilliantly.
Yep, no. And like I said during the game, right, that's the kind of max specs factor, right? It's if you can figure out what's going on, you can really respond to these things well. What max specs does so well is figuring out what's going on with so little information, because you know, sometimes you will find the robo and you know what's happening, but sometimes you don't, and then you can kind of put yourself in a real spot of trouble. We'll see if Cyan continues to kind of go for the faster expansions here, or what his plan will be, as it looks as though our players are just readying up. There is a little bit of VPNing going on between games, apparently, so sometimes it takes a moment, but I would say this was a pretty quick move into our second game.
Absolutely. We're going to be going to Alcyone. Not what Ben would call it, but that's okay.
Well, Ben would call
LQ1, I think is what he calls it.
I think that was it was the Roddy.
Oh, it was Roddy called it
Roddy
LQ1
called
and then
LQ1.
Ben copied it?
Yeah, Ben loved it, so he just adopted it straight away. Yeah, it was.
It is fantastic.
It's all right. Game number 2 in just a second. We are on the loading screen. The loading screen's taking a little bit of time today, actually, but apart from that, we've been pretty good at just getting things up rolling. So there we go. We are into game number 2 of this best of 5. And in the top right, we will start off with the blue Protoss player who leads this matchup 1-0 right now. It is Cyan.
And his opponent in this best of 5 series of StarCraft 2, it's Nice. High ground wall-offs this time around here for both players. We'll probably see gateways dropped here in just a moment. Yeah, MaxSpecs does it on basically every map, right? Is there a map where MaxSpecs currently doesn't open up low ground? Do you happen to know?
No, I don't think I've ever seen MaxSpecs play 2-gate.
Yeah, it's just so uncommon.
Can you imagine if he did? And he's
That's
just
what
like,
makes it so interesting.
Yeah, what if he plays 2K and he's just terrible with it? He's like, I have no idea how this build works.
Well, there is certainly a chance, right? Because MaxSpecs grinds so many games that he figures out all of the details. And while this is inherently, I think, a less complex start than the low ground expo, it is still not easy, right? There's still a lot of variables. You have to know how to respond in every scenario for sure. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a chance that he is at this point about 10 times more comfortable with the low ground wall off rather than the high ground.
Mines out these minerals, Cyan. It's, he doesn't go down there. Sometimes he proxy on the bottom side of the map. I think this is more so a case of, in case your opponent proxies you, it's good to have access over there. So, I kind of like that.
No, absolutely. It can be kind of awkward sometimes on this map to actually path your units towards the bottom right-hand corner. Sometimes they go all the way around, depending on what has been mined out. Even though the units don't have vision of what's been mined out, the AI gets a little bit funky. Because we do have Cyan right over here, building a pylon in the middle of the map. All right, same can be said for Nice, but yeah, I would say that Cyan has a more aggressively positioned one.
Oh yeah, I would say so. I would say so. It's going to be seeing our probe is sticking by it as well, both sides, so both of them want to do something with this. Robo from Cyan, Stargate from Nice, and have a little bit of a role reversal in terms of the tech structures placed down.
Absolutely. So Nice ready to start flying some units across the map, Cyan. Well, we'll have to see exactly in what order he decides to go for his units here, but he will certainly be bringing some aggression as well. As Cyan is scouting, okay, and he does find that his opponent indeed has built a cheeky little structure on the left side, and that is always nice to know, right? Because generally speaking, when you have that robo facility, you don't have your easiest answer against a Stargate-based opener, and well, at this point, Nice hasn't yet seen his opponent's proxy, although he's coming dangerously close to it. Oh, he doesn't see it. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is annoying because you don't know what you're playing against. It's hard to get that response up. Oracle can still be nice against the proxy robo because it does force units on the other side of the map. It does force some pressure there. Eventually, the battery would drain out of energy, so it's not a terrible thing to be building, but not knowing what's coming your way can be very scary.
Absolutely. Prism coming up right now here for Cyan. Oracle coming up indeed from the left side of the map. Adepts did manage to shade in, and they're going to be able to get quite a bit of damage done. Ultimately, both of these units will end up going down, but that's 7 probes.
That's kind of just too much damage, right?
Hello?
Yeah, don't kill your own probe. Nice is like, yeah, I love the idea of killing probes.
Another adept I didn't see, but not the case.
Getting a little bit too involved on that one, as we do have the Prism coming around the right side. Twilight Council coming up in a gateway. I mean, man, these are kind of weird robo builds, because this is now 2 gates into the Twilight with a third gate. It's not what you usually see. We'll see what we use this Prism for. This feels more like you're just going to warp in 2 adepts and keep this harassment up rather than anything else. The Oracles of Nice. First one is out. We're going to wait to stack both Oracles together and then send those to try and make a play, as the adepts are ready in at the other side as well.
Yeah, just warping them straight into the opponent's main base can always be nice. Cyan trying to just see if he can one-tap a bunch of those probes. Probes decide to run away. Should be able to get exactly that second one as well. But now the Oracles are on the other side of the map as well, going to town, I believe. No, it's actually a adept that decided to sneak in. Instead, yeah, they're all the way in the top left-hand corner here.
Yeah, Oracles are just waiting to make their move. Blink now on the way from Cyan as Nice expands. Obviously feels as though Cyan's going to stay on one base and essentially hit a big blink timing eventually. And we'll see if Nice can have enough defensively against that when the time comes to it. Right now, the Prism just continue to harass. Just don't die to the Stalkers, which so far it's doing a good job of. Nice is going to put a Robo down to follow this up. So I think he knows, okay, you're not expanding yet. I want to be a little bit careful myself. Get the Robo down, just play it safe. Make sure I have defensive Immortals myself if necessary. Cyan might yet expand, man. He's got money stacking up. Probe on the low ground. We'll see if that's a fake or if he actually wants to drop it. He might just drop it, then pressure behind an expansion.
Absolutely. So Nice just sort of hanging around with his Oracles at about the 12 o'clock position of the map. Now he's finally moving them around once again. It kind of reminds me of what Terran players like to do with Widow Mines, you know? They're just sort of hanging there in the corner, ready to go in when you least expect them. And this happens to be the moment where there are still 3 of those Stalkers available. Nice targeting there by Cyan. So he does get rid of one of them, but that's still 6 probes going down. In exchange, though, he ended up shutting down the Stargate on the left side of the map as well.
Stand that Stargate, the Prism, backing away for a moment, as we are going to be using that in a big way very soon. Obviously, Blink is coming up, and Blink will be the big advantage Cyan has here, plus an army supply lead. Not much defense on this high ground. 1 pylon and 1 battery. Can't say I love it. Cyan will take some time right now before Blink is done just to work his way through this Nexus, take that advantage away from his opponents, and then we'll see how much he wants to commit up to that high ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Alternatively, you could try and just make an expansion on the back of this, because pushing up to the high ground is very tricky, but he already has an observer in position. You can at the very least start poking away at some of these units. Okay, attempted stasis ward over here on the other side of the map, and that's the Oracle going down. How much damage can he do with this attack? It's 1 Immortal versus 1 Immortal. Good force field to get started with, though.
that much damage, man. Nice is just going to be like, yeah, that's too much. I'm going to lose out on this, so he doesn't even wait around. He just types out the GG. And we are going to see Cyan rocketing away to a 2-0 start. We kind of felt like this was going to be a closer series than the first one, but I'd say across the first 2 games, Cyan's been in full control, whereas in the first 2 games of the Yashi and Nami matchup, Yashi really had to fight back into control a couple times over. So, yeah, definitely a great start so far here from Cyan.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been doing a great job just scouting around, knowing exactly what to do in every scenario, right? Like, there's so many variables in all of these matchups that knowing exactly what you need to do in each of these games, depending on your scouting info, is so complex. But he's been looking around the map, he's been finding whatever the opponent has been building, and he responds perfectly. Really nicely done.
Yep, solid stuff so far. As we are going to have Cyan now is just a map away. 1 map is all he needs, and he is already into that winner bracket round of 4. And obviously Nice would be playing from the lower bracket this time around. Nice also got eliminated round of 8 last season, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was to Firefly, although I can't quite fully remember. I don't have the right page open to check it right now. But yeah, as we get ourselves readied up for this next game, we're just waiting for our admin, who has just relogged. And once they get back on, we'll get this hosted and we'll get this underway again.
Yeah. Previously, we were waiting for us. Now we're waiting a little bit for the referee, but everything's been going pretty smooth,
I
right?
bet we'll end up waiting for us again, though, you know? I bet that's how it works.
The players have been here, though, which is the most important part, right?
Yeah.
They just need to wait for us and the production and all the annoying stuff that goes alongside with this as well. They keep chatting away, by the way, in the lobby. I wish I knew what they were saying.
I think they're
No
complaining
idea.
about
Absolutely no idea.
complaining about
I see
PvP
Cyan
balance.
writing 3 periods, 3 dots right next to each other, but that's about it.
Maybe they're being really BM and Cyan's just like, bro, I just played well.
Yeah. Yeah, I just play better than you, man. Calm down.
He's like, dot, dot, dot. Can you be better?
Maybe.
Right. Players are here. Hard Lead is going to be our map number 3, so we're going to kick this off in just a moment, kick this PvP into gear, and be able to kick this off. So, yeah, a nice time to turn it around, man. Cyan's getting the better of him both times over so far, and is about to, like I say, kick off into this third map to see whether Cyan will just 3-0. Nice, that would be a real statement from Cyan. Of course, good to look good in PvP right now, because your next opponent is a pros player as well. We just saw Yeshi advance through. That's the same section of the bracket, of course. So you're looking to play another Protoss. If you're looking to play another Protoss, then that's something you got to be very good at.
The other half of the bracket has the players Coffee, Firefly, Miomaika, and of course Oliveira, the current world champion. Always nice to see him showing up for these events as well. And it's actually going to be a really fun match, Miomaika versus Oliveira. Very different play styles, to put it delicately. But anyways, game number 3 between these two is indeed loading up. It's going to be on hard lead.
It is.
I'm not just autopiloting into wanting to mispronounce the map names, but I'll go back to pronouncing them correctly, okay?
You've been conditioned when you're on the ESL broadcast to say things
Yes.
wrong because of last week.
Absolutely.
I get it.
This is what happens.
I
Yeah.
know. I get it. It's hard to let go of
Yeah.
the memes of last week and to start anew, isn't it?
Exactly. Alrighty, guys. Hard lead it is. Spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner. With the blue Protoss pieces, we have the man who's been looking very solid in this best of 5 series so far. Can he bring it home? It's Cyan.
And in the top left, you're going to see our red Protoss player. This is going to be nice.
Is that the dog, Wardy? I'm on a bit of a delay. I can't see your camera. But was that Ellie?
She is just trying to be part of the background. She's just like sliding in. She's like, hey, what's up? Be done
I'm
soon.
part of the decor now.
I'm ready to play. And I'm like, I'm going to be here for another 10 hours. And she's like, that's not cool. So I'm going to just stare at you a little bit.
I may bark if you don't give me attention, so give me some attention.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but lately she started crying. She's like, she used to just sort of like look a bit huffy if you didn't give her attention. But now she sort of goes like, oh, no, play with me. Like, please. So, yeah, not yet though. She's just
Vocal pets, man.
Yeah, she's just lying in a huff on the floor that she's not getting love, apparently, so...
Can't believe you're treating her this way.
I know.
Yeah.
Can't believe I picked PvP over the dog. Unbelievable.
Alrighty, so what exactly do we have here? Well, once again, Cyan going for what in my mind will probably always be the max spec start. Going for the low ground wall off here once again. It worked out perfectly for him in the first game of this series. Nice, has not proxied a second pylon this time around. That one's building in the main base, and I feel like that's always a nice moment here for Cyan, right? You can kind of breathe a sigh of relief a little bit when you see that your opponent is not going for anything cheeky. You don't really have to prepare for any sort of hyper aggression, so you can just play the game that you prepare. At least like this is like the go-to, This is going down like the main path of the build order. And I feel like this is what Cyan is probably most comfortable against when he does open up with the low ground.
Yeah, I mean, there's just less to deal with, right? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
So... Yeah, no, absolutely great, as we just see Azal going to swipe away up at a pylon for a few moments. Couple Stalkers coming up, Warpgate coming out. Depth and Stargate all building. And, yeah, we'll see what Nice wants to do. Right now, 2 gateways, yet to throw down a tech structure. How aggressive will he be? How much will he really try and deny this expansion? And how much is he just going to let it slide and just sort of be a thing?
Absolutely. Stargate coming up here for Cyan. He's thinking about making an expansion as well. I was going to say he does decide to drop it here eventually. That does mean, though, that Nice is going to have more stuff here for now dedicated to unit production, right? So he's naturally going to be the aggressor as he also decides to go for a Twilight Council. That's a pretty quick shield battery at home here. Maybe a little bit concerned of his opponent maybe going for some cheeky aggression on the other side. Zealot here really wants to hit the Stalker in the back, apparently. Wandering all the way around. We're waiting ultimately here until that shield battery is going to be done, and Cyan's finishing it up shortly.
Yeah, with that battery finishing, you will be in a much better spot, of course. You'll be able to kind of deal with these couple of Stalkers without really having any further issues. Yeah, third Stalker shows up, you better have your own second, again with the battery. Kind of getting drained, it's maybe a bit more of a problem, but two of the Stalkers of your opponent are pretty low HP as well, so I think overall we're kind of fine about this.
Absolutely. Blink coming up here for Nice. Now we saw this went earlier. You gotta make sure you commit at some point too, right? When you're fighting this sort of aggression. And this does get scouted once again, nice and early right here for Cyan. Now it's not quite as committed. We do have an expansion here on the low ground as well for Nice. But yeah, at the moment he's ahead economically, at least as far as the work account goes, because Cyan has been playing this quite conservatively so far. Maybe he can even up the work account a bit with this very first Oracle of his. Well, judging by the Stalkers and the shield battery, not gonna happen.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Cyan is just not producing probes. Finally, we start up a couple more, but for the faster expansion, by the time his opponent's expand is done, they're actually going to be probably still a Nice's work advantage, which is just kind of not how it's meant to be. I understand. I mean, he's just over-defended. He 100% expected this to be aggression. But even now, like, he knew
He also
the
made
next
like
one
4
down.
pylons extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made a lot of additional pylons here early on. So rather than spending his money here on probes, he assumed, I guess, that it was going to be some sort of all-in here from Nice. But ultimately, that's a pretty big misread. And now with this greedier opener, you end up falling behind economically. And now with even more probes going down here as well, this is looking a little bit more shaky. Now, of course, it's not the end of the world whatsoever. This is something you can certainly recover from in this matchup, but not quite the start, at least, that he was hoping for. Not quite as dominant as what we saw earlier.
Absolutely not. This feels almost as though Nice is about, Cyan is about to be the aggressor, you know? Like, second Immortal, get a Prism and just send it. But I don't know how well he would do against Blink being up from his opponent, extra gateways coming in. He is starting to move out onto the map, so maybe we do see some aggression here. We'll get Twilight behind it, so whatever it is, it's not fully planned to end the game.
Yep, I thought for a second as well that maybe he was cutting probes to like make it look like there was some sort of expansion play going on with an expansion, but without the probes, you know. Sometimes we see those build orders getting mixed in. They don't seem to be particularly strong, but they can definitely catch the opponent off guard. But ultimately, just a little bit delayed right there on the worker count. We're just going to play a bit of a macro game on the back of this. Nice has decided to already drop down a third Nexus. Well, Cyan not really in a position to really punish this.
Nope. Really, I mean, maybe you can move out, and if you move out and get across the map against the Blink Stalkers, then great, but I just don't think he'd have the confidence to move out. Cyan's just played this so weirdly, like way overly defensive. You mentioned the pylons, well, great, they were fantastic and not letting you be supply block, but they've run out now. He's not had to build a pylon in a while, so now he's 70 out of 70, and yeah, I mean, I just think Cyan is genuinely playing this worse. He's going to go Dark Shrine. His opponent's building a Robo, that's at least a good start. It's obviously not a guaranteed defense. Obviously, you still need units in the right place, observers in the right place, but just generally speaking, I think Cyan is just giving up what could have been a great lead.
Absolutely, yeah. No, he was just misreading the situation a little bit, right? When you go for a build that requires so much, sufficient scouting, it's very easy to accidentally get a misread as well, because you're always dealing with limited amounts of info. Now instead he decides to build a third Nexus as well at home, whereas Nice's one has already, well, now finished, and it's gonna, at the very least, allow him to get a lot more economy going here for a while. Is he gonna be able to get a push going here too? I mean, at this point he's got Blink done, so he may as well try and see if he can get some work in. Cyan doesn't have those upgrades finished just yet. It's still going to be about a minute or so until his Blink finishes, so Nice will have full map control for the time being.
Yeah, with Blink you may as well go and see what you can do, right? The only problem is going to be that he doesn't currently have much detection. The one observer's across the map. If one DT runs into the third, one into the natural, one into the main, there's going to be like a real conundrum here for Nice. He's going to start taking a lot of damage, and he probably feels pretty good right now. He's like, oh, I'm on my way to canceling the third base, but if he loses 10, 15, 20 workers here, which I think all are fairly reasonable possible numbers, this could be bad. Next observer starts up. I think we've just noticed the DTs warping forward, so let's see how much we get done still, because like I say, observer still has to produce the DTs in multiple places. The one on the natural is not controlled onto probe, so we're just missing opportunities. Like I say, I want to see 10 plus here, see this as a success. 7 so far. I don't think this has been enough at all. Next DT just walked straight in. Man.
In the meantime, by the way, Nice did not end up killing his opponent's third base, so Cyan did manage to hold on just barely. He took a beating on that third Nexus, but at the very least he did keep it alive. I think now it's up to Nice to go across the map, right? I mean, he's got a good amount of army. 71 army supply, 73 right now versus only 43. But that is a timing window that is going to close over the next minute or two. So if he wants to go, he should go right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's kind of go time. As, I mean, Nice's work account's gone down, so he did take some damage. He hasn't been probing himself. I think it's absolutely time to send it here. As Cyan obviously has some potential of his own. What's important is there's only one observer of Nice. If Cyan can snipe that one observer, then he can just use DTs to defend as well. So then the army supply advantage doesn't matter anywhere near as much. So that is a possible factor. Again, more defense is ready. Let's see if it will be enough in the end. I mean, it is as well. The tech units here from Cyan. He's gone multiple Archons, 4 Immortals against basically just gateway units. The 1 Immortal's the only tech from Nice. I think that makes a big difference as well. As this Observer is very far forward from Cyan, I think that needs to just step back immediately, honestly, as he will probably lose that. Well, it doesn't matter. We're just going to see this big fight breaking out. Prism will start a micro. Super Battery will pop. Stalkers blink forward for the Super Battery. That's going to be their choice of target. And there's so many Zealots to eat through right now.
Yeah, ultimately, StarCraft 2 can just be a numbers game, right? Nice getting so many units out over the last couple of minutes. I mean, Cyan has the higher tier army, but I don't think it really matters all too much. That being said, I mean, if he somehow... there's no way he's going to be able to hold on. If he would have been able to hold on here, it would be nice for him to keep the third base around, but... not quite the game that he was hoping for, I don't think. A bit of a misread right there at the start, and ultimately that is going to allow Nice to play this macro game, trying his best to deal with the Dark Templar, handling them quite smoothly, all things considered. I mean, he still has to break through this base. It's also awkward, my god. 17 probes have gone down, though.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a funky defense, as Cyan is kind of surviving-ish. Obviously, if he does end up living, he's down a base. Oh, he's still down a lot of army supply. It's unrealistic, but
there's no way.
He was trying, man. He put his best foot forward for it.
Absolutely. Microing is hard out right here. That Prism just trying to get as much value in as possible, but ultimately, I mean, the supply count is telling us the full story. There's a Dark Templar coming up as well. Maybe there's not a lot of detection anymore, but one invisible guy is going to have a hard time cleaning up all of these units. GG is cold. And at least it's not going to be a 3-0 win right here for us, right? We're going to be going to game number 4 here.
Yeah, we are going to see some games, which is lovely. That's what we want to see. Obviously, we want to see things kind of continuing, going back and forth a little bit, and that is what we get. So, as we have Cyan and Nice going to map 4, Nice really able to finally kind of capitalize. Cyan, I think, just made a lot of mistakes in that game. Like we said at the start, there's a lot of pylons. He definitely played overly defensive to have such a fast Nexus, end up behind on workers. Even felt the DTs could have done a lot more as well. If target firing was not quite there with those, that could have been double the workers killed. And you know what, in the end, that might have made the difference, right? Because at the end of the day, you know, you were at a situation where it kind of came down to, like, it was maybe not a super close attack, but if you take down another 5 to 10 workers, your opponent's already on a very low economy, there's going to be so much less reinforcements. Maybe it does just make that difference. Maybe it's a bit longer to clean up as well. Either way, we're going to Solaris for map 4, put that map 3 behind us, and see if Cyan can get back on track. As Nice, of course, sits at a 1-map disadvantage still. See if he can win 2 in a row to bring this back to even and take us to our first Game 5 of the playoffs of this season.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think going for that low ground wall, it just has less margin for error, right? So you make a couple slip-ups here and there, like you overproduce pylons, be it for base defense or just a couple macro errors here and there. Then you cut a few probes as well in the meantime, and it's all just a bit messy, and ultimately you end up in a worse position than if you just open up with the much more conventional and maybe even safer 2 gateway start in this matchup here instead. So Cyan really wants to play with the Cyan colors, but the referee keeps telling him, change the colors.
He's given his opponent blue. That's what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he knows he has to be blue, but his opponent's blue, so he has to change to Cyan, so then he can change to red, or the other way around, so... Just
I feel like Cyan should get an exception to also play with Cyan. If he's forced to play blue, it doesn't really matter.
They'll never allow it. They'll never allow
I know.
it. You know, it's funny because talking about like players selecting colors and stuff. There was one time we did the War Chest Team League, I guess, and we actually added it into the mod that the referee or the admin of the lobby could set the color. And I was like, man, this is so sick, because so often in games, like, you know, players swap the colors around, or even like just the order they join the lobby resets the color that they have. And so it's like, it's got a bit of a hassle. Be like, oh, can you swap? The players are AFK, then they don't read, they don't realize, they don't remember. I was like, man, this is a game changer. We finally added it into the UI so we can just set the colors. And, you know, the admin has to set up, like, you know, player names and stuff as well for the mod. I'm like, okay, this is the future. And then we've just never seen it again. I'm like, huh. I'm just going to...
okay, I thought you were going to bring up some sort of deficit here, or like some sort of thing that didn't make that, like, okay.
No,
there
literally...
was no reason to not have that?
No, we just literally didn't write it back into the new mods that got made. I was like, oh. So we're back to just asking the players to set their
I've never
colors.
really thought about it very much, but that sounds like a no-brainer. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, maybe next year. Maybe we'll bring it back. As in the top right, looking to bring it back in this series and get up to a win after losing that last map. It is Cyan.
And his opponent in the opposite corner of Solaris. We're looking inside of the main base of Nice. Playing a solid game number 3 for sure. Yep, we'll have to see what he decides to do. No proxies or anything in that game, right? So, yeah, I'd be surprised if he decides to go for something like that in this particular game.
Cyan's like, man, this won't get expanded so bad. Expanded faster and I still lost. Like, bro, didn't make pro.
He didn't make probes for like a minute, though.
I think it's more than
He's
a
like,
minute.
I made 4 pilots in advance. I could make so many workers.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna have so much. I'm gonna have so much worker production. I need 4 pylons, and then proceeds not to build workers. I really do think it was the icing on top of the cake that I was just like, you know what? Once I've used up all the supply, I will hit a supply block. It's been that long since I built a pylon. I forgot that we have to keep doing it.
Yeah, no, it actually sucks, right? Like, you accidentally make extra pylons or SCV, or sorry, supply depots or overlords or whatever, and then you ultimately still hit a supply block again later because you just haven't been thinking about it at all. Yeah, I think it's one of those scenarios where it just started off poorly for Cyan, and yeah, you're just sort of out of the groove, right? Like, the flow is just not quite there, and the whole game just becomes a bit of a disaster there for him. So hopefully he can clean things up a little bit right here in game number 4.
Hopefully, as our probes continue to chase each other around, Stargate coming about, a couple of Adepts coming through. Just seeing that Warp Gate coming up. Again, a couple of Stalkers are nice just on the way in as we get things settled.
Stargate opener here for Cyan. Not going for the low ground expansion, of course, this time around, but opting for the more conventional style instead with the 2 gateways inside of the main base. He's going to be going straight into 4 Adepts as well, so he'll definitely try to get some sort of work done with them. Sneaking them into the main base is, of course, the main goal in this matchup. If you can sneak them in, that would be awesome. But that's, of course, also why we do have units and probes waiting on that high ground to try and complete the wall off to prevent those shades from coming in. And so far, good target firing right here by Nice, trying to get rid of these units. And I think he's going to be able to get one. There we go.
Gets himself a cheeky little Adept to start things out. We do see, yeah, the Oracle coming up then on one side, and that's going to be the big difference. Cyan will have a bit of map control with this. His opponent will have scout information via the hallucination on the sentry. That's basically the difference we're playing right here. His Adepts will not commit with those Stalkers approaching. We do have the hallucinations already been scouting, and the Adepts still trying to get into position over the next couple moments.
Twilight Council's here indeed coming up. Oracle is now available here for Cyan, so he's going to be putting in a bit more aggression this time around, and I honestly don't mind it. I think being the aggressor, especially when you need a bit of a reset maybe, is usually just a nice way to play StarCraft. It's really easy to get fancy with all of your build orders and yeah, try your very best to be as defensive as possible, but usually being the aggressor just feels a lot more comfortable. So now it's up to Nice to be in all of the right places at the right time, and that Oracle in the main base, does he know about it at all? Well, he's got units in position. Okay, Cyan decides to just turn straight around.
Yep, just gonna back it up. Obviously, sometimes you wait for 2. We do have a second on the map, so when the second joins, maybe then you'll have an opportunity to get in and deal some damage. Both going into Blink, and it's pretty much the most similar kind of set of openings that we've seen. Obviously, one play with Oracles, one with not, but they're both going to end up on Blink at the same time. And it is just Cyan trying to get some more damage done early. We'll see if these Oracles can poke in for a little bit of something in the next moment or 2. Looks as though he's losing the Adepts, but maybe at the price of a Stalker.
Nah, not quite just yet. Oracle's here getting 4 probes in, though, despite the fact that there's a sentry together with 2 Stalkers already waiting, so that's all very nice, right? Just even a little bit of damage when you're playing pretty much the same game is absolutely massive. Cyan, of course, now also has got his own expansion finished up on the low ground. And, maybe most importantly, he stayed on top of the worker production.
Yeah, 39 to 31 is a big difference. So an 8 worker lead for Cyan. And that is really good. And that's maybe just a difference of also not having to build as much defense. He didn't have to build. Well, actually, he did build the battery. His opponent did not. That's kind of wild, you know? He's actually being the more aggressive player, and yet he has more defense on the map as well. And more probes. All game.
Nice though, a little bit quicker here as far as that blink upgrade goes, because he has been chronoing it quite a bit more here than Cyan, so there's certainly a chance that he's going to be able to get some value in. How many Stalkers does he have out on the map? Well, there's 12 of them in total, but this is certainly not all of them. He shows his opponent the blink, aggressive blink forward as well, gets one of the Stalkers. Can he get a second one? He will. Not a bad start to this particular fight though, but Cyan in the meantime is building a proxy gate in the middle of the map. He's also going for a third base, but I don't think he really cares too much about this Nexus.
Yeah, it almost feels like he's getting that proxy gate up, so he'll go to 4 gateways. He will double his opponent's gateway count. And then, I mean, like you say, does he really care so much about this Nexus in that case? Right now he's fine, but he's so far behind on army supply. He needs to get some of these Stalkers to even things up a little bit. He is warping into the middle of the map, by the way, so he can intercept these Stalkers. And now they're going to see this proxy gateway. Huge. They've already blinked, but we're going to get 1, 2, 3. Wow, that's a lot of kills. That is absolutely huge.
That was lovely control right there by Nice in that first engagement, but then he got cut off in the middle of the map, right? So those low HP Stalkers ended up getting sniped. Now Cyan still has his third base around, by the way, and that's always really good as well. He could certainly go for some hyper aggression here on the other side of the map. The one shield or sorry, not the shield better, the sentry coming down towards the third base as well. It's going to help a lot with that Guardian shield.
The Oracle's recalled away from the bottom left corner, but they're straight back across the map. If they just ran into the main right now, there's nothing to defend. There is 2 Stalkers on the way back to defend, so... And they had a moment if they'd just gone. Obviously, they set up the stasis wards instead, something you can maybe utilize here as Cyan. He's going to kite back into those, as he really wants to get this third of Nice. Obviously, being the aggressor now, it is on his opponent to defend. There's a depth that's shared into the natural at the same time, so Cyan is just trying to be a little bit everywhere, and he is getting some damage out of it.
Nice actually just hit a massive supply block here as well. He hasn't been able to reinforce his units for a while. At least he's got an Immortal going, so that's kind of nice, but he was indeed not producing anything else for a while. Okay, eventually the Oracles end up going down. We did have a big stasis ward over at the third base as well. Is that Immortal going to stay alive?
No, absolutely not. The battery's gone. The Stalkers all caught in that stasis is a huge deal. And the Stalkers will turn back in this direction. These Stalkers as well have Blink on cooldown because they were stuck in stasis. And now we are going to be seeing Nice really just falling apart a little bit. That is a huge deal. Cyan is really chipping away at Nice, and I love how he's playing this game. He's just all over him. He's everywhere.
Absolutely. Yeah, tightening the game up a lot compared to the previous one that we just saw, where things seemingly weren't quite so smooth for him. But in this game, he's making all of the right decisions, and he's microing very cleanly as well, right? Once again, moving forward. I mean, we've had the third Nexus here for a while, but Nice just doesn't have a lot of workers for it at all. Whereas Cyan, in the meantime, at home, has been happily macroing off of, well, basically full 3-base economy.
Well, that definitely makes a bit of a difference as our Stalkers come in. One Immortal gets tagged. We go back and forth a little bit. I'm just going to be seeing the extra gates all coming up here on the side of Cyan with Charge on the way through. Again, the full 3-base eco is strong. He's about to start turning that into units, and once he turns that into units, this is going to be a big deal. More depths in the natural, likely going to get a probe or 2 before they get cleaned up, and again, that's just the power of what Cyan is doing, forcing his opponent to split apart, losing mining time, losing workers. Cyan just continues to edge himself further and further ahead in this game.
Absolutely. Even making a Nexus now at the 3 o'clock position as well, so he's not going completely all in with this, although that probably wouldn't be a bad choice. He decides to just play this as safe as he possibly can, so when he's ahead, he's going to try and get more ahead in this game. And getting the 4th Nexus is certainly the right call. Now, there is an opportunity here for Nice. He hasn't really been making a lot of workers here in quite a while. He's been sitting at 46 probes for a long time, and that means that he is ready to just start piling on the pressure on the other side of the map, right? So gateways are finishing up, Charge is finishing up, Prism is coming as well. Well, I say finishing up, Charge is not quite done yet, but it's going to be finishing up over the next minute or so. I think what Nice is planning on doing is just make a ton of stuff and move across the map. Maybe catch his opponent off guard, while Cyan is maybe just getting a bit too fancy with his upgrades and all of his infrastructure and that base all the way on the right side of the map. There is a chance, but Nice needs to essentially win the game with his next fight.
Yep, and he is. I mean, the thing is as well, even if Cyan's out of position, he loses his 4th base. So what? You're still 3-base to 3, right? So it's not the end of the world if this base goes down. Although he is obviously feeling good enough to try and fight it. He gets in position in the end, so he only loses a cannon and a pylon. So yeah, this is looking as though it's going to be okay. Stalkers were massed on the left side. Looks as though they're going to come back over the right. Army supply is slightly favoring Nice. He is behind on the upgrade. His own charge just finished. Can he hit this timing well enough? Can he actually get in here and make a big difference when it comes to dealing damage?
Yeah, he's got so much, right? Cyan is honestly playing an amazing game of StarCraft here, not really skipping a beat. Now he snipes the Observer here as well, so Nice is going to have to go up to this very dark high ground. He's still warping in as many units as he possibly can, but now we're talking 4 base eco here for Cyan versus barely 3 for Nice. Everything is going well. He even gets the Prism, and I think that may just honestly seal the deal. Is he going to chase this army? He really doesn't need to, but he may as well give it a try.
He absolutely can, though. That's the thing, right? He's got the blink, he's got the charge lots, the still tank in front. Once it gets down to Stalkers only, he may not stay in range of it, but he's absolutely done enough right there. Cyan pushing Nice away, and honestly, +2 finishing, so he's going to be up 2 whole upgrades. He could go straight to the other side of the map and just send it on the 3rd base, I think.
I think that's probably the plan here. I mean, he is just crossing his T's and dotting his I's here, makes a 5th Nexus, and at this point he can afford it quite easily as well. Prism, okay, maybe in some trouble here, but Nice does not end up getting it there. Yeah, we can trade out Stalkers and Zealots all day, but that is going to go in favor of Cyan over time for sure. He just has way more money coming in, and the longer that this goes on, the more units he will be able to produce. Then again, though, this mass Stalker army is very good at just constantly sniping a unit and then blinking back, so that's honestly also the only option that Nice really has at this point. If this army gets pushed into a corner and he has nowhere to run, well, he's going to be in a world of trouble, as he does get a free Immortal here.
3 and more, but then he walks in and gives up a few Stalkers because, again, the army of Cyan is just so much better. GG says Nice. He's had enough of this. He's like, Cyan, if you're not going to come and kill me, I'll just leave the game, because he clearly knows what the situation is right now. And so he does tap on out of there, and that is going to be Cyan. A pretty convincing 3-1. The games he won, he was absolutely just dominant in. Like, it wasn't even really close. Yep. Like, he was just very, very good throughout. And obviously the games that he, the one game that he did end up losing, kind of just felt like his own mistakes. That game, he just didn't feel as on top of everything else that was going on. But, yeah, in the end, we got there, and that is going to round us out on this series. And for the moment, guys, it's going to be the end of Asia as well. We'll have a quick peek at the bracket just to show you guys what's happened. So Asia's going to play, because it's 8 players, the same as America's. We're only going to have a couple matches per day. That's all we really need to be doing to kind of get through this event. Over 2 weeks of playoffs. Playoffs are not just a 1-week-old deal anymore. They are a 2-week kind of situation. So you can see here, first day of Asia wraps up with Yeshi and Cyan set to meet in the upper bracket round of 4, and Nanami and Nice set to meet in the lower bracket round of 4, which is obviously very exciting.
Yeah, that does mean that we're going to be moving on to the European section here next with, well, an absolute fan favorite coming up, I believe, in our first game on the European server. That's going to be Serral going up against Wayne. Should actually be a very interesting match of StarCraft, because it is, of course, a ZVZ, and if there's one matchup where Serral looks a little bit more human, usually it is going to be, well, the Zerg versus Zerg. So some banger games coming up here very soon.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like you say, Serral versus Wayne. Always fun to see Serral. He's going to open the playoffs. I believe he won last season, right? He beat MaxPax in that finals. So, previous champ starting his playoff run. And then later on, rounding out Europe, Clem, the 5-time European champ, takes on Christiana in the middle. Spirit versus Gung Fu, Laser versus Lambo. You're going to stick with us all day in a few hours' time. We also have Special versus Jam and Disc versus Trigger over in the Americas. With that said, though, guys, we were a little ahead of schedule. PvP sometimes play out a little bit more quickly than you might expect them to, and because of that, we're going to have just a little bit of a longer break. We are currently 23 minutes away from Europe beginning. We cannot start before then. I apologize. I know you guys would love to start early. We would too. So it's just going to be a little bit of a longer break than expected. So stay tuned, enjoy the highlights, and we'll be back shortly with that European region, starting off with Serral versus Wayne in just about 20 minutes.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We have wrapped up the Asian region for today. We're moving on, however, to the European region. And later today, at the very end, we're also doing a little bit of North America. We've got a ton of StarCraft 2 coming your way. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Steadfast. Our next series is going to be Wayne versus Serral. I mean, that should be a fun one, no?
Oh, it's going to be a great one. Normally, we look at Serral at the beginning of any bracket, and you're like, all right, you know, we want to talk about how it's going to be a competitive match, but it's Serral. But the one matchup he's had a little bit of trouble with, and one of the players he's actually had a little bit of trouble with, is ZVZ. And I mean Solar, if we're being honest. But Wayne as well has also actually given him a run for his money multiple times in the last few months. I think he went 1-1 in WTL. Like, there's been a bunch of scares for Serral, specifically in this matchup and specifically in this personal matchup. So I'm really excited.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see Serral dominating in basically any tournament he enters, but lately it seems like he's running into a bunch of Zergs that are giving him some trouble. Now, Wayne does play the game a little bit differently compared to, for example, a Solar, but we'll see exactly what ends up going down here. It is going to be a best of 5. So a best of 5 series does mean that you have to win 3 maps, and I've got a feeling that that is going to be a very tall order here. In my mind, Serral is certainly still the favorite, despite the fact that Zerg versus Zerg may not be his strongest matchup. But that's also partially due to the fact that his ZVP and ZVZ are just, or ZVP and ZVT rather, are just absurd.
Yeah, they really are. Like, we're talking historical dominance, like to the level of being just unreasonable compared to other pros.
Yeah, unreasonable. Why win or why lose when you can win instead? That's it's a great way of putting it. Anyways, guys, our first game here of this next best of 5 is loading up. Game number 1, we find ourselves on El Sayani. Spawn right here in the top right hand corner. From Finland, we have Serral.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left. It is Wayne. The man who's gone through many transformations at this point. He is now on his 3rd iteration if we're following Dragon Ball Z rules. And if he is Frieza equivalent, he needs 1 more to hit his power spike.
Is that how it goes? He's going to have to change his nickname 1 more time? Vanya, Ratata, Wayne. I don't know what comes next, to be honest, but...
If he changes it to Frieza, I would be so happy. That would actually just be amazing.
You know what? That's a killer nickname, too.
It actually is. It's really good. It's weird how many nickname changes we've had, actually, in the last, like, I don't know, 6 months.
Yes.
Ragnarok just changed his name to Shin. You know, Wayne has had 2 nickname changes. And, of course, the most famous one, which has probably kicked off some of the other ones, is Time to Oliveira.
Yeah, absolutely. In my mind, the most famous one is Special. He used to change his nickname every couple of weeks, way back in the day. My favorite one probably being Princess. He used to go under the idea of Princess for some time, but yeah, I think it's a horrible idea to change your nickname, but hey, what can we do about it if you want to change your name? Like, imagine you've been working as the name Steadfast for a long time. You're like, you know what? No longer. I'm going to be Frieza instead. I think I would tell you that's probably not what you should be doing, Steadfast.
I would tend to agree with that. I would say that brand recognition is pretty valuable. But as far as some of the nickname changes, I mean, Times was probably about as perfectly timed as you could ask for. That wasn't even on purpose. That wasn't even a Beowulf. That was just it just happened. But he did do all of us casters a favor when he went away from that, because using Time as a nickname and then also referencing in-game timer and all that jazz is just really difficult. It makes things very complicated. And you might be saying, anyone watching at home, talk about the game, casters. Why aren't you talking about the game? Well, I've been paying very close attention to the production tab, and it is exactly mirrored.
Yes.
Oh,
See, first blood? No first blood. We're gonna instead just pass each other by the watchtower. Serral nibbling away at Wayne, circling right there for just a little bit, but not getting the kill. You're absolutely right, though. You can follow this matchup, at least in the earlier stages, mostly just by the production tab. And so far, I mean, this is near identical. We're going to start working on whatever we can here. You want to put a little bit of pressure on your opponent just to keep them honest. I've got a feeling, though, the first skill check will be coming up here momentarily with the first larva popping out of the hatcheries. Usually that's the moment where at least one, if not two, end up deciding to go for a round of links.
Yeah, and I mean, it's small little differences, but that watchtower, Serral's actually utilized it really nicely. He's gotten basically a ling and a half worth of kills as a result of that watchtower, which is pretty nifty. But talking about the production tab, talking about all that jazz, we do have, like you said, a little bit of a swell of lings. And here's the first deviation that I'm kind of looking for is when does the Roach Warren come down, if at all?
Yeah.
And it's not hidden, which is a little interesting to me.
Yeah, Wayne just putting it right out front and center. So far, Serral hasn't scouted it yet, so that's kind of interesting too. Generally speaking, he is very keen on scouting, and even if you do hide it in the main base, it may as well just be out in the open, because usually he manages to get a ling in regardless. But here's a bit of a dance, right? We're going to try and keep as many of these lings alive here, whereas the player here playing defensively is trying his very best to also, well, we had a couple of Banes, I think, running in, but 2 workers there in total, but he's trying to blow up as many lings as he possibly can.
Yeah, it's how did he even get those in? Because like this is not there's not a big gap here. That's very sneaky. Good job from Serral picking up just a couple lings, but he does, or a couple drones, but he does get a little bit of lost mining time. We'll get some residual scouting information as a result, and now he gets in and sees the layer timing. And Serral's cruising in this game number 1. He's got everything kind of going full bore. A little bit of a ling flood coming in from Wayne. He kind of needs to get something done with it.
Yeah, maybe there's been some vulnerabilities every once in a while in Serral's gameplay, and Roach pushes can certainly catch him off guard, so maybe Wayne just putting that Roach Warren front and center, hoping that he can maybe tell a story here to his opponent of a build that's not really happening. Instead, though, both players transitioning now towards Alaris. We do have a group of Zerglings sneaking into the natural expansion. Looks like a Queen will end up going down, maybe a drone or two? Yeah, ultimately, that's still quite a few links going down as well here for Wayne, so not the end of the world at all for Serral.
Yeah, that was 12 lings for a queen and a drone. Obviously, losing that queen in ZVZ is a little bit more impactful because you don't have extra macro hatch queens or creep spread queens like you do in some of the other matchups, but it's still an expensive investment. And now we've got Serral with a little bit of a fake counter push. The funny thing about this is that it's a fake counter push, but it can actually get some very real damage done if the roaches don't get in position very quickly.
Okay, Banelings looking for some damage, and they do actually get 5 drones here right now. Serral getting a few of them with the Banes that he sent across the map. You're very right, though. That wasn't really that committed of an attack at all. Serral needs to stop droning right now. He's got Overlords finishing. I want to just see Roaches here on the production tab for the foreseeable future, because he's economically so far ahead. And one nice added bonus right here to dealing damage over at the opponent's third is that he also got vision of how many workers there actually were in total. And at this point, it's 47 workers here for the red player versus 57 for, well, Mr. Serral. That means that ultimately, when they're making the same units, he will just end up with a whole lot more of them.
Yeah, he certainly will. And even some additional residual damage with that initial little fake pressure that we saw where Serral just built a couple roaches, couple Banes. He also got the spine crawl that was building, which is an extra drone, extra couple of minerals. So Serral kind of, if we're talking about styles and everything, if that was a solar type push, we would have almost certainly seen a full committal with it. But even just the pressure itself kind of stumbled into a fair amount of damage. Now, Wayne does have a small advantage in terms of the timing with his +1. Could start that +2 right away. And, he will start it now, but
yeah,
it's going to be a pretty razor-thin timing if he wants to hit with that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be all too impactful here for at least the next upcoming attack. I think Serral is going to commit to a full-on push here in just a moment. He's finished up his +1 missile right now. There we go, just a few seconds on the right side of your screen. And he is going to go for an all-out push right here across the map. There's no 4th hatchery with this. He does start up the +2 missile himself. But now, just off of these small clinical precision moves, right? He's got 30 supply more than the opponent. And I've got a feeling he can just push up this ramp.
Yeah, he's going to do exactly that. The Baneleys do get some decent connections on the front line. Roach is not what we expect to see, and it's a good concave from Wayne. But like you said, he's just maybe a little bit too far ahead already, recognizing the damage he's gotten on the top of his opponent. And Serral just takes a clean, clinical game number 1.
Yeah. No, that was pretty much as good as you could play it, right? I mean, it wasn't really that Wayne played poorly or whatever. He just made a couple of very small, minor slip-ups here and there. Serral immediately exploits them, gets a bit of damage done here, gets a bit of damage done there, and ultimately, yeah, if you don't have a Spire going or anything like that and you can't really catch your opponent off guard, you just find yourself suddenly with like a 30 supply deficit. And where exactly did it come from? Well, it's probably a combination of macro, right? Serral's very tight usually when it comes to the macro, but also just those, yeah, a couple of kills here, a couple of kills there. The attack's just not working out all too well right there for Wayne. And I mean, I compliment him for playing a macro game in game number 1, but I've got a feeling he's going to have to come out with something a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that he didn't feel he could do anything sneaky on that map. I think you are right with the Roach Warren idea. I think he might have been thinking, hey, maybe I can, like you said, tell a story and maybe trick Serral a little bit. But the mind games against a player of Serral's caliber have to be really, really on point in order to pull the wool over his eyes. And certainly we didn't see it there. Serral was able to play an extremely clean game, and yeah, he takes a 1-0 lead.
Alrighty, game number 2 in this best of 5. We are going to Golden Aura. This is a map where you can really play any tricks on your opponent. Well, another one that is really quite defensive. So I've got a feeling that if Wayne wants to mix it up, I mean, this is maybe also not his favorite map to go ahead and do so, but we'll find out over the next couple of minutes as we have now loaded up. And spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the man who many consider to be the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time. It's Serral.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Starlight Twinkle. Can he become the Batman to the Bruce Wayne? It is Wayne. Don't you hate that when you have a fancy intro in mind and you're like, yeah, and then you say the name as a part of it and you're like, oh, what have I done?
Yeah, no. I had to giggle though. I saw you getting a big smile on your own face as well halfway through that sentence. It was a great introduction.
Yeah.
We need, you know, you guys have been asking for player cameras. We need caster cameras, just steadfast, just in the bottom right-hand corner. You saw that smile coming in for like 10 seconds. That was great.
That would be great, actually. That would be like a good idea for like a stretch goal type of thing. You just have caster cameras
in the middle of your screen.
Just, if we hit our sub goal on the ESL channel, you can get steadfast screen blotting out the action. And for even more subs, we'll not do that.
Hey, there you go. Brilliant. You've really mastered this sellout game here. I like it. Little bit of a deviation here, though. We have Wayne here going for that 15 hatch rather than, well, what Serral ended up going for, which is interesting to me because over the last couple of months, it's been Serral who's been experimenting a lot with that 15 hatch opener instead. So he was playing it in literally every single matchup to the point where, yeah, I thought it had become his new standard. And then over the last few weeks, he's like, you know what? That build I've been playing all the time, throw it out of the window. I don't care anymore. I'm never going to play it ever again. I don't think I've seen him play it once over the last few weeks. And obviously, I haven't seen literally every game that he's played, but there's no denying that Wayne is now going for a build that Serral used to be playing about a month ago in every single game, and now Serral's no longer playing it, which is kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, it's really funny how the meta kind of evolves and shifts around. And also, shame on you, Loco, for not having seen every single game of StarCraft played. I mean, come on, like, there's 168 hours in the week. Do you not have any passion? Just use them all. Who needs sleep and mental well-being and all that?
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I should just be watching every... Luckily for me, I guess it is very doable, too, because there's not that many Serral games to go around, but... I mean, in the games that I have seen him play, he's been going a lot of 16 hatch once again.
I thought you were going to say, like, yeah, fortunately for me, there's not that many weekly tournaments that happen. Like, there's like 12-week tournaments a week. Like, it's just so much.
Good luck trying to schedule a StarCraft event in 2023. You're going to overlap with about 4 different events at the same time.
Yeah, for real. We are going to be seeing the Lings of Serral trying to get in here. Obviously, he knows what's up. Oh, that's a little bit of a nuisance, but it's... Actually, hang on. He didn't get far enough in to see the gas. No, he didn't. Yeah. That's really the most information I'm sure he'd like to see. You can assume most players don't play this gasless anymore, and I don't even know if they ever really did for any reasonable amount of time, but the main thing is that it is going to be 2 base layer.
Yeah. And that's an interesting one for sure. So Serral at this point doesn't know, but like I said, he has been playing this build quite a bit himself. Usually he would take the gases at a slightly different time. Then Wayne ended up taking them here, but I'm sure he experimented with every variation. And honestly, maybe that's the reason why he was playing it quite a bit. We'll have to see if all that practice ends up, working out in his favor. As he's running a lot of links across the map, there's tons more also on the production tab. Loses an Overlord right here to the Queens, but if he can get both of them in return, that would be absolutely massive.
Yeah, and the wall at the front, Wayne not pulling an extra drone to kind of complete this wall. That is, if this were any other player, I feel like there could have been some big danger. Serral, though, does check now, and he's going to get the wall. Yeah, Wayne, oh my goodness. Okay.
The margin for error here is just tiny, right? Like, you don't really have a lot of room for making mistakes at this level of StarCraft 2. And you can see that Serral only needs the tiniest of margin in order to just use that to his advantage right away. Wayne going for that third base right there with such a quick lair and moving both of the queens out on the map. He's basically cutting 7 corners, right? Like, he is trying to play the greediest game possible. Mostly just leaning into the fact that Serral normally plays that macro game almost blindly. He does it almost every single time in the same way, but mixing it up a little bit here and just with a small group of Zerglings, yeah, he ends up obtaining the victory.
Yeah, and you can't blame Wayne for making a move like that. Like, it's totally reasonable to be like, okay, I'm against Serral. I need to do some greedy stuff. I need to go hunting for overlords, sending my queen super far forward. I'm going to skip the second Evo because I'm just assuming it's going to be like 8 lanes you're not going to check. And then Serral just kind of, makes a bunch of Zerglings and it's like, oh. And it looks a little silly. And to be honest, it was a little silly, but it's... I can see why it happened the way that it did. It's just kind of Wayne bluffs. He bluffs a royal flush, and he's literally doesn't have any cards in his hand. He's not playing the game. And then Serral's like, call?
Yeah. It's one of those moves where if it works out, we as commentators would call it brilliant, right? We're like, oh my god, look at him, he's so smart. But then when it doesn't work, you look a little bit foolish. Alrighty, game number 3 in the top left-hand corner of a map called Hackett. We have a man who's already on match point in what seems to be the fastest best of 5 we played so far today. It's Serral.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne in the red. So you call it Hackett then?
I call it Hecate, Hecate.
Okay.
Whatever.
I was gonna say, do you call it Beckety Industries then?
Yes, absolutely. It depends on who I'm casting with, I suppose. I mean, last week, I know you were busy traveling the world and all that, but last week I did a couple of casts together with Demu, and let's just say that Demu has very interesting ways of pronouncing map names. So this has been a hot point of discussion. Personally, I think it's officially, quote-unquote, officially pronounced Hecate, but it just doesn't sound right to me. So I have decided to mostly go with Hecate, but I'm still mixing it up about 50% of the time. I
like that. I like the idea of being unpredictable. It makes you difficult, and it keeps your co-casters on their toes, Like,
exactly.
You're really just doing us all a favor, because in order to cast StarCraft, you need to be thinking critically all the time. So what makes you think more critically than never feeling secure and comfortable? You got to keep being like, oh, what's he going to throw at me now? And it makes your brain a little more plastic, a little more flexible, able to adapt on the fly.
No, that's why I'm doing it, actually. I thought it through about this much as well. And this is exactly the reasoning that I had in mind, Steadfast.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no. You're not just doing things. People don't just do things in life. There's clearly a plan
it's all
always.
Planned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So wait, how would you pronounce this map?
Serral.
Okay. Well, that's Serral Ellie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unrelated to the player, just a name I came up with on the spot.
I think Hecate is the god of the underworld. If Serral one day becomes the god of the underworld, I believe you.
I mean, at this point, he's the god of the overworld. He's just slaying nerds left, right, and center.
Yeah. No, exactly. So far, once again, pretty much identical build orders here by both players. Serral finding himself with one drone ahead somehow there for just a moment, but he's got some Zerglings going across the map, and we see the same split of the Lings right there on the mini-map as well for Wayne. Okay, both of them are going to be running on over towards the opponent's third base when they have scouted exactly where it's located, and well, I guess that's the only thing really worth noting as far as deviations go. Wayne has taken his expansion in what we call the triangle location, whereas Serral has decided to take the horizontal base.
Yeah. In some maps, it can be a pretty big deal, like where you take that third base. But I feel like on Hikate, it's not too much of a deal.
We can tell you've been traveling recently. That was great. Hikate. That's
Hikate.
That's one I haven't heard yet. But yeah, that's great.
I like it. We do see a big swell of Zerglings coming in from Serral. He's done this a few times. Ooh, Wayne does get the scout. Nice. I assume Serral's just going to drone out of this, and yeah, he's already fired up a drone. Probably going to a few more behind this, but this will force a little bit of a response and gives Serral an option to find some damage. Actually, with the Queen a little bit exposed at the third, is there the potential that the pick off? No, he does get it into a corner. Nice job from Wayne.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's one big swell of Lings here. Oh, Baneling's trying to get a connection in. Okay, not going to happen for now. But then straight back into mostly just drones. A few more Zerglings here to deal with the counterattack. Queen eventually is going to die. And that is a really good start here. I mean, until that Ling detonation just now. But that is a good start here. I think still, all things considered here for Serral. Assuming he can deal with this counterattack, because now there's going to be Lings on his side of the map.
Yeah, nice little cancel on the Banelings to kind of draw the Lings in a little bit further. Good micro move. But the Banelings are now, as a result, not done. And that is a little bit of a problem here for Serral. This is a lot of Banes for Wayne. Wayne going for the cancel on those Banelings will get them. There's two more coming from the natural, but this could be some damage. Serral, oh, he's still down in Lings a little bit. Wayne, can he get this Queen? He'll grab a drone. And a nice little spread on the Lings from Wayne. But Serral ultimately will deal with it, will clean it up. Oh, and he saves the Queen at 10 HP. Very well done from Serral.
Yeah, that was some excellent crisis management. Wayne, though, also getting some damage done, right? And he's droned behind it. So he's actually finding himself at a small worker advantage right now. Fires up a few roaches. I think these are mostly just for defensive use. Yeah, so fires up the lair as well as the +1 missile now on the back of it. Just a few roaches to make sure you don't die to anything silly. Whereas Serral right now is producing 8 of them. And I feel like 8 is getting to the point where you have to get something done with them, you know? You can't really just, you can't really justify making 10 roaches right here and then not getting something in, but Wayne scouts his opponent's third base, and he sees that there's not a lot of drones there.
He also scouts the main base, sees no layer, and yeah, there's no layer, no Evo chamber. This is going to be a full send from Serral. Yep. He's going to morph in some Banes. We do have Wayne very wisely building spine crawlers, one in the natural, one in the third. And he does, of course, have that Roach Warren defensively. No cancel on the layer, no cancel on +1 missile. If Wayne can hold this, he'll be in a fantastic position, but it will be a tough hold.
Absolutely. Yeah, Serral ready to just send it over here. There's 2 spine crawlers coming up as well. One of them, at the very least, is just about to finish up. Do we have enough right here for the red player to actually hold this? Baneling's at the third. Not really getting that much damage in. That's 2 drones for 2 Banes. Nothing to write home about, although... yeah, the spine crawler there, I guess, took a bit of a beating too. But ultimately, I think Serral has looked at this. He's like, you know what? And this is actually a very high-level decision. He's looked at this and he's like, you know what? I am not going to commit there. Because if I do, I lose the game. Instead, he droned behind. But now it's a bit of an awkward game, right? Like, I would have committed right there to the attack and lost the game 100 times out of 100 games. Instead, now we're sitting here with big armies. Neither player has really fought the opponent very much yet with the Roach Force. And it becomes a difficult game to read. Like, where do you take it now?
Yeah, it does become a difficult game. I would say a lot more so for Serral, though, because like looking at these upgrades, looking at the layer timing, if Wayne just fires up the +2 missile right now and maybe even goes for a second Evo for a 2-1 timing, it's going to be really difficult for Serral to deal with. But at the same time, is Serral's best path forward just to send it same way he did in game number, was that 1? With the +1 missile and the road speed and just kind of cutting anything else for a little while?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Wade do that. I think it'd be good.
Okay, well, this is not really what I expected. That's a very fast Hydroden. He's got to be reading this as Muta, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too, or at the very least the potential for Mutas. Because his Lara was so late that he's maybe making the assumption that since Wayne does like playing Mutas, that he just is automatically going into a Hydra Den. He will now get confirmation that it's not going to be Mutas. Although that being said, Wayne is also firing up his own Hydralisk Den. Keep in mind that with the new multiplayer balance patch, they are an easier unit to get going. It's not quite as expensive, and in general, they're just quicker to come out fully upgraded. And I guess, yeah, when you're playing a Roach Ravager-based army against somebody who's got Roach Hydra, you can be caught off guard pretty hard. It's happened many times where the Hydras just heavily outdamage the Roaches, right? And you don't quite notice it until it's a little bit too late. So in a way, it could also be used as like a comeback mechanic.
Yeah, it's really interesting that they've both gone for the Hydra Den in this scenario. Serral, like you said, he did pretty much confirm that there was no Spire, so he hasn't fired up any Hydras. But Wayne with the sneaky Hydra Den on the third base, and Serral has not spotted it out just yet. Okay, he does see the Hydras actually pop out, though.
There's one awkward Hydra over there hugging the queen. It's like, no. If I don't move, I'm invisible.
It's just, shh, don't tell anyone. Serral also getting the Overlord speed here in order to, in order to be able to save those Overlords, have faster Overseers, all that jazz. It's a really important tool in a long macro game, but yeah, to your point, this is really interesting that we're seeing both players kind of going for a few Hydras here. I'm not expecting it in ZBZ.
So ultimately, right, we now end up with a situation where both players are making the same units, except Wayne's units are better upgraded. And because of that, I mean, it is going to be very tricky here for Serral. But then again, Serral is Serral. He's now doing a little Ling run by as well with the units that he still had left over from earlier, and he's actually getting a good number of kills in. He's got that high ground advantage over here as well. Wayne, you need to move. I was going to say, you cannot fight into that concave right there of the blue player. 13 drones have gone down to that. Well, I mean, I'm calling them leftovers, man. Those Zerglings really weren't supposed to do that much.
No, they were really microed well by Serral, and they got a crazy amount of damage here. Now, this will be like you said, a huge timing with the 2-1 versus 1-0. Like, that's a big difference in terms of the upgrades. But Wayne, because he had to attack up a ramp, he wasn't able to really bring his army to bear in enough of a meaningful way. Now, I don't know about Serral moving across the map right here. This feels really bold until his upgrade's complete. But if he gets the right position, it could be okay.
There's a lot of units right now coming in from the left as well. Serral forced to retreat here. A bunch of those Overlords in red in a lot of trouble. Wayne, in the meantime, going up towards the Hive together with a Lurker Den, which I really do like here, because Lurkers are amazing in this matchup. Serral not even really thinking about that just yet. Oh my god, I don't think he can push up that high ground. Okay, this time around, he does a run away from those Biles just barely in time. Hive's going to finish up, and ultimately, I think where Wayne is going is Hydra, Lurker, Viper, which is an amazing unit composition, because he's trying to headbutt his way up the ramp, but I really don't think he should. I think he should just play this calmly, collectively. I don't know if I agree with 15 additional Roaches here, though.
Yeah, it seems like he really wants to hammer this one home. He's lost even more drones on the other side of the map. And, he will get into a decent position around this base, but Serral gets there as well. And I think this is going to be exactly what the finisher needs. He has got a very good response. Wayne thinking he could squeeze in on top of that Hydra, or on top of that army, and get in before Serral could get back in position, using the hatchery to break up the concave, but Serral responded in time, and Wayne, during all this, has lost even more workers to the now completed Burrow Move Tunneling Claws. This is just getting out of control.
33 workers have been killed by Serral throughout this game. The only thing he doesn't really have is Lurkers, right? So Lurkers are coming up right now, and they absolutely trash Roach Ravager-based armies, unless, well, you manage to connect the corrosive Biles like so. More and more drones are going down. Serral might just be able to target fire down some of these units. Yeah, they're not burrowed yet. They're not fully upgraded yet either, so he decides to commit right here. GG is called, and Serral wins a very rapid 3-0 victory over Wayne. This last game being the most impressive one, at least to me, because he was significantly behind, and he still made that one work, using the map to his advantage and just playing very clean and calm StarCraft. Very nice.
Yeah, that was really well done. And I made the inference at the beginning of the series, I'm like, this is a dangerous match for Serral. You know, Wayne's been able to be a dangerous opponent, and boom, Serral just absolutely drops the hammer in that one. Yeah, that caster curse times infinity on that one. That was a statement from Serral.
Absolutely. All right, so that's going to be our first best of 5 series for the European section of today's broadcast. So again, we started with Asia. Later today, we will also be moving on to the American region, but we've got a bunch more series coming up right here on Europe. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back. We're going to continue the European server here with our next best of 5 series. My name is still Loco. He is still Steadfast. We've got another Zerg versus Zerg coming up. This time around, though, it's not going to be Serral versus Wayne, but it's going to be Elazer versus Lambo. In my mind, this should be a very close one, right?
Yeah, I mean, historically, like I was trying to talk up Serral versus Wayne, and I wasn't just doing the caster thing. I really did believe that it could be a close series. I was very wrong. But it does happen, yeah. And that's the beauty of it. We don't actually have to be right. We can just say words and kind of throw them out there.
Yeah.
As long as we're charming and we keep a nice flow of conversation and we get along well.
I'm never right. That's my secret.
Yeah, set the expectations low from the get-go. That's the key. But Elazer Lambo. So historically, Serral has dominated Wayne, even though the last couple times it was pretty close. But historically, between Elazer and Lambo, they are very close. 74 and 63 in maps in favor of Elazer, and 30 and 22 in series in favor of Elazer. But that is still quite close, and especially recently, they're even closer.
Absolutely. So here we go. Our next best of 5 series of StarCraft 2. Game number 1, we find ourselves on a map called Oceanborn, and spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, he is Elazer.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. It is the Shopify Rebellion's Lambo. And this is pretty interesting to me because Lambo is a player that I've been thinking of, and he has not been going for very many of these Extractor Trick 15 hatches, and he's doing it now.
Yeah. No, I was going to bring up the same thing. It's just a little interesting to me, right? In my mind, he's usually pretty rigid with his decision making and his strategies in general. So to see him go and mix it up here, even though it's relatively minor, right? Is usually it's gonna change all the timings a little bit. There's not something that Elazer will be unfamiliar with, but I'm with you. I didn't quite expect Lambo to be opening up with a 15 head share, but here we are.
Yeah, it's pretty neat because he is one of the players out there that we talk about it all the time, the Professor Zerg. He's extremely diligent in terms of coming up with little sneaky moves in games where a build will look almost exactly the same. To me, he's like a pitcher in baseball who has figured out a way to make the ball leave his hand the same way every time, but then it travels to the plate in a completely different trajectory. So I make a lot of baseball references. I always end up doing it.
I just thinking the last time I've seen a baseball match, I must have been 2 decades ago. I don't even know if I've ever seen a professional baseball match, but I see where you're going. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's and you know, if the start is the same and it looks the same for the first 20, 30, 40% of it, and then all of a sudden it ends up at a completely different place, then the metaphor lands. And I don't look like just a weirdo who's just referencing baseball all the time.
You can definitely reference baseball all you want, man. That is all good with me. Question is, does Elazer realize exactly what goes on with this build? So just to go back a couple months, this is a build that has gained quite a bit of popularity over, I want to say, the last half year or so. There was a Zerg player called Eric. He's still around, of course. He's playing in the American region these days, and he ended up getting a lot of success with this particular start. Now, he was doing it not so much in Zerg versus Zerg, but in the other matchups, and he came up with some really cute timings that kind of threw a curveball. There you go. Is that good enough? I tried. He threw a curveball at the opponents by playing a hatchery timing that was a little bit different, right? And I still don't know if it's the optimal way to play. Is he going to be able to get that Overlord? No, he's not going to be able to get that one. Nice save right there from Elazer.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like the start of the game is a little bit different, and because of that, the entire follow-ups can also be changed up a bit. All of the timings are like 10, 20 seconds different than they used to be.
Yeah, and you also get like these 4 queens at a very early timing, which means defending your 2 bases is very easy. You can delay your gases, so you can focus on drones quite a bit. It's just a really interesting setup, and to the point we were making before, we do see Elazer is going to go for a lane flood, similar to what Serral did in the previous series versus Wayne, but this time we can see how it should have played out. where
Yeah.
Lambo has the 2 buildings and he's able to defend because he didn't lose those 2 queens.
Yeah, and he also never made a third base, right? So Wayne lost the queens and then decided to put down a third base. He played
Yes.
exceptionally greedy. This is Lambo just going full 2 base and effectively mostly skipping the Ling Bane part of Zerg versus Zerg. Now, the interesting part is as well that Elaser has essentially done the same thing. He's also gone for a lair. He's also gone for a Roach one. He's also skipped the Baneling Nest. The only thing he really did get here that Lambo didn't is the Ling Speed, as well as a third hatchery on the back of it. So it's up to Lambo here to try and slow down his opponent's economy, because Elaser, he can probably idle at about 50 workers, which is where he's headed right now. And if he then just starts making roaches in much the same way that Lambo is doing it, he will just end up with a lot more.
That he will, and this is a really interesting setup from a laser as well. He has not prioritized the Evo chamber, which is what we usually see when you skip Baneling Nest. Instead, he's prioritized the layer and has gone for an extremely fast roach speed. So he's saying, okay, you're gonna have more powerful roaches, but a lot of the danger about these 2 base +1 roach pushes is the fact that your opponent's roaches can outmaneuver yours with that speed upgrade. And a laser's instead electing to go for that fast speed so he can match that. And it's just going to say, I'm going to have a better economy, couple more roaches. Yours might be better, but I can still match your maneuvers just as well.
Yeah. Elaser never really a big fan of the +1 upgrades in this particular matchup. He's tried explaining it many times at Home Story Cups. I never quite understood exactly why, because it's one of those moves that nobody else really plays, but he's never too fond of going for the quick Evo chamber upgrades. And ultimately, he's good in this matchup for sure. He just plays it, again, just a small bit differently than everybody else. Lambo creating a bit of a highway over here, or I guess an autobahn. Ready to send some of his units towards the other side. Trying to bring the queens to the front, but he's very committed now.
He is very committed. A laser, he's gotten himself a little bit supply blocked right now, and he actually doesn't have enough gas either. He's floating 900 minerals as this attack is bearing down on his front line. I was talking about having more units. He should have, but he doesn't. And this is going to be really dangerous to deal with. Corrosive Bile will get dodged, but the transfuses are going to be really difficult to deal with.
I think he probably was a little bit late on one of his gas geysers, and that's not going to give an opportunity right here to Lambo. That being said, though, this fight over here, I mean, it is with Roach speed, right? So it allows Elaser to set up this massive concave. He's coming in from as many angles as possible. He also does have the defender's advantage, but he does take quite a few of those biles to the face. Not quite going that great here for Lambo, though.
Yeah, he manages to keep all the Ravagers alive, though. And if we look at the battle report, it is Lambo coming out quite a few roaches ahead in the trade. 6 roaches more going down. Now, a laser is still outmining his opponent. There's still a 2-base all-in, basically, from Lambo. A laser, like you said, does have that concave. The Corrosive Biles do not connect, but the Ravagers able to add a lot of additional DPS in the back. I think Lambo is going to be able to break through here. If a laser can get in on top of those Ravagers, maybe there's a chance, but it doesn't seem like he's been able to.
Laser still with a little bit too many minerals in the bank right here, and that's ultimately biting him in the butt just a bit. If he could just squeeze out a few more roaches, I think it would have been okay, but GG is cold. And Lambo bringing up the Autobahn through the center of the map, creating a line of creep to bring the queens as well as the reinforcements across the map. Lovely work right there by the German Zerg, and he'll claim some victory there in game number 1.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate because it feels like a laser's game plan was very good against what Lambo did. But I think you were spot on. He was just off with the gas timing. Like if you have, let's say you subtract 200 minerals or even 300 minerals and add 200 gas at that critical fight. You add 6 more roaches, 5 more roaches into a laser's army when he's got that huge concave. I think he just crushes that push, even with the Ravagers in the back, even with the +1 advantage.
Yeah, because it was very close as well, you know? Like, he pushed back that first attack, and I was like, oh, that's usually the moment where this build is supposed to overwhelm the defensive player, and Lambo didn't. He was forced to pull back, and he didn't keep his expensive units alive, but I'm with you. If he had, like, 5-6 additional roaches there, that would have been all the difference. Or maybe like a spine crawler or 2, right? I wouldn't have minded seeing a few of those going up there because they would have been very helpful as well in that defensive position. Ultimately, you lasered, just a bit too much money in the bank and you get punished for it immediately.
Yeah, I think the key is keeping those expensive units alive because I'm pretty sure it was 4 Ravagers and not a single one was made for the rest of the duration and they all survived. And if you lose those Ravagers, suddenly you don't have the double layered concave. Suddenly I think things just go completely differently in that game. I think a Laser's able to crack the push, and then it's 3 bases to 2, and it's probably a game 1 victory for Laser.
Either way, we now make our way right here to the map Golden Aura. We're in the bottom right-hand corner. We have a man playing a good game number 1, but he needs to cross his T's and dot his I's. We have a Laser.
That fancy intro. And his opponent spawning up in the top left for the Shopify Rebellion, getting it done with the high-speed highway. It is das Unfishend Zug der Lambo.
Very nice. Solid German, for sure. You know, I had German in school for many years, and I don't remember a whole lot of it. I can order a kebab in Krefeld, and that's really the only information I truly need, but after all those years of high school, you'd imagine at some point you remember some of it, but not quite.
I feel like if you know that and Schadenfreude, you know about 30% of the language right off the bat, you know? Like I feel like that's the majority. Like don't quote me on that, but that sounds right. The math definitely checks out.
Absolutely, yeah. A German friend once told me that if you want to sound very German, what you got to do is every second sentence or so you're speaking German, you got to mix in the word genau. Just mix in genau every once in a while, and you will sound fluently German right from the start. Just a little life hack for anybody listening to this. Just, yeah, add that word into the mix, and they won't even be able to tell that you're not from Germany.
I'm going to start doing that in English and see if any German people...
Genau?
Yeah, right, genau. Germans everywhere are cringing right now. They're just like, what is this man doing? Get him off the cast right now. He is insulting
well, you know what?
culture.
At this hour of the day, that's probably about 50% of our viewers.
yeah, especially with Lambo playing.
Yeah. It's 4 p.m. over here in the beautiful country of Europe. I think we have a lot of Germans tuning in right now.
Man, Europe is definitely my favorite country.
It's top 3 for me, personally.
Top 3. Yeah.
Golden Aura, do we see any crazy transitions here this time around? Nothing all too fancy this time here for Mr. Lambo. Opening up with the standard triple hedge, it seems. Both players pulling one of the drones out of gas as well after mining 100, so just making sure that they are able to get that link speed going, get a nice and early 3rd hatchery as well. Now we'll probably see a Bingling nest here momentarily.
Yeah, there was, of course, a period of time, we're going back many, many years, where players would skip the Baneling Nest and they would play roaches. And players, by players, I mean Bly. Bly would do this like all the time.
Every Diamond League player out there, too.
Yes, exactly. But now, most of the maps are pretty wide open, so you're almost always going to see that Baneling Nest. What we usually see is the deviation, is that Roach Warren in the back of the natural and a second gas. And there's just so much 2-base play these days, or sorry, not 2-base play, but like so much pre-layer aggression these days in ZBZ.
Yeah.
It makes it a messy matchup and a difficult matchup to play.
Yeah, and I almost feel like 2-base aggression is not even wrong. It's just 2-base aggression with a 3rd base, you know what I mean? Like, there's not really any economy there. It's mostly just like a macro hedge where you just use it to flood a whole lot of links across the map. Yeah, sometimes we see like +1 armor timings, I guess. Those used to be very popular, but they've sort of fallen out of favor a bit over the last half year or so. Either way, Lambo is going to go for the Evo chamber here this time around a little bit earlier than his opponent once again.
Yeah, and we could see that fast layer, or pardon me, fast +1 carapace that you were alluding to. Alea's doing a great job of denying the link scout. He's really pinching these off quite well. I see you smirking in the background. Did you see Wardy on the main channel there?
No, I was trying to figure out what this is. I'm looking at the chat right now. We're obviously on a bit of a delay. What did Wardy say about me? Our lovely observer.
I plead the 5th. I plead the 5th.
I can't believe this. I'm getting roasted in the background. Ay.
The caster civil war. It extends
Did you know
again.
Wardy actually speaks German?
Does he?
Yeah, he actually does. Even better than me. He is even better at ordering kebabs in Krefeld.
Ah, yes. Okay, so you figured it out. Yeah, he said that you didn't order the kebabs. He had to do it for you.
That is not true. All right, well, you know what?
Oh.
Sure, Wardy, I'll give this one to you.
We do have a little bit of a scout, by the way, coming in for a laser. He's got some lings, yeah. He was able to see the layer timing, and he was also able to see the Roach Warren in the back of the natural. So it feels like this was almost a double bait from Lambo, where he was like, I hope you scout that Roach Warren. And then he's like, but was hoping to maybe deny the scout on the layer and maybe get a laser to overreact. Either way, we're going deep into a macro game right now. To speak to your point from earlier, this is a very late Evo chamber in this game number 2. And it made sense in game number 1. In game 2, it doesn't make as much sense to me. Like, he's going to be very far behind in the upgrades, I feel.
Yeah, I've seen Elaser now do this for years, and he always seems to somehow make it work. There's a Dropper Lord coming up right now here for Lambo. It's an interesting move, though, because he goes for the faster lair, like you mentioned, and then he delays the +1 Evo upgrade. Now, he does get it here in the end, which is kind of nice. There was a moment in history where he just didn't get it whatsoever. Nice dancing over here as well by Elaser, just trying to keep this all around. And he does see the Dropper Lord right now coming up, so that's quite the info. We're going to put some leftover Banelings in there. So the Banelings loaded into the Overlord. They're pretending to be Widow Mines, and I wonder if they're going to be able to get as many kills.
Well, the interesting thing is he actually, I think this was actually like part of his game plan from the get-go, because he actually morphed those Banes after, which is really strange. We don't see that often, where you do like a kind of a dedicated setup for it. It could get a little bit of damage done, except for the fact that a laser, like you said, scouted it by being very active with those Zerglings.
Okay, he's unloading them right now. Just getting whatever damage he can. I mean, that's still a lot. Oh my god, 7 drones. He saw that coming in from a mile away. That's way too much damage right there for just a little Baneling drop.
It sure is, especially at this stage of the game. Now, because it is later in the game, a laser can replenish that, but that means he's not going to be building army units. And Lambo is going up into 2-1 upgrades. Also, he has seen that a laser is playing Hydras, and he says, you know what I'm going to make? I'm going to make some roly-poly-oly boys. He's going to make some Banelings. It is a long time since we've seen Roach Baneling in this matchup. And by a long time, I mean an expansion ago.
Yeah, good reason for that as well, right? Like, generally speaking, Banelings are just too cost inefficient to be useful here. But against Hydras, if they manage to roll into them, they deal so much damage. They take care of those units in just a couple of seconds. Obviously, the Baneling speed upgrade is now a bit cheaper with the new patch, so maybe that's why Lambo is sort of thinking about it too. It's not quite as expensive as it once used to be. You can get yourself 2 additional Banelings here instead, but it is certainly an interesting move. There's a chance, though, that Elaser is going to be caught off guard by it entirely.
Yeah, I'm actually really scared for a laser right now. The 2-1 timing is going to be against 1-0, and the only advantage laser is going to have is going to be those Hydras, and they're going to be kind of countered in tech by the Banelings. And if a laser moves out without any knowledge about these Banes, this is a brutal anti-timing he could be pushing into. Down 2 upgrades and kind of tech countered a little bit. I am very scared for a laser right now.
Okay, well, here we go. Lambo moving forward, trying to get the jump on his army. This is the first time that Elaser sees all of these Banelings rolling forward. There's a huge chunk of Roaches, though, on the right side of the map right now. They are going to be joining in once again. Some Hydras there in the mix, too. I mean, Elaser setting up a massive concave. This is pretty much a circle now.
It is, but he can't really fight on one side. Oh, the corrosive biles on the right side. Those are also not good with Hydras getting hit by them. A laser now going to get focused on the right side. Corrosive biles, Lambo mostly dodging them, and he is just going to smash through with this Roach Ravager Bane timing. He says, I'm going to pretend you're a Protoss in the last patch and just smash right through with that Brawler's composition.
Where are the probes? I want to blow them up. Not a lot of probes to kill over here, but Lambo does just have so many units. I mean, yeah, it's a 2 upgrade lead. The Banelings there were nice. They were mostly, I guess, just forcing a laser to split. And if you're splitting, you're obviously not fighting with your units. I mean, you have to actually stand there and give your units a moment to actually attack. So even though the Banelings themselves may not have done that much damage, as far as like their raw damage output goes, but they did deny a lot of damage that could have happened if the units were firing the entire time.
Yeah, and to your point, that was about the best concave that a laser was ever going to get. That was the best way he could have taken that fight. but the quality of the army and the way that the two tech paths diverged, I mean, Lambo just absolutely smashed it. Like, Alazer did everything he could given the context, and it just didn't even matter.
Okay, so that means that we are going to go to our third game in this best of 5 series. It will take place on the map Solaris. So far, it seems like Lambo is just a little bit cleaner compared to Elazer, right? I mean, it's not that Elazer is necessarily playing a bad game or whatever. He's not really making any major slip-ups. It's just that Lambo is playing the game a little bit cleaner overall, and it's those couple percentage points here and there that ultimately make all the difference at this level of play. It just seems to be strategically a step ahead of Elazer pretty much the entire time.
Yeah, in game 1, it definitely came down to composition. In game 2, it won 100, or sorry, not composition, execution.
Yeah.
In game 2, it absolutely came down to that strategic difference. As I wonder if Elazer's been doing this quick Hydra play just in all of his ZVZs, and Lambo's just like, okay, cool, I'm gonna make Banelings. Those are good against Hydras.
Alrighty, guys, here we go. Game number 3 in this best of 5 series. Spawning right here in the top right-hand corner of a map called Solaris. Currently 2-0 ahead. It's a Lambo going for a spawning pool at 12 supply.
Oh, we should call that a 12 pool. That's a good idea. And spawning down in the bottom left. It is Elazer for Team Liquid. He is in dire straits right now. He needs your energy. And this is probably the best map to do this on, because those acceleration zones really shorten this map up. And Lambo, obviously, he's up 2-0. He built the drone initially. He canceled it. This is... I like this as an audible call. If this wasn't his serious plan, but like, just like, hang on, I'm up 2-0, and just kind of a snap call, I like that a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. Elazer has also been going 16 hatch in every single one of the games so far. All 2 of the games. Well, now the third one as well. So he's gonna make the assumption here. There's no good reason to imagine that Elazer is gonna mix it up a lot over here. This is a hatchery into a gas into a spawning pool eventually. Lambo is expanding on the back of this, so it's not going to be like a complete all-in. It's not going to be like the drone pool variant that we used to see. This is an opener, though, that is very popular on the ladder, and I can imagine that Elazer has a lot of practice playing against this, but it's still a tricky one. I think ultimately, if Elazer micros this perfectly, he will come out slightly ahead. But again, the margin for error is very tiny, especially when you're already 2-0 behind, and you might just feel a little bit shaky.
Yeah, and these lings get here so early. That is 153 when they start hitting the hatchery. Usually the 12 pool hits at like 157. So you get so much extra damage against the pre-armor hatchery. Doesn't have that armor right away. It really, really puts the pressure on. Oh, but a little bit of a mistake right there from Lambo. Leaves one of the Zerglings hanging. And Elazer will punish it. Still, this is going to be scary for now.
Good control here, though, on these drones for the time being as well. Elazer trying his best. That hatchery is running dangerously low. Links right now are coming up from the main base as well. Ultimately... Oh, he keeps that drone alive too. Zero workers have gone down so far. Queen is just about to pop, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Very lovely control here, though, by Elazer. Yeah. And this is a reason why we don't generally see this build very often at the pro level. Like, I get this question all the time. Like, why is everybody on the ladder cheesing Zerg versus Zerg? Why do we rarely see it at the pro level? Elazer literally lost, well, I mean, a couple Zerglings. One, actually. He lost one Zergling, but that's it.
Yeah, that was fantastically done by Elazer right there. And now we see a little bit of the other side of that coin in a, best of 5 series where you're up 2-0 is when you do cheese and it does get held, it can start to give your opponent a little bit of a sense of momentum, a little bit of mental edge. Now, it is worth noting in this game that Elazer did forget the Overlord at 28 for a little bit. That's something that happens really, really frequently when you're defending against a 12 pool because you're so focused on making sure you don't lose everything. It's really easy to have that get delayed. So Lambo does kind of catch up in the worker count, but Elazer is still a little bit ahead, and we see that in the form of the ling speed advantage. Yeah, well, this is definitely a small advantage for Elazer, but it's still very much in flux.
Yeah, it's not really something you can get that much value out of, right? Like, he decided to pull the drones out of gas, So he's really trying to just power out as many workers as possible, and it is definitely a small edge. But honestly, just hitting that small supply block there may just nullify that difference altogether. It's very easy to be in these scenarios and think, oh my god, I did an amazing job, and then assume you're very far ahead. And then at like minute 8, you're still assuming you're very far ahead, even though you may have already made a couple of sloppy mistakes here and there since then. He decides to skip the Baneling Nest here, which is, I would consider a little bit greedy, but Lambo in the meantime is doing the exact same thing too. So ultimately the Roach Warrens here are basically at the exact same time.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they've elected to do this. Lambo building a lot of Overlords, by the way, and will be going up into a second gas. I wonder if he is going to go for just a huge all-in with this and build the Baneling Nest after. Oh, Lings are going to try and get into the natural. They will see that there's a lot of Lings for Lambo here. Oh, wow. Kind of given the jukes. This is weird. This is weird right now where neither of them has that Baneling Nest and they're both going mass Ling. Every so often you get a game like this where it just becomes a bit of a clown fiesta.
Yeah, so no Baneling Nest. Both players decided to go straight into a Roach Warren, but neither player now in a situation to really go into the Roaches. I mean, Elaser trying to squeeze a couple of them out here, but it's it's definitely an awkward scenario, right? Where right now you wonder, oh, maybe I should have just made the Baneling Nest here the first time around. Either way, though, Lambo was very committed to this push. Now, he saw that his opponent was making a lot of army, too, just off of a higher drone count. And ultimately, I like this game better again here for Elaser. So, yeah, it's been flipping back and forth here between both players. But now Elaser, 12 workers ahead.
He is. Lambo's actually sitting on a lot of money right now and a lot of gas specifically. And this is the first time he's building Roaches. Yeah, he just popped out a bunch. I wonder if we'll just see a huge swell of Roaches. There it is. And he is going to send it. Elaser has been droning quite hard. Lambo, I think he might have fooled Elaser into thinking this was a full-on macro game. And now, oh man, I'm a little bit worried for Elaser. He is so far ahead in the drones, but if he continues to build workers and doesn't see this coming, even with the amazing start, Lambo could still end up running him over. But the supply blocks for Lambo, oh no, that is so many Overlords.
Yeah, he's making a ton of Overlords here, but he certainly has his opponent tricked. Elaser still making an extra drone here. He should have stopped droning about 10 workers ago, right? So if he manages to hold, he's going to have way more than his opponent. But that is going to be the question. Lambo has been making army here for a very long time. This is a very low-tier army. Just a few Ravagers maybe in the mix, but that's about it. I'm with you, though. I wouldn't have minded seeing a Baneling Nest, and just a few here would be huge.
They would. Now we are going to see a Roach speed upgrade nearly completing. Elaser just now starting to build spines. He's once again floating a lot of minerals and not a lot of gas in the bank. Corrosive Bile is going to try and land on the Roaches. They will get mostly dodged. This is a mostly Ling Ravager composition, to be honest. The Lings are getting some good value, but I don't think it's going to be a break. And with the army supplies pretty much evened out and Roach speed now done, Elaser just needs to hold. And if he does, he's going to put a point on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. This is such a massive economy advantage that just holding here is huge. Now the Roach speed is indeed done. You know what would be nice? +1 missile, but that's not coming up just yet here for Elaser. Never really a player to go for those upgrades super quickly, but ultimately I think it doesn't matter too much. Those Roaches here in red just coming out in such large numbers here that the Zerglings get overwhelmed regardless. And Elaser does indeed put a point on the board here, because that almost looked like a series where Lambo was just gonna run away with it, right, and win 3-0, but now we've got a series on our hand.
Yeah, I wonder if... So I never mentioned this during the game. I checked the Hatchery's HP and it probably would have lived. But I really wonder, there was a moment where Lambo could have all into the Hatchery at the natural. And yeah, I wonder if he could have gotten the kill. It had like 352 HP. And the only reason I mentioned the 2 is that literally 1 to 2 HP can actually make a difference at that point. I wonder if he'd all in it at that point, could he have killed it? He had like 7 or 9 Lings left over. There was a point where there was like a bunch of surface area. It's a moot point now, but I just really would be curious to go back in time and then play the game out from there. Obviously, it doesn't make any difference at this point, but I'm always curious about those little things.
Yeah, when the drones were at the bottom of the hatch and all of the Zerglings were at the top, right? Yeah,
that's exactly
that was
what I'm
definitely
talking about,
a moment.
Yeah.
He was dancing a little bit, trying to almost bait the drones to come towards him. It's one of those moments where, like, as the attacker, you don't even really think the hatchery is going to go down, but you just sort of attack the hatchery to force the drones to come out, because if they don't come out, the hatchery does fall. So you're both kind of just making the assumption that the hatchery won't fall in the first place, but it's just some area of the map that you fight over. Sometimes you can definitely get a bit too carried away trying to trick your opponent that you could have just killed the hatchery. I think it would have been very close here.
It would have been no more than 50 HP, maybe even like 25.
But if you don't get it, it's game over.
But if you don't get it, it's over.
Yeah. So I can't blame Lembo there for not committing completely to it here in the end.
Oh yeah, no, it's a very dangerous move if you don't get it. But here we go. We're getting into game number 4 on hard lead, as we have spawning down in the bottom right.
I can't believe you do this to me.
For Team Liquid, it is a laser.
And his opponent in the upper left-hand corner of hard lead is Lembo.
Oh, is that how you say it?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
I'm such a jerk. You gotta have
struggling with the map pronunciations ever since Jagannatha. Or was it Jagannatha? I don't know, dude.
Apparently it was Juggernaut, but I just find that...
Yeah, no, I'm not buying that one anymore. It's been too long.
Right? Like, I'm just like, look, you know, I have my language. I'm gonna speak it incorrectly all the way I want, straight to the bank, you know?
I'm gonna be switching to Dutch casts very soon. Although I don't know what the you know what's really strange? Like, I've had people recommend or request at least that I do a cast at some point in Dutch.
Oh.
Translating the unit names to Dutch would be like the most cringy thing in the world, and I think only Dutch viewers would probably understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, ultimately that would be the solution, right? To not having mispronounced map names anymore. I could just do it in Dutch, and therefore, yeah, I would probably still mess it up.
I mean, I'm half Dutch by blood, so
there you go.
I know that I know the origins. I know how Dutch works. You just everything from the bottom of your throat is just
a lot of guttural noises.
A lot of guttural noises. Yeah. If you sound like you're choking on a fishbone, you're probably speaking the language mostly correctly.
That's it. That is absolutely right. Yeah.
My grandfather's name was Havestad.
I'm not sure what the word is, but it did sound like a Dutch G. Yes.
It's actually an H. It's Havestad.
Wait, what's the word? Sorry, I'm trying to catch the word.
Oh, that was my grandfather's name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just
trying to figure out what the word was.
You're like, he's trolling me. That's not a real word.
Yeah, fair enough. The good old H. But the H doesn't have a G sound, though.
Not unless I say it.
Fair enough. Lembo right here going for the bailing nest here this time around, and he laser following suit as well. Both players opening up with the standard triple hatch. So nothing all too crazy. Yeah, no more cheeky cheeses here from either player, although obviously this can still lead towards some timing attacks, right? There are, well, like we brought up already, +1 armor pushes that were very popular a year or two ago. And recently we've seen a lot more hidden roach warrants, for example, in the main base, where you sneakily try to get an extra gas going as well, and you just suddenly send all those units across the map. That is certainly still an option, but we'll have to see exactly where this goes. We haven't seen any mutas yet, actually. Like in the previous series, we saw none either.
Not in any of them. And if we were going to see one, I was really expecting to see it in Wayne versus Serral, but it never got there. There was one game that went pretty deep macro, but it ended up being just a very weird scenario. Now, we do see a laser filling a fair number of lanes. He's going to try and get something done. But once again, it's just pressure. The players are so good at this level that they're almost never going to die to Ling Bane all-ins. But getting a queen here is very nice. That's fantastic. Just before the Bane Line's complete, that's a great pickoff.
Absolutely. Not what Lembo wants to have happen here at all, because now he's going to have to remake it. You already brought it up earlier, but this is not a matchup where Zerg players will make a lot of additional queens. At most, maybe one bonus queen, but that is already very rare. So you have to almost remake it, and Well, if you're remaking the Queen, that means you're spending minerals on what could have been drones instead. So nice trade right there in the end here for Elaser. Roach Warren coming up. No Evo Chamber, but I guess that's no surprise.
Yeah, it's Laser's already gotten himself up 8 drones. What did we miss a supply block from Lambo? It feels like I guess he has a bunch of drones finishing up right now, but that felt like a big lead after Laser was already up 4, or sorry, was down 4 drones beforehand. I think maybe Lambo's one of his overlords might have been just a tad late. It's caught up now, and now it's, you know, ebbs and flows of ZVZ. It's actually taken the lead. But it's always interesting to look at the mid game of this matchup because it can feel so swingy. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It can definitely ebb and flow very easily. If you make a couple of small mistakes, it can be over in just a heartbeat. We've got ourselves the lair here finishing up in just a moment for Lambo. Elaser going double lair. Did you know your Spire builds twice as fast when you have 2 lairs?
I did not know that. No, that's that would actually be quite an interesting mod.
That's not true, by the way. And before there's like, 3 gold league Zergs right now, they're like, oh, I'm gonna go triple lair.
Or before, even worse, there's someone who's like, oh my god, Loco doesn't know anything about the game. Get him off the broadcast.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, guys. We do have a Spire, though, here eventually for Lembo, the man with only 1 lair here. So, the Spire is... yeah, we see it. We used to see it a lot more. I wonder if it's mostly because of the Hydra change with the most recent patch that players are just a little bit more uncomfortable with it. This time around, by the way, it's going to be Elaser going for the Overlord drop with some Banelings.
Yeah, they both ended up getting Overlord speed. I wonder if Lambo is trying to sell the fact with that Overlord speed that, hey, like, I wouldn't go for a Spire. I would never. Because I made Overlord speed. So I'm going to do another, like, Baneling drop. And if Elaser reads it that way, I mean, fantastic series planning from Lambo, and I think there's a great chance that he does read it that way.
I always loved his interaction, where one player goes for the drop alert and the other guy right-clicks an overlord onto it just to make sure that he's been spotted. I mean, to be fair, what we saw previously was a similar Baneling drop as well, and that was noticed very early on, and it still ended up killing like 7 workers there in the opponent's mineral line. This time around, though, Mutas are coming out, and that should give the map control right here to Lambo. Although that being said, we see it all the time that, yeah, Mutas are amazing, but they actually have a pretty hard time stopping roaches as long as the roach numbers are big enough.
Yeah, there's a timing before you get those out, and this is actually really interesting as well because Elaser has been going blind Hydra Den, and by doing what he did in game number 2, he has pushed Elaser away from that blind Hydra Den. And now he goes for the Mutas. Man, this is actually the more I think about it, this is such a great game plan from Lambo and such amazing series planning. And now he's going to find that Dropper Lord. Laser's going to be like, wait, no, I'll hit the eject button. But unfortunately, that Overlord didn't have anywhere to drop it. Oh no, the Lynx. Oh, they made the mistake of attacking. And now we've got a good defensive concave for Lambo as well. Everything kind of going well for him in the last 30 seconds or so.
Absolutely, yeah. He's got a 4th base on the back of this too. Elaser did make a 4th hatchery himself, so that's the one right here at the bottom of your screen. He's going to be able to hold on. Queens will be enough, especially against this relatively small group of Mutas. It's just going to be 7 of them. It did force out the Hydra then, however, and yeah, there we go. 11 of them coming up already too. So now we've got ourselves a nice little macro ZVZ though. 8 minutes in. It's not entirely clear who's going to be winning this one yet, so we may very well see a bit of a longer game here today as well.
Yeah, we certainly can, and it's interesting as well that Lambo does not elect to go into the Banelings this time. It doesn't surprise me too much. Oh, this is very cool. So he's going to build a couple of Dropper Lords on the right side and use the Mutas to clear a path. This is very ZVT adjacent. We use that Viking to clear out the Overlords. Muta's a little bit more expensive than a Viking when you build like 7 or 8 of them, but the concept is the same, and it is so smart. He's baited the Hydras into the main base. Oh, this is fantastic from Lambo. Such a cool strategic move.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get relatively easy pickings, but I was going to say, that is a cool move. It was about half the Hydras.
Yeah.
I think he laser fired up like 11 of them all at once, and I even think Lambo here is like, oh, wait a second, that is more than I can take, so... Cool pullback there as well from him, right? It's so easy to be too committed right there to your attack, but he decides to back off. Now loses a couple of roaches here while he's trying to work on the rocks. Mutas here are maybe yeah, gonna be able to bring some of those roaches down to red hit points, but I'm not gonna be able to kill that many.
Yeah, and oh, corrosive biles. Okay, they do get dodged. This is, oh, we do see the bit of a chase coming on in here. The army power of Lambo is certainly behind that of a laser right now, so Lambo really wants to keep a laser from pushing across the map. This is a great defensive concave at the top of the ramp, but is there too much stuff for a laser? There might be. The Hydra's adding on a ton of DPS in the back, but the concave is really, really good.
Yeah, the mutas make it tricky, right? So, yeah, the Hydras are just here to push them back and to deal as much damage. That was an interesting decision by Laser, but ultimately, I don't actually mind it that much. We see those fights going horribly wrong for the player, pushing up a ramp into a concave like that, but not the case here this time around for the player in red. Already, though, the Lurker then is indeed researching the Seismic Spines upgrade, so that's going to be some additional range. I like what Laser is doing here a lot. Not really too concerned about the mutas, not really too concerned about the roaches either, just pushing wherever he can. Ultimately, he's transitioning towards the Lurker so much quicker than his opponent, and that's huge. Once Lurkers hit the battlefield, those roaches are going to have a very hard time getting anything done.
Yeah, and it's important to note that there is still no hive, no infestation pit even for Lambo. And that means that if these lurkers come out, oh, hang on, we might not even see it. There's just so much Roach Hydra here. If he gets to the top of the ramp, he could get a great defensive concave, but it's actually going to be a little bit of a weird situation where he stays on the low ground for a while. Oh, Lambo is going to give up this hatchery at the 4th. I don't know if that's the right call. It seems like the defensive posturing from Lambo is not quite perfect, and it is going to cost him.
Laser is going to need defensive lurkers here very soon. If he gets lurkers out at home right now, he's going to be in a fantastic spot. The Hydras that you see in the production tab right here are definitely not quite available to turn into lurkers yet, and that means that Lambo is going to have one final shot. I think he basically has to go all in with this incoming attack right now. The trade over the last couple minutes, I mean, he lost a lot of economy, but obviously army-wise, that was not bad at all. He needs to be moving right now, though. He doesn't know it. That's the problem. He doesn't know that he's just about to be attacked by lurkers. And once those units are out, I just don't see how a Roach Ravager army is going to be able to push up a ramp.
No, you're just going to have a terrible time. And a laser with the Hydras has actually cleared out the Overlords on the left side. So he's going to sneak a massive army to the left. I don't know if this is the right call, but I mean, Lurkers up a ramp, like you said, they are so hard to break into. And so even though he's got, what, 30, 40 army supply on the other side of the map, he's actually going to deny the Overseers as well. That is going to be a funky little scenario. Oh, wait. Okay, he does get it. That's going to be a funky scenario, which is going to make the push in almost impossible now for Lambo.
Yeah, Lambo was thinking about going all the way back home right there for just a moment. Now is going to be the first time that he sees he's going up against lurkers as well. There's not even that many of them, but I think this is the perfect... Oh, actually, there's quite a few more hiding right below the camera now. There's more than enough right here for Elaser to hold this position, although Lambo is going to try and make a move for it. If he comes in from any angle, maybe he can negate some of that splash damage. A lot more reinforcements, though, coming up here for Elaser. Lambo is, yeah, just hurting at this point. He's taking so much damage at home. He needs to win right here, right now, and maybe this fight is going to go his way, but there are so many roaches coming up. GG is cold, and we are going to the rubber match. We're going to game number 5.
First game 5 of the day. And we are now on the verge of a reverse sweep. That was a really cool game because we saw really the strengths of both players getting highlighted significantly. Lambo with a ton of really smart moves, very cool ideas. The Roach Muta play where he dropped the roaches into the main base. But if there's even, I would say even 3 less Hydras there, Lambo can commit. He's going to have the Roach Muta. He's going to overwhelm that little position. Maybe he even...
I wonder if he still could have. Like, I feel like he
really
still could have. Yeah, could have maybe committed.
I think it would have been worth the trades at the very least. Like, you pull the dropper lords out and you just trade the roaches against the Hydras. Because if you trade 8 roaches for 8 Hydras, that's a very positive trade. You're getting plus 25, plus 25 on every, like, times 8. That's plus 200, plus 200. That's half an old mothership, you know? That's 2/3 of a new one. That's a lot of
math in one live stream, man. That is more math than I dare to do in like a full week. But well done. I think you nailed it.
But yeah, it would have been a great set of trades, and even just killing off the Hydras means that then the Mutas can be even more of a nuisance. The queens have to be pulled around. That means less injects. I really wish he would have committed a little bit harder to that. But even still, there was just so many good game plans from Lambo, but the execution of a laser was just a little bit higher in that game, and he really showed why he is one of the best Zergs in Europe. And now, well, we're wrapping that up, that thought, because we're going into game number 5, the rubber match, baby.
Alrighty, spawning right here. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have the man who won the first 2 games of this series, but now momentum seems to be shifting. He is Lambo.
And his opponent, he was down 2-0 in this upper bracket match, but he stepped right, stayed prime, and kept fighting. And now he is on the verge of a reverse sweep. It is a laser.
Okay, so what do we do now? Do we just play the most normal game we can? I think so. I don't think either player is going to be all too fancy here as far as early game aggression goes. I really do like what Lambo decided to do when he was 2-0 ahead, when he decided to go for, the 12 pool and go for some aggression. I did wonder if maybe he should have committed a little bit harder to the 12 pool, because there's so many different variants. He decided to go for like the most macro-focused 12 pool, which sounds a bit strange, but he decided to go for, the expansion pretty quickly on the back of it. Maybe he could have committed to like a more all-in-y version of it instead, but anyways, I like what he did, testing the waters a bit, maybe, get an easy win in game number 3, but Elaser certainly did not lose his spirit there yet, and honestly, in game number 4, he looked phenomenal. Just not even so much like macro-wise, he looked very solid, but strategically speaking, he definitely, just seemed a little bit ahead of his opponent, right? The counterattacks towards the natural expansion, they seemed very scary to me, because especially the second time around, there weren't that many lurkers yet. He's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send half my army towards my opponent's side of the map. And Lambo hesitated there for just a moment. Like, he ran back with his army, I want to say like a third of the way, and then he's like, I don't think I actually need to do that. Reinforcements will clean it up instead. I wonder if that was an opportunity for Lambo to jump on the lurkers when they were still in relatively small numbers. But either way, doesn't matter anymore. This is gonna all come down right here to this final map where both players open up normal.
Yeah. I actually think that Lambo didn't have an overseer with his army initially, or maybe it had gotten sniped, because he was when a laser counterattacked, there was 2 overseers in production at the natural, and they both got killed. And then Lambo didn't go in until a 3rd overseer that was being built somewhere else joined up. So to your credit, if he had gone in then, I really think he probably would have smashed through, and then it gets really messy. So like you said, it was a scary situation. But regardless, it does go in the favor of a laser. But I got to agree that it was really cool, but it was also very dangerous. Like, he created a situation where Lambo could have maybe gotten something done.
Ooh, cool and dangerous.
That is a very fast Roach Warren here coming in from the Lambro in the main base. We talked about it already, those very quick Roach Warrens. And hang on. We talk about the drones being pulled off gas. This is a build that Lambo did in, was it World Team League? I can't remember, but he did it not too long ago where he kept all 3 drones on gas, and he did a Roach Ling Bane all in with it. And it hit just a little bit harder, a little bit sharper, because he had that little bit of extra gas. He was able to afford like 1 or 2 extra roaches, and it caught his opponent off guard. I think that's what we're seeing here in game number 5. So Lambo pulling out a very tricky build to try and get something done in the final game of the series.
Yeah, and he must have cut a few corners here as well, drone-wise, because Elaser did scout the timing right there of the opponent's third base. Oh my god, he doesn't see it. No, he did not. He did not see any roaches out. I mean, maybe he saw the warp,
gonna see it too. He stopped short.
Oh, that is really rough right here for Elaser, but clever play by Lambo. I was just going to bring up the third base timing. It looks like a normal macro build right here from Lambo, but instead it's now a committed all-in. That being said, though, Elaser did go for a pretty quick Roach Warren, all things considered. He's giving up on the third base, which I actually do believe is the right call. Yeah, just give up the third base and macro on 2 base instead.
Yeah, and I like this cancel the roaches. He knows they're going to get killed off. Lambo has already started to drone out of this, though. Gotta be careful. You cannot lose anything here as a laser. A laser can still die, even right now, if he takes a bad enough fight. Lambo is, of course, droning out of this. He's got to be careful that he doesn't overcommit, but if he can get the right fight, he can get a lot done. Now, the Queens and Roaches are looking to snipe the Baneling. Lambo keeping it well protected in the back. We do see a Roach going down for a laser. Ooh, good split on the Lings, but another Roach going to go down. Lambo just needs to retreat and maintain his army integrity, and he comes out of this so far ahead.
Yeah. That being said, though, this is also one of those awkward games, right? So now with these 9 additional drones finishing up, I think I like this position better and better and better right here for Lambo. If only Laser had something like a lair or something. Yeah, he starts it up right here. But if he had some sort of potential, I mean, any sort of big attack right now that Elaser can go for, with all of that army that he's got, is pretty much all leaning on some upgrades. I mean, he's gonna try and see if he can get some work done with the army that he's got right now, but these Zerglings are continuously pulling him back. So Elaser needs to almost wait until Roach Speed is done, but that feels like it's miles away, right? It's gonna be a while until that will be done. He marched across the map a few times right now with the Roaches, but every time he does, those Lings in blue just, yeah, push back to the third base, and these have been very valuable.
Yes, they have. Keeping those alive was so crucial, and that's what I talked about with army integrity. If Lambo overcommits there and loses everything, and then a laser just counter pushes, there was a lot more Roaches, and even now, there's 7 more Roaches for a laser. But if he had killed, 4, 5, 6 Roaches of Lambo probably dies to the counterattack. As it is, though, like you said, the Lings have been worth their weight in gold. Even just a small handful of them staying alive has really kept Lambo and allowed him to solidify this lead that he's gotten with the kill on that third base. Now, that's a great scout for Lambo right there. He sees that his opponent droned up the third, and that is going to allow him to continue to hold down his drone key and keep that economic lead that he's gotten for himself.
Yep, Elaser just playing a very greedy game on the back of this right now. You know what? I kind of like it. He wanted to do many things in this game. None of them have really worked out.
Oh, Lambo.
So he's decided, you know what? I'm just going to hold down the drone button here until I'm essentially at the same level as my opponent.
Oh, Lambo just built like 10 Overlords at once. It is so funny that it's happening against a laser, because these are the laser lords.
Elaser has really worked on it, though. I feel like he hasn't really been making that many over the last couple of months.
No, if anything, every other Zerg at the top level, except for like Serral, has been doing it. Like Dark's been doing it a ton. We've seen Lambo doing it now. I mean, it's just this one game, but I can't think of the other examples. But I have seen it from a few other Zergs. I want to say... I actually don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I definitely have casted some games where it's happened quite frequently.
No, you're absolutely right. It is a mistake that's made every once in a while by players, and it's going to cost Lambo quite a bit. I mean, he is still in a good spot here, don't get me wrong, but he's not in an amazing position. Not one where he's just going to be able to go for a follow-up attack and win the game by default, right? He is still ahead when it comes to the upgrades. I want to say about 20 seconds or so. He does, of course, have just, a little bit of a better position here. His fourth base is at a decent time, too. A little bit quicker than the opponents. But it's really nothing to write home about.
No,
he should really be firing out the +2 missile here ASAP if he wants to stay ahead.
I was just going to say that. That's super important. But very interestingly, he went for the Bane drop again. And that's 100 gas that... ends up costing him a little bit of that timing on the +2 missile. He also got a second Evo. So not being able to utilize that as a result of building those Banes is a little bit interesting. Meanwhile, we've got a laser going for the Roach drop. So it's not that I hate the Bane drop, it's just what it costs you. And in this case, it's cost Lambo a lot of the efficiency. Oh, but he is going to find his opponent very out of position. If he can just corrosive bow down and click down this hatchery, he can get the kill. But he wants to take a fight instead. It will allow a laser to get back in position. Good corrosive biles coming on down. We do see the drop on the other side of the map. Lambo eating some big biles to the face. You can see those Roaches really getting shoot up. Lambo had a huge opportunity to just click down the hatch and get out. But instead, he takes the fight, eats another set of biles. This feels like it was a missed opportunity for Lambo.
In the meantime, Elaser also sniped the Overlord that was full with Banelings with his queens. So that one was just sort of awkwardly hanging in the corner and it just got destroyed by the queens alone. Roach is at the same moment there inside of the main base of Lambo. Also, I mean, they skirmished a little bit, right? They didn't get a lot of kills. I think only maybe one worker in total. Now Elaser, though, is going to be able to pick up the pace a little bit more with Tunneling Claws done. Yes. Burrow was already researched. He can start putting all kinds of pressure on his opponent, and this is where we see the game plummet out of control all the time, right? You have a bunch of Roaches in your main, natural third, and suddenly that aggression that you're trying to execute goes horrible. All right, Elaser, ball's in his court here, but
wow.
It's tricky. That's a lot of roaches, man.
That is so many roaches to commit to a counterattack. Right after you didn't quite almost die, but almost like your opponent was the one being aggressive. Now, I suppose the roach burrow does mean that Lambo probably won't want to be aggressive, so he can just click down the hatch.
I like going for the guaranteed damage first. Now suddenly Lambo decides to commit towards the other side of the map with his army, but he's going towards, the 12 o'clock position. Now he's marching back home on the mini-map. I am not in love with this at all. One of the Ravagers runs low as well. Headtree goes down. Roaches run away once again. Elaser doing a phenomenal job here.
Yeah, he is. Lambo, all of a sudden, going from being in a great position in this game to really on the back foot. Elaser still has the threat of these Tunneling Claw Roaches. Lambo, basically, I feel like he kind of needs to win the game right now.
Absolutely. He's trying to get as much damage in as possible, but there are so many ramps to contend with. Now, those biles were pretty nice, but look at the Laser's bank. That is the perfect amount of gas and minerals right here to just make a ton more roaches.
Oh, this is interesting. Elaser was expecting to be able to jump on his opponent, so his army was a little bit spread. Lambo will be able to find a couple of good skirmishes, but Elaser pulls back. And like you said, the longer this fight goes, the more the bank of Elaser becomes relevant. It is an army supply lead for Lambo, and the hatchery kind of breaking up the concave a little bit onto the side of Elaser. Lambo, he does have the upgrade lead. It's disappeared now. But I love that. The instant burrow to recharge those roaches' HP. And now the bank has pretty much been spent from Elaser. That felt like it was Lambo's biggest chance, and he hasn't been able to close it out.
This is going to be a very frustrating moment for Lambo. Just about a half hour ago, it looked like it was going to be a clean 3-0 sweep for him, and now suddenly he's finding himself in this position where he's losing game number 5. This is still doable for him, but he needs to get a lot done with this particular army of his. He only has 48 workers. He's doing a good job negating a lot of these attacks here, but Elaser is dancing back and forth, and he's not really allowing his opponent a whole lot of damage either. Ultimately, right, we're talking 59 drones versus 48. Every minute that goes by, Lambo gets further and further behind.
Yeah, he's recognized correctly that he just needs to take one really good fight. Ooh, he dropped some changelings. Can he use them to get a good concave? No, Elaser's going to be able to snipe them down. I was wondering if you might put them on hold position to try and block out part of the army. He does see that it's spread, but Elaser is doing such a good job of never letting this army get into the deadly position. Oh, that was a scary moment on the camera. We had the corrosive biles almost hit us.
I was wondering if that was just me, but I almost got piled right there as well by a Ravager. Kind of terrifying, though. I understand why Lambo is moving around the map so cautiously here, but I think he's gonna have to commit. He's looking for an angle, and may this just be what he's looking for? Not quite. Honestly, at this point, his best move is to hope for a lucky corrosive bile, but yeah, maybe he can bring his opponent's army in?
He's got a laser baited to the left side, and Lambo is now going to pull the trigger, going to move it on top of the space. He will pull back. Dude,
he doesn't know. He doesn't know exactly where that army is located, right? So now he's going to force the issue. Elaser has a lot more reinforcements coming up. Lambo making the best of a very difficult scenario here, but I'm inclined to imagine that ultimately Elaser should just have more. He doesn't have a lot of larva, though, which is a real big problem right here for the player in red, but he just has too many units. I think that was basically the best fight Lambo could have taken, and indeed he does. Well, he's forced right here to tap out. It's Elaser who obtains the victory 3-2 after being 2-0 behind. Very well done.
Very well done from Elaser, and I really gotta echo your point. I feel for Lambo right now because that is a really tough situation. You're up 2-0. You're in a great spot. Maybe he could have gone for a drone pull. Maybe he could have gone for a proxy hatch into like the cancel for the spine with that 12 pull, and maybe he gets the 3-0. Maybe even all-ins the hatch and gets the 3-0. Like, it was very close to being a 3-0 victory. Even game 4, there was a lot of opportunities for Lambo, but he ends up ultimately falling a little bit short. Great job from Elaser, though. Like, really well played. But I hope Lambo, I hope he doesn't take this one too hard. I know that he puts a lot of pressure on himself. He works really, really hard, as all the pros do. But I know that Lambo really puts a lot of pressure on himself, and I hope we can see him bounce back in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. We are doing double elimination now for this season, so this is not Lambo eliminated from the tournament just yet. He's going to have another shot at moving on, but there's no denying here that he would have much rather won this series against eLaser, but very well played right there as well, though, by eLaser. I mean, game number 1 and 2, it looked like he was getting outclassed just a little bit, but then he really stepped it up in the second half of this series. Like, the last 2 games in particular. I mean, also the hatchery defense in game 3. Pretty much flawless. Yeah, really, really well done by him.
Yeah, even getting the trap on that one Zergling to start, and then just there was the one drone that he saved out in front with the mineral walk. Like it was textbook. It was about as perfect as you could have gotten from a laser, and he built on that momentum, and he just never looked back.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So we are definitely still going to stay on the European region for a little bit longer. We have, I believe, 2 more best of 5s coming up for Europe and then more for North America as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
After 4 mirror matchups in a row, we started with 2 PvPs, then we had 2 ZVZs. It is time for a Protoss versus Terran. What even happens in this matchup, Steadfast?
Oh man, I don't know.
I read on Reddit there are like Widow Mines flying around or something.
That doesn't make any sense. Why are the races fighting each other instead of fighting like themselves? Like I don't get it. Like why don't we have to find the best of each race and then they each play each other? That feels more fair, right?
That does feel more fair, yeah. So we do a mirror matchup until a top 3 and then a free for all. That's a great tournament suggestion right here. Whoa, we're really onto something. That sounds kind of sick.
That kind of sounds sick, actually. Yeah.
Anyways, guys, it's going to be Gung Fu Banda going up against Spirit in our next best of 5 series of the day. Should honestly be a really fun match. In my mind, Spirit has been really stepping it up over the course of the last year or so. Really since before a little bit of Katowice, I think, at the beginning of, 2023. We were just talking about it, actually. Steadfast believed that Katowice was like 3 months ago. Not quite the case. I think it's been a little bit more than that, but he's been looking really solid. And obviously, Gung Fu Banda right here is a really very powerful Protoss too. So I think it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, Gung Fu Banda is one of those weird players that he can like disappear for, like 6 months and come back and like be able to compete with the absolute best players in Europe. Whereas I step away for 2.5 days and my hands feel like 2 cement mixers. And I'm like, okay, well, that seems fair. But anyways, spawning up at the top left, it is a very talented Protoss, Gung Fu Banda.
And his opponent down here in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta. We're looking inside of the main base of Spirit.
I know that wasn't the intention, but it looks like as Wardy did the intro there, it looks like he shook his head with the camera. I'm like, very talented Protoss. And he's like, no,
whoa.
I disagree.
Subliminal messaging right here by our observer. I can't believe it. Well, we'll have to see what this probe is going up to, though. Are we just going to send it across? All right, we're just going to do cheeky little block, maybe?
I feel like... Yeah, okay. Yeah, the positioning on that, I was like, that's got to be a proxy second gate, right?
Yeah.
No, just a... Oh, you know what? He looked around his third base for a proxy Brax Reaper or something. Okay. And then it was just normal scouting patterns. Yeah, sometimes we're not like... Even still, the maps are relatively new. So, certain scouting patterns aren't as common necessarily. We haven't seen them as much. Basically what I'm saying is that I've lost my passion and that I don't know the game as well.
I can't believe you took a holiday. Honestly, I'm offended. you took a holiday for like a week and a half or something. Honestly, no passion. We all know that StarCraft, guys, maybe 3 days around Christmas, but that's about all you get, Steadfast.
Yeah. And if you're Wardy, you actually just run a tournament on Christmas too, and you just you just have a Christmas themed
event. Absolutely, yeah. So that's what we're expecting this year from you as well.
Oh no! I'll get my Santa hat. I've already got the belly, and I'm very jolly, very jovial.
You've been working on that one. That's smart, then.
Yeah. We'll call it that. We'll call it work.
Alrighty, Gung Fu opening up standard so far, nothing all too crazy. We do have ourselves an adept coming across the map, and it's going to be that Twilight Council. So broadly speaking, in this matchup, Protoss players, about 50% of the time we see them going into a Stargate, and the other 50% of the time, usually it's going to be a Twilight Council. Different preferences for different maps and for different players, of course, as well. So the first adept now goes across the map, but luckily there's enough space inside of that bunker for the 2 SCVs as well.
Yes, there is. That's a little... Okay, no, he didn't put it back on. I was going to say, he didn't... He pulled the SCV off of the command center for a moment. Meanwhile, oh my god, the Reaper picks up 2 kills on the other side of the map. Damn!
Yeah,
will get killed off, but that's fantastic early game. And did he get the scout on the Twilight Council? He sure did. And you best believe he clicked on that. That's a really good start here for Spirit.
Absolutely. So he will know that, well, there's still a couple different options, but the most likely choice is going to be that Blink Stalker start. Will it be 2 gateways, 3 gateways, 4 gateways? Only time will really tell. A lot of different variations for this particular opener, as we already do have a robo facility coming up right now for Gung-Fu. So he'll probably be playing a more macro-focused style with maybe a bit of aggression on the other side of the map as well, right? So players like, for example, MaxPac seem to be very fond of going for 4 gateways. Nobody else really finds that much value with it anymore, but there's a lot of potential with these openers, right? And the main advantage is that you can also be safe against a lot of stuff, as we do actually have, well, 4 gateways in total.
Yeah, and that's going to be really interesting because we've got a, as our wonderful observer points out, we've got a quick cloaked Banshee. And in this scenario, you do get an observer, but you usually want to send it across the map in order to give you information on where your opponent's tanks are, where you can jump with those Blink Stalkers. If this goes unscouted and there's no shield battery, we could see a ton of damage coming in while this 4-gate is trying to find value. We could potentially see Spirit, like, maybe even just win the game outright with those Banshees. Could be very difficult, but of course, we are going to need to see Spirit defending against this 4-gate Blink, and he already starts the second bunker in the natural. I like this setup so far, but obviously, 4-gate Blink has a lot of potential.
Absolutely. Yeah. The only downside is that guys like MaxPax have had so much success with it that everybody's gotten very good at it too, you know, at defending it, I mean. So, like, yeah. This is one of those attacks that Spirit has been playing against for a long time. He should be able to manage it reasonably well at the very least. Now, the Banshee is hanging out in the bottom section of the map for now, mostly just using them in a very defensive measure. Second Banshee is gonna, join with the first. Are we gonna really use them defensively here?
That seems so strange. There is going to be a blink into the main base very shortly. That is from Gung-Fu. Oh, no, that was the War Prism. I looked at the main map and I was like, oh, he's going to go for it. No, it was just the War Prism. Interestingly, though, Gung-Fu Banda is playing this, like, completely non-committally. He's barely made any stalkers at all, only 5, and has gone straight into a robotics bay and a third base. So, I mean, this is actually kind of great for Gung-Fu because Spirit committed to 3 bunkers. He kept those Banshees at home. He could even take damage from this 4-stalker hit squad, and he is going to take a fair bit, it seems like. Now, the close Banshees, though, they could still find a lot of value.
All the signs pointed towards a 4-gateway opener right here from Gung-Fu, which it was, but then he never committed to it, so Spirit prepared against a 4-gateway opener, which it was, but then Gung-Fu decided to just plant down a third base instead, which is kind of an interesting sequence of events. Now, bunch of probes going down right here to those strangely timed Banshees. These are units that normally show up a little bit earlier than this, but you can tell that even with a bit of an anti-timing, they still put in a ton of work. One more probe at least. There we go. That's 10 workers going down. And this is what you were talking about, right? This is the moment where Spirit can start skyrocketing ahead when it comes to the supply count. Now he's finishing up Stimpak, combat shields, +1 infantry weapons. Banshees aren't even done yet. This is going from bad to worse right now for Gung-Fu. I mean, there's going to be a really nice timing attack coming up right here for Spirit.
As Serral would say, it's gone from worst to worst. And yeah, this is just not a good situation. Even if there wasn't a timing attack, even if Spirit was just macroing, just pumping SCVs the whole time, he is going to throw down a third command center. But even if there wasn't a big attack coming, this would still be a difficult situation for Gung-Fu Banda. But with this stim, combat shields, +1 timing, this 7-ish minute push, I am really scared for Gung-Fu. He just now starts up charge. He doesn't have extended thermal lance, nor does he have it on the way, and there are a couple of tanks here. This looks really, really tough to deal with.
Ooh, don't lose a stalker. Okay, at the very least, he deals a bit of damage and then blinks away. Yeah, this is going to be a really scary attack here. There is a Colossus or 2 in the mix. That is nice. One of them is, I think, inside of that War Prism. But this is still so much damage that can be done here by the Terran. Oh my god, yeah, you got to back off.
Oh, no, not the War Prism!
Falls.
Oh! He put it into its phase mode. That is a big mistake. Cost him a lot. I am really surprised by this from Spirit. He actually splits off 2 medevacs. It's not that I hate the move. It's that I don't think it's necessary. I think if he moves those tanks up behind the rocks, I think he can get a lot done. He scans the main base, sees that there's stalkers there. Okay, no, he's not going to back off. He's going to join up with more units here. Now, this is a great observer here from Gung-Fu Banda. He sees where the army is, knows exactly what's coming, but he also sees how terrifying this army is, and that's got to be a little bit discouraging.
Third command center in the meantime has finished up at home, so Spirit is gonna play at least somewhat macro here on the back of this, as he does blink forward. Gung Fu, that is. He decides to go after the siege tanks. 2 of them have gone down already, but still so much bio is left over. And these Colossi, I mean, they are so vulnerable. One of them has already gone down. I don't know if there's enough bio Terran here available to still continue fighting. He's thinking about going into the main base. And you know what? I don't mind it. There are still units waiting, though, over here. Blink almost gets one of the full meta effects, but Spirit decides to back off once again.
That observer on the right side spotted that move, and that's a very good play. But Gung Fu Banda is still down 30 army supply. Warpin does help out a little bit here. But Gung Fu Banda, that was such an aggressive blink forward, and it did not pay off. And now the Colossus is going to go down. The lack of extended thermal lance is a big problem. Even with the target fire on those Marines, Gung Fu Banda just did not have the army. And Spirit will take a crushing victory in game number 1.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was pretty one-sided, all things considered. I mean, I like that Gung Fu decided, okay, this 4-gate opener, it's not really going to work out, so instead I'll just play a macro game. But then, I mean, a relatively simple move with 2 Banshees coming across the map was really the beginning of the end right there, right? I mean, they got like a dozen worker kills, which is really a dozen more than they should be allowed to get. And yeah, that was unfortunate right there for the Protoss player. And from there on out, he had to play defensively the entire time. And Spirit just, yeah, didn't really make any mistakes.
No. I really love the game plan from Gung Fu Banda. Like, it feels like he was like, okay, I'm going to go 4-gate blink, Spirit. You're going to over-defend. And then Spirit was like, you're going to play 4-gate blink. I'm going to over-defend. Like, it was like he Jedi mind tricked him. And then Spirit was like, Spirit just had like 2 guns on his side, and he just like pulled the trigger, the Banshees, and it was just like, oh, okay, well, yeah, Jedi mind trick's great until you get like blasted in the stomach. Like it just, yeah.
Yeah, I could also just salvage my bunkers. It wasn't really that big.
Yeah,
of a deal.
exactly. It's, like, the opportunity cost is obviously big, 300 minerals at a time, but like you said, he can get that money back, and it does still cost Gung Fu to go for those gateways, delays the third nexus, all that jazz. If those Banshees don't get damage done, I think Gung Fu Banda comes out of that in a great position.
No, absolutely. If the Banshees would not have been able to kill that many workers, I think it would have been really nice for the Protoss, and that follow-up attack from Terran would not have looked nearly as scary. Either way, game number 2. We find ourselves on Alcyone. See, now I can't even say the correct map name anymore. We're looking at none other than Gung Fu's main base.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right, getting it done with the 2 Top Gun pilots. The Banshee Man for Psystorm Gaming, it's Spirit.
The Banshee Man.
There's the Reaper Man, but this time it was the Banshee Man. And
last week we had the Robo Kid.
Ooh, who was the Robo Kid?
Who was dubbed the Robo Kid again? I don't remember exactly. I think it was something that... oh, it was Arrow-Fire. Yeah, Arrow-Fire was dubbed the Robo Kid. That was a good name.
Yeah, that is the perfect nickname for the
Robo Kid.
Yeah. I came up with a couple of nicknames for some of the Korean Zergs. I have Dark as the Miracle Zerg. Okay. Because he's the player that always turns these impossible games into just unbelievable victories. And then I think the other one was Solar as like the Predator Zerg, because he's just so lethal and bloodthirsty, and he just, comes in with some very sick timings. But,
so what would you name Gung Fu? Or Spirit? Do you have any nicknames for them?
So Gung Fu is the Bio Protoss, because for me, back in the day, I don't know if this holds true anymore, but he always used to play Protoss like he was a Bio Terran. He loved charge lots. Yeah. He loved really heavy gateway compositions. He moved his army with so much confidence, like it was a bio army. Now we're going back like 2, 3, 4 years, but that's what it really felt like. Spirit is... So if Thorzane was the Spoon Terran, I guess Spirit's the Spork Terran.
All right. Why?
Well, he kills his opponent slowly, but he's much more versatile.
There you go. I feel like he has had a bit more killer instinct, though. Like, normally we schedule about an hour, maybe an hour 45, or sorry, an hour 15 or so for you know, a best of 5 series like this one. In the past, I feel like if Spirit was involved in a best of 5, we probably should schedule about twice that much time. But these days, I feel like he's got, you know, he's got a little bit more of that killer instinct. Like usually in the past, he's like, okay, I'm ahead right now. Let's make a command center. Okay, I'm still ahead. Perfect. Let's make another command center. Is this probe? All right, in a little bit of trouble. Where's the adept? Okay, it's finally going to show up, but that's still 2 workers once again.
Yeah, this is a really great start. We do have a counterattack on the other side of the map. Oh my God. 3 probes early on is so much damage. Did the Adept get anything on its side? No. It is forced a little bit of lost mining time, but he doesn't actually get any kills. And last game, it was a good start for Spirit. This game, it is pretty much an equivalently good start because he did get that scouting probe initially in game number 1. And now he even sees that it is a Phoenix with that first Reaper. It got a 4th kill as well. Wow. Oh, man. Spirit is just kind of muscling through at this point.
Tried to get the Warcraft 3 surround on the Reaper there in the end, right? Didn't quite get it, but almost did lose the 5th probe as well. This is not the start you're hoping for at all, especially as somebody who's opening up with Phoenixes too. I mean, Phoenixes are nice at like not losing the game, right? And usually there's like moments where they can be very powerful. Oh no, first Widow Mine is gonna get a hit in as well. That's unfortunate. Can we lift it up at least and get it? Okay. I don't think he's gonna get it.
No, don't lose it. Don't lose it. Don't lose it.
Oh,
okay, he keeps it alive. Oh, the Viking shadow. Did you? The shadow of the Viking right there was like looming. I was like, I know it's coming out. It's gonna be here soon.
Yeah, I didn't want to commit too far right there. Apparently, he didn't care that much about the Widow Mine, but yeah, certainly not a bad beginning right here for Spirit.
No, honestly, even losing the Widow Mine for that amount of damage on the first Phoenix is not even bad for the Terran. Like, I think you're more than okay. Obviously, you're thrilled if you get the kill, but it feels like how many Cyclones has he gone up to? Okay, 2 Cyclones. Is he gonna go for more? No. He stopped there, but this is still going to be a push that has a little bit of teeth to it.
Absolutely. Spirit is going to be moving across the map, and this is obviously before any of the splash damage units are really available here for Protoss. There is an Immortal coming up, which is not a bad tool, but he doesn't even really need to go that far. We have an Observer here scouting out everything, so at least Gung-Fu knows what he has to deal with. He's going to go for the 3rd Nexus, it seems, at the Triangle location. Yeah. Does not really want to be pushing it in the direction of where that bio army is currently going. But there's the Stimpack. There's the combat shields, I think, on the back of this too. And +1 infantry weapons is going to be firing up. There it is. So this is once again Spirit lining up an attack that did so much damage in the previous game. But obviously those upgrades aren't done yet. 1 Cyclone goes down, 2nd Cyclone. Okay, also gets sniped. And Gung-Fu having a much better defense here so far this time around.
Yeah, and this is actually pretty nice for Gung-Fu. Oh, can Spirit get that Phoenix? He needs to get it at least. Okay. But this is a huge cleanup for Gung-Fu Banda. This is something that a lot of players don't do these days anymore, and that's committing to a fair number of Adepts to fight that early game army of the Terran. And I feel like Spirit didn't read what Gung-Fu Banda was doing, because if he knows that Gung-Fu is committed to that number of early gateway units that really don't transition well, he gets off the map. But Gung-Fu Banda catches Spirit staying a little bit too late, a little bit too long, and he finds himself a great fight. And now Gung-Fu's kind of a little bit in control of this mid game.
Absolutely. Yeah, at the very least, it's going to make it easier for him right now to make that transition towards the Colossi. Generally speaking, we see that attack coming up with those 3 upgrades on the right side of the production tab of the Terran finishing, right? And usually that's going to be the moment where we have the first Colossus out, and it's a very delicate dance. Spirit can still go for that attack, but getting the Widow Mines. Okay, very nicely done. Okay, now he's getting a little overly ambitious, and he does keep it alive. What? All right,
that is
flirting with death.
So nice.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive. Anyways, I was going to say this time around that attack here from the Terran is going to be so much weaker than a quote-unquote normal timing push here. I don't even know if he's going to move out. No, I don't think he should. He lost too much.
Yeah, and he's building a 3rd command center and a very quick 2nd starport. 2nd starport before the 4th and 5th barracks.
Yeah?
He thinks, okay, he has to be thinking that Gung-Fu Banda is going double Stargate Phoenix. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, right? Like, that is such a big commitment going for this early 2nd starport, but Gung-Fu is actually not even committing to that many. Well, okay, no, it's 7 Phoenix, but he's got his charge and +1 weapons already on the way. Like, this is a very normal transition from Gung-Fu. I'm really curious how this is going to turn out from Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Spirit does have the third CC, right? So he's not completely all in or whatever. He's going into the Ghost Academy here as well, which is going to be really nice when it comes to improving his unit composition. So it's not like he is completely, YOLOing into massive Viking production. Maybe he's thinking, okay, I'm a little bit behind in this department. It's likely going to be a Colossus transition. Maybe I can catch up against both the Phoenixes as well as the Colossi. Maybe catch my opponent off guard a little bit, but you're definitely right. That is a very quick second starport. So now finally, by the way, the 2 additional barracks are done.
Yes, yeah, and the funny thing about this is that he also added a Ghost Academy, and normally you want all 5 barracks and the Tech Lab done to pop out 3 ghosts at once. Yeah. But that Tech Lab is just now completing on the 3rd barrack, so it's a little bit of a funky setup. Now, I will say that this is going to be a very strong push from Spirit. This feels almost like a really dedicated 3-base all-in. Even though he's gotten the gases on that 3rd base, this is so many Vikings to commit to. Now they do get revealed. They get a Phoenix. I don't know. This is going to be tough for Gung Fu Banda to deal with, and oh, that's kind of cute. Just landing those Vikings. They've already been revealed, so why not get an Adept or 2?
So immediately Gung Fu is done making any Colossi. He only really made 2 in this game. Extended Thermal Lens is going to finish up as well momentarily, but he's making a pivot here towards double upgrades and Storm as well. So rather than committing too heavily into the units that will just get, well, popped by the Vikings one at a time. Now we're going to be at an awkward moment where Spirit has got 12 Vikings, but what do you do with them, right? Because if you land them all, sure, they can join in a battle, but once they're all dead, that opens up the opportunity again for those Colossi to come out. So it's a tricky decision here to make, but he's looking for free pickings. Any Colossus right now that's within range is certainly going to take a beating.
Yeah, but Gung Fu Banda doing a great job with those. Keeping them very far back, very well defended. Now, interestingly, Spirit did not elect to go for a 3-base all-in. He added a 4th command center, he added an armory, and he added a 2nd engineering bay, and that came at the cost of about 2 rounds of bio production. He continued to build his tech units, but he really powered hard for this transition into a more late-game focused setup. So a very interesting play from Spirit. He was setting himself up as though he was going to do a really heavily committed like Ghost Viking bio push, but has given up on that idea. Now is going to go full steam ahead for the late game. But the great news for Gung Fu Banda is that he played really greedy during all this. He went double Forge. He got that Storm. He got that Blink. And his upgrades are all going to come online very soon. And Gung Fu Banda is going to be down an upgrade. This could be actually really scary to deal with, a push right here. If the Storms can land, that is a big ask with Ghosts on the field, but if they can manage to find an opening, we could see Gung Fu Banda taking a really great fight.
Absolutely. He's got a pylon over here in the top left-hand corner of the map to maybe do some run-bys. Prism now also joining in the fray. Planetary is going to finish up in about half a minute or so. So that's going to make it so much easier. That dance on the watchtower. That was funky.
That's really funny, Zealot.
Yeah, no, these Zealots are, basically dead. But this does open up the front door on the right side to maybe get some damage done over here. He's looking for the right Storms, right? So those Storms are going to be absolutely pivotal. High Templar, though, also have to be careful. That's 2 EMPs, or even for 1 High Templar. That one is without anything for quite a while. The whole clump.
Huge EMP on the other High Templar, though he does find all of them. That's going to force a recall, but it will lead to both Colossus going down. Spirit finding a massive fight. Now, we do see these Zealots that were in the 4th base. They did run by into the natural and main and got a few SCVs, but that is not enough for how much army Gung Fu just lost. The EMPs were so massive on those High Templar to the bottom side of the fight.
You're absolutely right. He has to get something done right now with the army that he has, but I mean, we're talking a near, well, now 50 supply deficit here. Spirit playing a very nice macro game ultimately. Maybe not the opener he originally had intended. He had to make decisions here that he probably did not necessarily plan for, but look at these landed Vikings right now, man. There's 1 Dark Templar in the mix, but okay, can we storm him? Storming landed Vikings is a bit of a cursed thing to do, but I mean, you can. Don't lose the Templar, though. No.
Oh!
What? What? Now he could have killed them, no?
Yeah, that was the funniest little interaction. Yeah, he could have absolutely killed them.
Oh, we're gonna land again.
Now he just relands. God, I love StarCraft 2 so much. It is such a fun game sometimes.
That Nexus is actually in so much trouble, though. Spirit has got a 4th base himself for such a long time, and ultimately the Vikings are now sacrificing themselves to kill the 4th base, and we're gonna get 2 Templar. No! Oh my god, that physically hurts. Okay, well, Spirit is now on 4 bases. Gung Fu is on 3. Yes, he's got good upgrades, but he is all in. And he needs a disruptor hit of a lifetime. He loses both of them. Hello, Gung Fu. Hands back on the keyboard, please.
Oof. Now the scan does miss the Dark Templar, but it ends up wandering into that scan anyways, and there's just no way at this point. It's a 50 army supply lead. Gung Fu's got nothing in the tank, and Spirit will fight back in this game and takes it down.
That just spiraled way out of control in those last couple of minutes. I mean, Gung Fu was playing a pretty stellar game, and then Spirit just sort of continued doing what he was doing, and he suddenly overwhelmed him. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That big EMP, I guess, on the High Templar started it all, right? And then it just spiraled completely from there.
Yeah, there was the first little interaction of that big army fight was, I think, Gung Fu trading 2 feedbacks for 1 EMP. And it was actually quite good for Gung Fu. But then another Ghost came in and hit 5 High Templar with the EMP. And then Spirit just took a massive concave on his opponent's army and was able to take it down. We kind of watched like this funny skirmish on the bottom side, but I feel like Spirit was started just macroing very well behind it. The High Templar that were there fighting the Vikings probably needed to be hitting storms on the main army.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
because they were not hitting storms anywhere. They were just dying to a bunch of landed Vikings, which I mean, as like the main damage dealer in that army at that point, they were certainly not being used at their most efficient, in their most efficient way.
Yeah, not so much. But, you know, well done by Spirit. That was certainly a game for Gung Fu Banda that was going pretty darn well from the early game. Like, he got the jump on the first units, and I feel like he was in a pretty good spot. But, yeah, if you lose that many High Templar, like, that's so much value that got negated by just 1 EMP, I think. It is really difficult to deal with. I also just watched, by the way, on the actual stream, because there's obviously the delay. One of the Vikings landed, and it for like about half a second occupied a gas before it like the pathing corrected and it like moved itself out. It was just funny to see.
I did not quite catch that, but either way, we are going to the map Oceanborn. This is match point already for our Terran player. Top left-hand corner, though, playing with the red Protoss pieces. It's Gung Fu Banda. Let's hope he can come back.
And his opponent with some great decisions, excellent execution, and that money EMP. It is Psystorm Gaming Spirit.
Yeah, sometimes when it goes poorly, suddenly everything goes horribly in a game of StarCraft, right? It's like a house of cards, the top layer comes down and then suddenly the entire tower just falls to the ground. That was rough, man. It started with the EMP, then the Colossi ended up going down. The recall was a little late. I think maybe a Stalker was also caught in there. High Templar mispositioned. High Templar ended up dying. Vikings kill a Nexus. Like, they killed a Nexus. We don't normally see Vikings that are landed on the ground kill a base of the Protoss. And then all of the disruptors were move commanded forward. The High Templar once again get EMP'd. I mean, that was rough. I hope if you're a Protoss player, you closed your eyes right there for the last minute of that game, because that was painful.
Yeah, it was certainly not a that was a game to forget for Gung Fu Banda for the last 3 minutes of it. But if he can tidy things up and maybe doesn't have an army that's so reliant on High Templar, because ghosts are very good against High Templar. Like, there is no way around it. Like, maybe let's say instead of going for 5 High Templar in Storm, he just goes for Archons and gets a slightly quicker
ghosts
disruptor
are pretty good
transition.
against those too.
They are, but at least if you don't research the Storm, you maybe throw down a quicker second Robo, you get faster disruptor transition, or you just don't get the Templar at all and you just go straight into disruptors. Like, things can pan out a lot better for you.
Absolutely. Compliments as well, of course, to Spirit, right? Because he's the one that's ultimately enabling those mistakes from the opponent. Like, he found himself in a really tough position after the early game, losing a lot of stuff and not really achieving all too much with it. Like, remember that first attack through the center of the map when the Adepts basically caught the entire Bio army?
Yeah.
And Spirit's entire early game buildup was one +1 upgrade, right? With combat shields and Stimpak, and that, well, timing was completely thrown out of the window. Then he went for a second starport to try and play catch up there. I mean, that was really well done. Playing it very calmly, very collectively, and then eventually he hit that massive EMP and managed to come back. I mean, I think up to that point, it was a really solid game for Gung-Fu. And then Spirit, well, he threw that all out of the window.
Yeah, he certainly said, nah, I don't care too much. We are going to be seeing, all right. We're going to be seeing something very interesting here in game number 3. So Spirit, he's up 2-0 already. He starts off with, interestingly, no Reaper. Because, you know, Reapers were very good for him in the first 2 games. I think he got 3 kills, or 2 kills with the first Reaper, 4 kills, almost 5 with the first Reaper in game 2. But now he opens Marine, and it is going to be heavy Cyclone play here.
Yeah, second factory coming up as well. So this is a Terran mech-based army from Spirit. This is one of those builds that's been enabled since the new patch. Basically, the Cyclone has changed quite a bit, and it seems to have enabled some timing attacks that Protoss players have not quite yet figured out. There's a lot of variety in the early game of Terran anyways. Like, there's a lot of different builds that they can open up with. And this is one of those styles that we don't really see that often, and that we don't seem to have quite found the correct answer for yet. Like, there are builds that you accidentally, you know, counter this strategy with. But this looks like it's going to be a 2-gate third base right now. So Gung-Fu is not really going to have that many troops available. And this is the first time that he sees those Cyclones coming across the map.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit interesting. Blink Stalkers can do very well against Cyclones. And the Stalker count is not too bad. We will see the Hurricane Thrusters upgrade, which is one of the weirdest names for an upgrade we've had in StarCraft 2's history. But it's memorable.
No thrusters,
You can't say it's not memorable. And I mean, that's a really interesting setup, but Spirit, I wonder if he's going to try and play a macro game with this, or if he's just going to go for like a big 2-base committal.
I would be very surprised if he decides to play a macro game with this, to be honest. I mean, no, there's a third command center actually dropping down right now. I mean, he is very committed with it, but we haven't seen that many macro games where Terran Mech works out that well. Although obviously Spirit has always been a fan of playing Terran Mech. Yes. I'm curious to see how this is going to go. So Gung-Fu sees this coming in from a mile away, but since he has an observer, he's even got 2 observers in this game. There's no Immortal out, and I feel like against this, what you want to have is an Immortal too.
Immortal, yes, but I mean, even just the heavy Blink Stalker play, we can see right there, he snipes down a Cyclone and a Hellion and loses nothing. Like, that was very good for Gung-Fu Banda. It's neat as a concept, the Terran Mech play in this matchup, but yeah, it's gonna be tough, I think, to make it happen. Now, Oceanborn is gonna be a map where pushing up into a 3-base Terran will be probably rather difficult. But I don't know.
This is a funky unit composition, right? I mean, again, like the Stalkers alone do really quite well with good control. I mean, this was only a 2-gateway start, but now there are 4 in total. So he's just warping in the reinforcements. That speed upgrade for the Cyclones is nice and all. Maybe the line of sight blocker here is also decent, but that observer helps out so much. Excellently done right there by Gung-Fu Banda, shutting this down. And now he starts up that Immortal transition together with charge slots. The main problem, right? Like, you can find yourself in a good situation like this one, but how do you close it out now? Because there's going to be siege tanks sitting there. There's going to be an awful lot of Terran army, and you're essentially pushing into a sieged up position. It is not an easy game to drive home. And yeah, instead Gung-Fu decides to go for a 4th Nexus.
Yeah, no, I actually like this a lot. I think playing heavy gateways was going to be good. He sees the tanks. They're very exposed. Blinks forward. Wow. He has not yet lost a single Stalker. He has killed so many of these mech units. Finally, 1 Stalker goes down. But this is such a good start. And you asked, how is he going to break this position? Well, vision seems to be the answer. And now a charge lot warping into the main base. That is going to be difficult to deal with. Good positioning from Spirit, but the blink forward at the 3rd base is taking down every Cyclone. And we're going to see Gung-Fu Banda put one on the board. Spirit is broken.
Absolutely. This game has been Protoss from start to finish. Now the Immortal shows up as well, mostly just to look cool right here on the left side of your screen, but the Stalker Zealot army is destroying it. One more Zealot here trying to 1v1 a Siege Tank, and he does end up winning that fight too. The Command Center itself is in a world of trouble. I mean, I like the attempt here from Spirit, but other than that, this has been a horrible game for him. Yeah, at least the games where we've seen Terran Mech work out, usually it's some sort of 2-base all-in. At least that seems to be the most effective strategy, but playing a macro game and then sort of just driving around the map like you own it, yeah, not quite ideal. Like, just the Blink Stalkers alone were more than enough.
Yeah, this kind of felt like, you know, you had like these cyclones, speaking of driving around the map, just kind of joyriding around. They're like, yeah, not a care in the world. And then the Stalkers are like actual military units, and they're like, halt, you can't be here. And it's like, oh, yeah, maybe I should build combat units.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Like, the Hurricane Thrusters also did very little, right? So that like gives them the movement speed, but the Stalkers are still plenty fast to blink against it. So I guess if you're gonna build a lot of Cyclones, you may as well get that upgrade, but ultimately the Cyclones did very little in this game. Like, the weird part about it is that, like, if a Blink Stalker opener, right, like the one that Gung Fu went for, counters your build, and that is the strategy we see in like 50% of Protoss versus Terran games, it just by default doesn't sound like that great of a strategy to me.
I would agree. I don't want to see another mech opener from Spirit in this series.
But then you see guys like Gumiho practice the same thing, and you're like, huh, he's up to something here. Gumi seems to be, going for some funky timing attacks against Protoss, and somehow he makes it work. But then usually it's a different style altogether. It's a lot more all-in-y.
Yeah, no, and if it was an all-in, I would have been totally on board. But
yeah,
more so than anything, I just don't want to see him do anything different because the standard play has worked out so well for him. And let's see if he can close it out right here. Spawning up at the top right for Psy Storm Gaming. It is the Blue Terran player, Spirit.
And down here in the bottom left-hand corner, we're looking at none other than Gung Fu Banda's main Nexus. Okay. Well, Spirit does not want to play a normal game.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a quick engineering bay block here.
Engineering bay block. Yeah, okay. I thought for a second maybe it wants to be proxying a barracks out on the map, but not quite the case. It's a bit late for that.
I mean, you could technically still proxy a second barracks, but
yeah,
and that is possible. No, it is going to be the engineering bay block.
Yeah.
I would say that it's still not exactly a normal game. If it's Clem, I feel like Clem does this like a third of his TVPs, and it's really annoying. I feel like this is probably one of the best ways to play, like just a macro game with a little bit of a twist, is doing this anywhere from 1/5 to 1/3 of your games as a Terran player. I feel like it's really annoying to deal with as the Protoss, because if they don't check the natural and this gets a lot of HP, it delays the build, forces probes off the line. If they want to take the base, they have to take it at the 3rd base location. It just feels like a good play.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you, especially since Protoss is so build order dependent, right?
Yes.
More so in my mind, at least, than both Terran and Zerg. Protoss usually gets thrown off pretty hard by this. He's just trying to put a little bit more work in. And obviously, he can always cancel this engineering bay as well at the end, and he more than likely will. Super annoying little style. So one of the responses we see from time to time is the Protoss player taking the 3rd base instead, but that is super tricky to play against, and you need a lot of practice. So instead, he decides to just pull a bunch of probes and eventually take his base. Spirit obviously does lose some minerals, plus the opportunity cost as well, which is not to be underestimated, but it's one of those builds where, at least in my mind, you put the Protoss a little bit further behind than yourself. Whereas on paper, I think if you put this like in an Excel spreadsheet, right, and you try to perfect the build, it's probably better not to go for the engineering bay block, but just because it's so annoying and you just throw your opponent off just a little bit, it's something we see all of the time.
Yeah, it really is disruptive, and it comes down to like a little bit of the preference of, would you rather do your own build perfectly, or would you rather disrupt your opponent? And Terran is a race that has many tools that are disruptive. Despite the fact that they don't feel the disruptor, the Liberator, the Widowmine, the Reaper.
They feel disruptors all the time. What do you mean?
Oh, they field them. Yeah, they don't field them, but they certainly field them.
There you go.
Yeah. No, they feel them very intimately. You know, disruptors, they are
not in that
units that
previous
love
game. To be fair, not in the previous map.
Oh no, not at all.
No, those were donations.
Yeah, yeah. In that case, the disruptors, you know, normally they want to get close with their Novas. In that case, they wanted to just actually hug the Terran Bioforce. So a little bit of a miscommunication from the commander.
Well, one of the ghosts was called Nova, right? So maybe that's why they were like, Nova? Ah, there we go. Let's run on over in that direction, see how it goes. Didn't work out all too well right there for the Protoss, but once again, the good old Blink Stalker start here for Gung-Fu. Actually, not the previous game. The game before that is when we saw the Disruptors. The previous one was so quick that we've already forgotten about it.
Yeah, it was a forgettable game. Now, we do see these Marines. They actually snuck it across the map. The shield battery is not yet done. Stalker is going to be trying to be kept alive. Nice snipe on the way to Hellion, and good job putting this Stalker kind of on the high ground. Great little surround with the probes. He gets the Hellion. He gets all the units. Wow. That was very well defended by Gung-Fu Banda.
I feel like the early game aggression has not been working out for Spirit at all in this series. Like, in any of the games so far, he hasn't really been able to put in that much work in the first few minutes of the game, other than with the Reaper. Like, the first Reapers, they've done a lot of work. Again, not something we've seen in this particular game, but he's been getting a ton of work done with that unit. But other than that, the Marines that come after that, the Hellions, the Cyclones, none of it really too impressive.
No, now the Banshee did just get scouted by the Adept. That is a bit of a mistake from Spirit, to be honest. He didn't need to show that. And what was a huge trump card that basically won him game number 1 has now been revealed a lot earlier on. We've got that robotics facility on the way. It was already being built, but now he can actually just chrono out the Observer and be prepared for it. Because what really hurt Gung-Fu Banda in game number 1 was the fact that he didn't know the Banshees were anywhere on the map until they killed 15 probes.
So this time around, Spirit also knows he's been spotted. Okay, maybe the Sentry will end up going down. 1 probe taking a bit of damage. Can we kill at least 2? That would be nice. Observer, hello. I feel like it's been producing for ages, man. Generally speaking, it produces so fast and somehow, some way. In a game where you really need it, it takes longer than you would think. So that's 4 probes going down together with a Sentry. The Banshee is still at full hit points. Second Banshee now coming in from the right. So even when you do have an Observer available, it still needs to be in the right place at the right time. Spirit going for the early cloak, hoping that his opponent does not see this. And so far, well, I mean, at least there's a shield battery here. So far, okay, second Observer also spawns. It has been unscouted. I mean, considering we've had the counter for the Banshee for a while, this has still been going really well. That's 10 probes now, together with a Sentry.
Yeah, the obviously the probes from the early game were killed off for that first push, but this is still some pretty nice value. Now, oh, you definitely want to keep that Banshee alive. He does manage to do so, but this is annoying because when you see that Banshee in the natural, and you should, in theory, in your mind, be prepared for it, but the Observer just pops out a little bit too late. That just feels bad. That's just a brutal feeling. And it wasn't the crippling damage we saw in game number 1, but it was definitely very effective damage. It also hit earlier, so even though it was a few less probes, it still stings. Yeah,
and the Banshees are still around too, so that's still 10 probes, man. That's a very substantial amount. Here's once again that army coming across the map, plus 1 infantry weapons, combat shield, stimpak, the whole shebang. Suddenly these Marines found a shield in their backpack and like, wait a second. Is that plus 10 HP I find? Excellent. They're going to be able to get some additional damage done with that on the other side of the map. In the meantime, 3rd Command Center is going to be finishing up as well. Medevacs are coming up. I mean, this is a game where Spirit is cruising, right? I mean, sure, he got scouted early on, maybe a small mistake, but he still, well, turned it into a very nice lead.
Yeah, he certainly has, and it feels like Gung-Fu Banda does not see where this army is. He has an Observer that just tracked the Banshee, but this is the first time he's seen the army actually appear on his side of the map. Battery Overcharge is going to get popped, and we'll be able to keep this Colossus alive for a while. Guardian Shield helping out as well, but this is a lot of bio, and the Marines diving the 2 Colossi with the Marauder support. That is both Colossus dead. That is Gung-Fu Banda not able to defend this 3rd Nexus. And that might just be the end of the series.
I think so too, man. A nice experimental mech build in game 3. Other than that, Spirit has looked incredibly dominant throughout this series. A little bit of counter-attack damage here. There's one probe trying to kill something. Proby is no. All right, maybe you do. Okay, well, that's something. But still, we have just such a massive supply lead here for the Terran. And yeah, how in the world do you come back, right? You can remake your third base. And I compliment Gungfu here for hanging in the game. I mean, this is an important match, so you don't want to give up too early. Getting a siege tank is okay. You know what? He's making the best of a very bad scenario.
Yeah, and nice little concave here from Spirit, spreads out as he gets back across the bridge to make sure Gungfu can't do anything more. But, and I do agree with you, this is the last day, or last game of the series. Granted, this isn't his tournament life on the line, he still has a lower bracket if he loses this, but why not play it out? What does it actually cost you? Nothing. You're not playing any more competitive matches today, this is it, so... You know, maybe Spirit makes a huge blunder. Maybe he runs into two big disruptor shots and Gung-Fu Banda finds a way to come back in this game. It is going to take a pretty massive blunder or a series of rather, you know, small to mid blunders to let Gung-Fu Banda come back. But yeah, play it out. See what happens.
Absolutely. No, we see it happen all the time. But this is certainly now Spirit's game to lose. And I feel like in the past, Spirit would now be putting down a command center, and then another command center, and then another command center, and then eventually he would win in about 30 minutes from now. He's maneuvering around the map a lot more aggressively here, and I do think that's the right call, because it lowers the chances of, for example, one of those disruptors getting so much damage done. Speaking of which, though, the first disruptor right now is coming up. We have a couple SCVs going down on the other side of the map, but reinforcing Terran units have been able to make short work of it. Okay, there's the disruptor hanging out in the back of this army. Nice kiting right here, though, by the Terran player. I mean, getting one disruptor, or sorry, one Widowmine, not quite what you're hoping for.
No, he needs a hell of a lot more than that. But obviously, if Spirit doesn't give it to him, you can't just force your opponent to run into your disruptors. If you could, well, that would be a very different game. And I think we're talking about, you know, controlling people literally outside of the video game, which is even a more problematic matter. But we do see a rotation up to the retake in third base, and Gung-Fu Banda did not see it coming, so he loses the shield battery right away.
EMP?
Spirit.
Yeah, big EMP as well, softening up a lot of those stalkers. Now the Nexus is in a world of trouble too. Spirit pouring salt in the wound at this point. Disruptor, okay, getting a decent hit, but also grabbing one of those Zealot kills. That's the Nexus going down, and I mean, maybe he can push back this army, but there's a massive amount of Terran reinforcements on the back of this.
Yeah, and the main thing right now, Gung-Fu Banda needs to clean this up before the reinforcements show up. And he needs to make sure that Spirit somehow doesn't find that he took another base on the left side. And
it's in an awkward spot now, right?
Yeah, like Gung-Fu Banda does survive off the back of that disruptor shot. Like that killed maybe 8 or 10 supply of the Terran, and it does mean that Spirit has to chill out for a little bit. But Gung-Fu Banda is still super far on the back foot. He's not out of it.
No.
And there's no 2-2 just yet on the way for Spirit. Like Spirit is not... He's not shutting the door as effectively as maybe we'd like to see in this game number 4, but he's still very much in a good position.
Yeah, so now he finally fires up +2. I was going to bring up the same thing. He could have started that one up quite a while ago. Gung-Fu, I mean, just a few moments ago, he was in a really bad position where it looked like he was down and out, and this is by no means looking great for him, but it's looking a lot better than a few minutes ago, right? If you compare the two spots. Still an uphill battle for him, but another disruptor hit or two, and he is certainly back in this game. Spirit, yeah, decides to play this a little bit more safely right now. Plants down another command center, decides to just build up his army once again, but now the upgrades really are quite late.
They are, and I am so confused by those 2 missile turrets out front of the third base. What could those possibly be for, other than like carriers?
They look cool. They look cool.
They look cool. It's, you know what? Spirit just wanted more guys on the map, and he said there's a guy in the missile turret. It doesn't cost supply. Don't tell anyone. But
he's the commanding officer of the party, man. You're not giving enough credit right there to the missile turret guy. He's observing the whole battlefield.
Okay.
See? Without the missile turret guy telling him that the disruptor was coming. There was a chance. Is there enough, though, here for Protoss to hold on again to another one of these relentless Terran attacks? Battery overcharge has been used over at the newly made third base. Colossus stays alive for now, but now the natural is wide open. Spirit is saying, come and fight me right over here, but he is zoning this army perfectly. He wants to fight it into a concave, and this is all of the robo production getting shut down right now. Whew,
No, oh, the commander gets saved. No, the last zealot. Oh, repair it. You got to save your commander. That's an order. That's an order, soldier. We are
I had my camera on the
down.
fight over here. Sorry, I was focused on the unimportant stuff. Yeah, ultimately, Gung Fu here is losing all of his important units, and Spirit just has way too much of an army. This is before 2-2 is done, but he is smelling blood right now. He wants to finish up this game right here, right now. That's that base falling for falling here for like the 4th time.
Yeah, and that one hidden base that was unscouted for a while and did kind of keep Gung Fu Bandit in this game for a little bit. It's been found now. Even though the medevacs are out of energy, it does not matter. Spirit will take the game and the series. It was a 3-1, but game 3 was, it was that weird mech build. In my mind, this was really a 3-0 with Spirit kind of choosing to have a little bit of fun in game 3.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the plan was with that particular build on the map. I mean, I feel like he had something cool planned, but it never really worked out. Maybe he made a small mistake earlier on and he just tried to make the best of it, because I can imagine that's not the type of strategy he practices nearly as much as just his standard bio army. But Spirit's bio approach, it's looking very, very solid right here. Like you said, winning over Gung Fu 3-1. And even though Gung Fu did get a point on the board, that was a very confident win right there for Spirit.
Yeah, very well done. Obviously, like I don't want to be too nitpicky from Spirit, because like he still played it extremely well. There was a little tiny couple signs of shakiness towards the end of that game 4, so I'm really glad for Spirit's sake that it didn't go to a game 5, because we might have seen a second reverse sweep of the day. But ultimately, he closes the door, makes it happen. Very well done, and he is in to the next round.
Absolutely. Well, we've got one more best of 5 series coming for the European region in just a moment. After that, we're switching over to North America, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
It is time for our final best of 5 series of the European region for today. After this best of 5, we're going to be moving on over to the North American server instead. But for now, it's going to be Clem going up against Christianer. Steadfast, how do you feel about this one?
Oh, you know, it's going to be a really competitive series. I think it'll go all 5 games. I think we're going to be here for a while.
I smell a little bit of sarcasm here.
What? No, this is going to be a series where there is potential for one of the bigger upsets in the entire bracket.
There is potential for that, absolutely. So these two actually faced off against each other earlier this week in this week's ESL Open Cup, and Christianer had an amazing run. First off, he ended up taking down MaxSpecs, some of the very best Protoss versus Protoss ever from MaxSpecs, and he, played them solidly, straightforwardly, albeit a little bit cheesy. Then he also did a series against Lambo in the semifinals, and against Lambo, I mean, again, he played solidly. Didn't really play cheesy in that one at all, actually. He just played solid, straightforward macro. And ultimately, he fell 3-0 in the finals over Clem this week. Now, do you think Christianer learned a lot from that series, or do you think he's got a better shot here?
I mean, he may have learned a lot from that series, but the tricky part about going up against a player like Clem is that it's not just about knowing what to do. You have to just be better than him. Like, there are very few players who can pull the wool over Clem's eyes and have it, like, matter. That's not to say that he can't get beaten by build orders or strategically. It just, you also have to be able to execute at, like, a top 5 in the world level type of thing. And Christianer, while he played really, really well this week, and he took down some amazing players, he then got a bit of a reality check in in the series versus Clem. And it's going to be a tough situation for him to make a dent.
I absolutely agree. So no more waiting. We have found ourselves in game number 1 of our next best of 5 series. That one will take place on the map Oceanborn, and spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner, we have one of the very best Terrans of all time, and he goes by the name of Clem.
Melem. And his opponent, spawning up in the top left for Team Blazer, it is Christianer.
No polar bear spinning around on his main command center today. Not on this account.
Not on this account. They should have let it. They should have let it put it in. Just make it so that it's only visible to us. I don't care. I don't know how you do it. I'm sure it's not even possible, but it just feels like it belongs there, you know?
Absolutely. You're certainly right, though. It can be a bit of a reality check sometimes when you do go up against some of the very best players on the planet. I mean, Clem, no stranger to this tournament whatsoever. Of course, he's been very successful in the European region over the years. One of the very few players who can take on, well, the other top-tier contenders, right? Like, for example, Serral, like, for example, Raynor, the people we see dominating this region for a long time, and Clem is amongst them. So, yeah, this is going to be a tricky one for Christianer. In general, Christianer seems to be playing, mostly macro-focused game, not really all too cheesy. And I feel like in a straightforward match against Clem, it's got to be such an uphill fight. Like, how in the world do you take down Clem in a macro game?
That's the thing, is how do you take him down in a macro game? And even TVT, which used to be Clem's big weakness, and it's still, relatively speaking, it obviously is. He beat Maru at Gamers 8. Like, even that, which is his biggest weakness, he took down many people would consider to be the TVT GOAT in that matchup. Like, it's going to be tough. But I think I've said enough how difficult it's going to be. Let's talk about the game a little bit. We have got an engineering bay block, which did force out, like we were talking about in the previous series, instead of, trying to take it at the natural and taking it very delayed and having your Nexus get delayed, we instead see Christianer taking that base at the 3rd. Clem, though, I think he knew that this was always going to be Christianer's game plan, because he has gone for a gas first into a very quick reactor Hellion play.
Absolutely. So he's going to be able to start putting a bit of pressure on the opponent. The tricky part right here for Protoss, we see this happen all the time, right? In like a Protoss versus Zerg, for example, where Zerg is forced to take the third base first. And Zerg players usually handle it quite well. Now we have a Protoss player taking their third base as their first expansion. And the thing about Protoss units is that they're like a third of the movement speed of any of the Zerg units. They're just so slow to maneuver in the right place at the right time. Cristiano is gonna have to be there when the aggression arrives from Clem. And that's usually where, even just in this early stage of a PvT, we see things go wrong for Protoss all the time. They're just expecting the Hellions to be at the third, and they show up in the main base. They show up with a medevac. There's so many different ways for these units to harass that Cristiano needs to be in the right place, and preferably at 2 locations at once, but he just doesn't have the amount of units. At this point, well, I mean, maybe he can push back these Hellions for the time being, but they're so quick to switch between all of these different locations.
Yeah, and with the shield battery being put where it is, it actually doesn't cover the whole mineral line. So, oh, that's a pretty good grab. That actually went way better for Cristiano than I expected. Way better.
Yeah. Recall to the main base to make sure that this Hellion falls. That is a cute move, and that's going to be the end of that Hellion. Can he get one more? No.
Wow. Yo, Cristiano?
I mean, that's still so 6 probes, though. That's still 6 probes for 4 Hellions. I mean, it's as good as it's gonna be, right? It's gonna be very hard to get a better cleanup against Clem than that.
Well, that was only 4 probes for that statement. Yes. He must have lost 2 other probes. There was the scouting probe and then but where did the other probe fall?
I'm not actually exactly sure.
That was a sick defense, though, from Cristiano. I really thought that was going to get so much more damage. Now, if Clem had gone straight into the main base, there was no shield battery. There was no shield battery there, but Cristiano had those stalkers, the 2 stalkers, kind of zoning Clem towards that third, kind of drawing him into a bit of a trap. And you know what? I gotta say, this is a fantastic start for Cristiano as far as the context of who he's up against and how difficult that should have been to defend.
Absolutely. So it's going to be Blink Stalkers here, which is not really much of a surprise. We see Blink Stalkers in basically every single game in this tournament at the very least so far. If it's not a Stargate opener, but in these sort of spawn locations. And with the third base being forced first, it does make a ton of sense. Charge immediately on the back of it as well. So only just now is when the second gateway is about halfway done. Cristiano teching up hard, going straight into a third Nexus. I really like what he's doing here.
Yeah, I think after defending those Hellions, starting up a really quick third Nexus is a great decision. He didn't take that much damage. Even, obviously, in aggregate, 6 probes is a lot, but with him not building a shield battery in the main, like, it's not bad at all. No. Now, I don't think he's going to necessarily have an easy time at this game. I'm just celebrating the victories where I see them, you know? And, like,
no, absolutely.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, 4 Hellions is 400 minerals, right? Like, it's a substantial amount of money to lose for Terran. It's like, you know, if we saw them killing a command center, we would be all over it, right? 6 probes killing a command center, we'd be like, oh my god, that is unheard of. Now he's thinking about blinking into the main base, and he does sneak around the site here. 1 unit was waiting, so apparently he's gonna spoil this surprise, but this is still really nice right now here, though. As long as he can get away. Oh my god.
Oh, he needs to recall right now.
Okay, this guy's too gone. Okay, he's gonna have to recall. How many is he gonna lose? 1, 2? Okay.
That was so greedy from Cristiano. He lost the observer to the Raven, so he knew exactly that the army was coming towards him. He stepped into it and then blinked back instead of just blinking to the side and recalling out. I don't think he was anticipating the 1 siege tank shot that hit the center of the stalkers. And if he doesn't take that, he maybe gets out without losing any of those stalkers, but he overstayed a little bit, grabbing 1 or 2 extra SCVs, and it cost him 2 stalkers.
Yeah.
A small little decision, but it is one of those ones that against a player of Clem's caliber, you really cannot afford to make even small mistakes. Now, this is interesting. We've got an armory coming down for permacloaked Widow Mines to continue to be a nuisance here for Clem.
I don't hate it, though. I don't hate it here at all for Cristiano. I mean, yeah, maybe that could have been refined even more, but he's done a good amount of damage on the other side of the map. We do have all the upgrades once again finishing up here for the Terran. We have a little bit of a drop here, too, with that auto turret coming down to the low ground, but a quick pull. I think it only ended up killing 1 worker right there in total. So honestly, not a bad game here by Cristiano whatsoever. It's just that this incoming attack from Terran is going to be a little bit tricky to hold. Widow Mine drop.
Yeah, it is going to be a Widowmine drop coming on in. Now, there was a cannon built somewhere, but it was not at this base. Oh, the Widowmines. Ay, ay, ay. 9 probes going down. Well, and that is super painful. That is super painful. He also even got a Zealot there. Just salt in the wound of an already rough situation. And now this army, oh my goodness, that is just gigantic.
Yeah, again, the margin for error at high-level StarCraft 2 is absolutely tiny. You're not allowed to make mistakes like that one. You gotta be pulling away your workers as quickly as possible against drops like that. And well, now suddenly Clem is finding himself in a lot more of a comfortable position. There's no Colossus out just yet. It's just gonna be 3 Immortals, which is not bad whatsoever. Does he have enough, however? No Stalkers in the middle of the map either to try and slow down this attack here from the Terran, so Clem just gets the siege up where he wanted the siege in the first place. Nice force fields, I suppose, but there's really nothing here to close the distance.
No, there isn't. The battery overcharge keeping one of the Immortals alive for a little while, and a lot of the bio units actually do end up getting picked off. We do see a flank coming in on the siege tanks. He grabs one. And the supplies are not as bad as... I mean, he's going to have a Colossus out soon. Most of the Marines, though, have already been dealt with, so it's mainly Marauders here. And there are still a couple of siege tanks in a good position. Widowmines, oh, they get some big shots on the Zealots. But Christiana will drive this army back. Can he find that medevac?
Yeah, he's looking for it. Okay, 2 very low hit point medevacs. Now the reinforcing Terra units, though, have arrived. Widowmines firing a second time here as well. This is still a very, very large Terran army. It's now coming in from a slightly different angle. That battery overcharge should soon be available once again, but not just yet. Widowmines, okay, thinking about doing some friendly fire there for a moment, but that Immortal putting in a ton of work.
Yeah, the Immortal did get some good damage there. Clem able to retarget the one Widowmine that was looking to be mind dragged by Christiana. If that did manage to connect on the bio, you can see how low that bio is right now. Christiana might have actually cleaned up this push, but as it stands, Clem does not allow Christiana to do so. And Clem will take the 1-0 lead. Very well done.
Now imagine this entire fight, right, with 9 additional probes, or maybe 7 more additional probes. If we, you know, defended that as cleanly as you possibly could have, that would have been a very different engagement. Like during all of that, Christiana would be able to just reinforce it a lot easier. Yeah, I like the first half of that game for him, but ultimately Clem, he only needs one moment before he starts marching across the map. And, well, he saw an opportunity, he took it, and he immediately never let go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. It's tricky. I mean, StarCraft 2 is a brutal game. It is a game of inches, and sometimes they break the other way. But I've got to say, I was actually really encouraged by a lot of what Christiana did there. He is playing better than he did on the Monday. He is definitely capable of making this a competitive series.
Yep. Small little changes right there would have, well, been a very different outcome, I believe. He did a good job, though. Also in that main engagement when the siege tanks first drove across, coming in from different angles, using the Zealots very cleverly, attempting those Widowmine drags to go over the army. He just simply didn't have quite the income there to match the Terran anymore. And I mean, ultimately, of course, that was a very committed push as well from Clem. So if that did not end up working out for him, he would have been in a world of trouble. Either way, that's going to lead us to game number 2, which will take place on the map Heartlet. Not lead, it's Let. And spawning right here in the bottom right corner, we have none other than Clem, currently 1-0 ahead.
And his opponent playing a pretty darn good game number 1. Just a few adjustments needed, and he might have been very... I would have certainly been able to drag that game out for Team Blazer. It is Christiana.
Alrighty. Clem probably not too happy with how that game went overall, right? I mean, he must also have realized that he needed to get something done, and that's not really the situation you ever want to be in, right? Preferably, you just sort of play a little bit better than your opponent here and there, and you just sort of cruise ahead to a victory. That was Clem almost forced to deal some sort of damage, and he did get it done in the end, but maybe not quite as comfortably as he wanted it to be.
Yeah, certainly a situation where maybe Clem was looking at the previous series and was like, okay, you know, like I just need to play my game and things will work out well for me. And Cristiano maybe brought a little bit more heat than Clem was expecting. And like you said, he needed to get something done. He did get it done. But I wonder if we'll see some adjustments from Clem, because that was a little bit of a tricky opener. You saw, obviously, the Engineering Bay block into the Hellion play. Like, that was an intended... That was a build that was intended to get some damage done, and maybe didn't get as much as Clem would have liked.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's one of those builds that's designed to try and throw the Protoss player off, but it clearly did not. Right? Cristiano managed to deal with that quite nicely. The Hellions, I mean, they were almost forced at that point, and they didn't really achieve that much. It was well handled. So this time around, Clem has opted to not go for any such thing. He decides to just go straight into the Reaper Scout. We do not have an observer, or sorry, an SCV. No observer yet on the other side of the map either, for what it's worth, but no SCV on the other side of the map. This can be a little bit risky if it would have been a Zealot first here from Cristiano, but he's decided to skip that in this particular game and go straight into the Adept.
Yeah, and Cristiano actually taking it even a step further and going for a Gate Nexus here. So just a little bit more economically focused. It does mean that his Adept will be a little bit later, and against a player like Clem, who likes to go for Reapers, can be dangerous, but we can see Cristiano does not lose that probe. Clem might have been able to get it if he had committed. Ooh, I did not expect him to cancel that shade. That was a bit of a juke, but it was kind of a double juke too.
It was really nicely done, actually. Clem trying to go around there, trying to trick his opponent a little bit. He's so good with that control, but Cristiano matching him for at least the time being and dealing some base damage there to the Adept is apparently all we can really aim for. It's going to be a Robo facility first here for the Protoss. How do you feel about that one? Not really something we see too much.
No, it's
not as much as Twilight Council and Stargate.
Not something we see often at all. What I was just about to say is I think we might see a Colossus drop. And if that is what we end up seeing, it could just be very, very quick Colossus with no drop. But I'm salivating at the idea of a Colossus drop. You know,
I mean, SOS has been playing again recently, right? So I mean, this could be one of his build orders, is what I'm saying.
He's been good, actually. He's played some really good games, SOS.
Yep.
Obviously, we're not talking about that right now. Oh, that's the Scout. You do not want to let your opponent see what you've done here, because if it does end up being the Colossus drop like this, now Clem can just build a Viking.
Yeah, pretty good unit. Just in general, so Prism is going to be done first. What are we going to be using that Robo Bay for? All right, there's the Prism Speed. There's the Colossus. My God, Steadfast with the prediction of a lifetime. Colossus drops? Okay.
I mean, I was born and raised on the NA server. I'm used to watching Nina doing this in like every game like 7, 8, 9 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's I guess something that was played there back in the day, but yeah, definitely not the most common build at all. And there's the Viking coming up. Here's the Widowmine drop too.
I wonder also how the new Cyclone does against this, because you don't get the lock-on range, but the damage is really high, and you know you can't force the lock-on onto the Colossus, and then all of a sudden it's on cooldown for a while. Like this is gonna be a little bit weird. Now this is a really nice. Oh my God, did he just he scouted it with the Hellion, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he just caught the tail end of that Prism moving across. Problem is, neither of these two units can shoot up, so that Viking really should get to work. Here's a little bit of juggling with the Colossus. Cristiano playing this game in style. The problem is, right, none of these units can shoot up, but that Prism is really darn quick, so he's going to be able to get away there. Easy peasy. Goodbye, Viking.
Just an absolute zoomy boy right there. Looks like Clem, so maybe why he moved that Viking in a weird way was looks like he tried to run in with that medevac, fly in, but Cristiano has those units in position. He's already cordoned this off. This is once again a pretty solid start from Cristiano. And when you have that Ferrari War Prism, it does move pretty quickly. And as long as they don't have like a Ferrari pit crew, it should be safe.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the new Cyclone is not going to be quite as nice as the old one against this particular unit here. I mean, just the lock-on range alone is going to make it very tricky. Those Marines have to be so careful. Couple lasers, they will end up dying. And on the back of this, we've got ourselves a charge first. Viking trying to cut this off, but here he goes. Second gear, third gear, he's gone. He accelerates through the corners as well, man. It's insane.
He doesn't even have brakes. He literally removed them. He's like, why would I need these?
He just has one speed. That's it.
Yeah. The speed, it's just labeled yes.
That's what the pedal says as
Yeah,
well.
the pedal says yes.
That's it.
And the other one has been removed.
Yeah, excellent. So is this gonna be a committed 3 base all-in right now on the back of this, or what exactly are we gonna do? Are we just gonna play a macro game off of this? Because we did go charge as the very first upgrade in the Twilight Council.
Oh no. All right, look at the bottom of the natural. Mm-hmm. Bottom of Clem's natural.
Yep.
See those 2 Widow Mines?
Yep.
See how they're on cooldown? Mm-hmm. All right, now take a look at the units tab.
There's something missing here.
There is something missing. There's a mystery that we need to solve. It's the mystery of the dead War Prism in Colossus.
The Formula 1 War Prism is no more.
Oh, and a Widow Mine drop. Oh my god, it just found 9 probes on the 3rd base. We got another Widow Mine drop. And just like in game number 1, it feels like things kind of just suddenly fell apart. Cristiano not pulling the probes, and he loses another bunch. Oi, 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 it's a disaster.
As Wardy would say, right? Absolutely, yeah. This is... Yeah, suddenly an absolute... disaster is the best way to put it. I mean, now Clem is going to be able to start marching across the map once again. He just finished up his 3rd CC. He's going to be able to start continuing some work here. This is... yeah, frustrating, right? I mean, that's so many workers going down in such a short span of time. I think he had an excellent opportunity to bring it home if, well, a couple of the small things once again went just ever so slightly better.
Yeah, it's... Oh, man, that's really rough for Cristiano. And Clem, well played from him. He comes in with a multi-prong with those Widow Mine drops. Cristiano, unfortunately, wasn't able to deal with it. Widow Mines have been a really potent weapon for Clem in this one. They got another couple of shots in the natural. So many probes have died in the last little bit. And another couple of Widow Mines. Oh, he tried to target the Prism. Good job from Cristiano, though. He does recognize it and pulls it back.
Yeah.
But even
so
with
much
all
damage.
this, it's so much damage.
43 workers in total over just like the last 30 seconds or maybe a minute or
dying.
so. Yeah, they're still dealing damage. I mean, Cristiano falling apart a little bit here. And this is the effect that Clem generally has on people, right? You make one small error and that's all he really needs.
Yeah, it's just too much damage at this point. Cristiano's going to try and micro his way to a victory, but he's on half the army supply. Great War Prism micro right here, but there just isn't enough units. He will get in on top of this base. He will find a couple of these SCVs, but Clem, I mean, he's going to be able to just macro out enough stuff. Cristiano warping into Zealots, but there is the GG getting called, and Clem puts himself up 2-0.
Excellent start once again here for Cristiano, right? He deals a lot of damage, he catches the opponent off guard, he doesn't really take any damage at home. And then, in the span of like a minute, 2 games in a row, everything just falls apart. He takes a ton of damage, Widow Mines come in. In the previous game, we also had that Prism going down with the Colossus inside of it. That is very unfortunate right there for Cristiano. He's playing good games, but Clem might just be one bridge too far here so far. I mean... He's trying his best, but not quite enough.
Yeah, not quite enough. I mean, the problem with the removing the brakes is...
Sorry, I'm just giggling at Wardy. Wardy's saying I missed it because I got distracted by Loco's cat. That's why I got distracted too, guys. Suddenly there was a cat in my room. 2 of them. They had to move, but all right. Yeah, no, that Prism in a little bit of trouble, sadly.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I was like, I looked in the background and I just see someone coming across and grabbing something out of your room. And I'm like, what is happening
I just want to
right
interject. The best part was the cat in protest turned the lights on. And I was like, this whole series of events was great. So
And then I turn around and what I see is Wardy zoomed in on 2 Widow Mines. I had to figure out what happened, but it was pretty clear, huh?
Yeah. Fortunately, the detective work on that one was not too difficult. It was the evidence was all laid out in front of us.
Unfortunately, though, because that was a cool build right there from Christianer. Getting a ton of value in with strategies we don't really see all too often. Clearly, Clem had to start thinking on the fly as well. And he needed to get a little bit lucky, right? Like, he needed something there to get rid of the Prism. Ultimately, the Widowmines, man. They, just like in game number 1, they got so much work done.
Yeah, it's like the Widowmines in game 2. Like the white Widowmines in game 1 were like, hey dog, we did so much work. What are you gonna do about it? And then like, I don't know, the entire cast of the Expendables shows up in game 2 and just beats the living hell out of every probe that poor Christianer has.
I think some of them must have fired like 4 times in the middle line, man. That was rough.
So many times.
Alrighty, well, that brings us to the map Hecate, where in the bottom left-hand corner we have a man who's already on match point, and he goes by the name of Clem.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top right for Team Blazer, it is Christianer.
Okay. Just tightening things up ever so slightly, right? Like, that would be really lovely to see, because game number 1 and game number 2, if they would have transitioned towards a macro game where the Widowmines didn't kill literally everything, okay, maybe not literally, but like 50% of the things available, they would have looked very different. Now, honestly, it's one of those situations where when it rains, it pours, right? You need to like deal with the first one, and then suddenly the follow-ups are also much easier to deal with. But when the first one is kind of shaky, you don't defend it perfectly, then suddenly the second one deals a ton of damage too, and then ultimately the Terran army is just much too big. Yeah, we just need to clean up the defense a bit, but that's much easier said than done.
Yeah, it is one of those situations where once things start to go wrong, they really snowball out of control. But it does feel like one of those things where it's like, okay, so all we need to do to become, a recording artist is we just need to come up with a couple of good songs. We need to record them. We need to find a producer that wants to, that wants to sponsor the album. We need to be good at music. Like it's one of those things where keeping up with Clem's multitasking is so difficult. So difficult. And obviously Christianer is very good, and we've seen some great stuff. But once Clem turns on the jets, like, man, there are so few people that can keep up with him.
Yeah, and keep in mind as well that Christianer in the previous 2 games had a really good start as well, right? If Clem manages to clean up that early game just a little bit and not allow, any damage, preferably, right? If he doesn't lose anything at home, suddenly, I think the mid game, or at least the beginning of the mid game, because we weren't even really there quite yet. Suddenly, that looks a whole lot better as well for the Terran. Anyhow, so far nothing all too crazy here. That Reaper ended up killing the scouting worker on the other side of the map. Fair enough. Just looking around, trying to figure out exactly what's happening. Stargate opener in the meantime inside of the main base of Christianer. So he's ready to start flying some units across the map, going for a different build once again.
And I mean, you know what? It makes sense for him to try and play Phoenixes this game, because what has been losing in these games, I mean, it's the Widowmines. He has really struggled to deal with them. And so it does make sense from a, very basic perspective. Hey, I'm just going to go for Phoenixes instead. But this is really interesting. We see a Twilight Council and now a proxy pylon. Is he literally just going to build one Phoenix and do like proxy DT or something? Or is this going to, hang on, is this going to be Blink Stalkers? And
if it is going to be
the high
proxy
ground.
DT, you think he's going to proxy the Shrine as well? No, it's going to be a gateway over there. That'd be kind of nuts, because that would be very quick for that proxy pylon. It's going to be Blink instead. So I think you're right, though. It's just a single Phoenix. Just to like, hey, I've got a Phoenix. You should be very scared of me. Definitely don't go Widowmines now, because I've got a Phoenix.
Yeah, it definitely does feel exactly like that.
It literally feels like it, yeah. I mean, he's dealing some damage, of course, waiting for that medevac to pop. Does he see it?
No!
Oh,
he
my
sees
God.
it! Come on! Oh, let the poor man catch a damn break. Oh.
Christianer not really able to get a whole lot going here in this game. Already going for the backup pylon here as well. In the meantime, Steadfast is sitting somewhere underneath his desk, I believe. He just disappeared for a moment, but he's back.
Oh, I feel so bad for Cristiano right now. And he's doubling down on the proxy. I get he will be able to hold the position. That's good. But the unfortunate thing, one of the many unfortunate things about this actually, is that there is an armory on the field. Clem was intending to go for those permacloaked mines again. And that is actually very bad for Cristiano because even if he blinks in and soaks up the mine shots, he's not going to be able to kill them. He would either have to build an Oracle or start a robotics facility. He's going to transition out of this, Cristiano is. That's probably the best call, but he also committed to more additional buildings to try and hold the position. Everything about this is just a disaster for Cristiano. Oh my God, and he's going to lose probes to just a handful of scouting units.
Yep, this wasn't really an army meant to deal damage, and you're absolutely right. Now we have 4 gateways, with some of it on the other side of the map. That's so many probes going down. Ay, one more as well, just to make it even. No! Oh my God, it hurts. Okay, well, anyways,
He's
4 gateway, dead. 3rd Nexus here. Widowmine apparently also ended up getting a shot off, and it doesn't have a confirmed kill, so at least we did get a blink away in time, but Cristiano needs to get something done with his army while also at the same time, you know, get an economy going. My God, yeah, this is rough.
At least he got the blink in, and now the Widowmine is on cooldown, but now he once he blinks out, he can't get back in. So Cristiano is either going to need to hold the position somehow. He is getting a lot of damage on this factory. Clem's got to be a little bit careful about that, but he is going to go for the fight. There's the repair. Nice job from Clem. Cristiano, once again, once he blinks out, he doesn't have vision anymore. He will add on that Oracle that I was talking about. So that will give him detection. That will give him high ground vision. Hang on, wait, did he just... Oh, no, he canceled it and builds a Phoenix. I actually think Oracle was absolutely the right call. I think...
I agree.
Going for the Phoenix is a really weird choice. Oh, please don't eat the Widowmine shot. Okay, he does avoid it. Good micro. Very good micro from Cristiano.
Absolutely. He does have an observer coming as well, but the aggression in the main base is mostly closed at this point, right? There's not really a whole lot you can do anymore when finally the next unit that can provide high ground vision is going to show up. Okay, we're just going to go for everything here. Tons of additional gateways, Templar archives, charge on the back of this. Clem is, of course, a little bit late on some of his upgrades here as far as, like, for example, the combat shields go, so he doesn't really have, like, a super strict timing here that he can line up, but he can always start moving across. Okay, the Phoenix and the Stalker, at least they catch this drop, but I think Clem will be happy to fly it back home at this point.
Yeah, I think he's totally fine to send that back home. He does have the 3rd command center on the way, Clem, as well as, you know, adding on those additional barracks. He's pumping. He's still in a good spot. Cristiano, though, he's doing some good work with these Blink Stalkers to make the absolute best of just a horrible situation. And now, I mean, he's got charge. If he can find a really great engagement with a bunch of Zealot Stalker, maybe catch Clem unsieged like unburrowed Widowmines, there's a chance that he could take a good fight.
Clem not really taking any chances here, though, so Combat Shields is gonna finish up here momentarily. He's sent a full medevac of units towards the other side of the map as well, and they're completely unscouted, but luckily here for Cristiano, he's got plenty of gateway units awaiting as well at home. 3rd command center is gonna get an orbital command as well, so before flying up and down towards the low ground, Clem is just making sure that he is as safe as possible. Yeah, Cristiano trying his best to find his footing in this game, but it's just so rough.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position, and actually now Cristiano's going to try and go for an attack. I don't see this getting too much done. The charge loss will come in from the back. That's a nice little surround. Widowmines are going to burrow up, though, for Clem. Oh, nice job on the unburrow to make sure they don't just go off willy-nilly. And Cristiano, I don't know why he's attacking right now. Like, I don't think he can.
Yeah, I think in his mind he feels like he needs to, though, because if he ends up losing those 2 pylons over here together with the gateway, he's going to be in a really rough position. He's trying to create a wraparound on this army, forces the Terran player to pick up and get on out of there, but ultimately that's still not that many Terran units going down here. Medevac drop maybe coming in from the back as well to try and shut down some of these reinforcing units. 4th Nexus does go up at the 12 o'clock position, and in the meantime, Clem has almost been a little bit soft contained on just 2 bases, right? I mean, we're getting to the point where he kind of needs another base here very soon. Getting the medevac would be nice. Okay, that's like 10 supply.
That's pretty nice. Yeah, that's a solid pickoff. Cristiano is going to try and go in once again with a Guardian Shield. Widowmine's getting some huge connections. And Clem, even though he can't take that 3rd base, the trades are ridiculously one-sided. He
Yeah.
snipes down the Archon. He's going to find so many more of these Zealots here. This is a situation where Cristiano, it feels like he's attacked himself to death.
Yeah, trying his best. Like, he's playing this like he's got an 80 prop economy, right? But he's only sitting on like 65. Finally, Clem manages to properly secure this low ground. He's going to be flying that command center on south here, or I guess north, very soon. But he's already made the transition towards Ghosts. +2 infantry weapons is going to finish up here very shortly as well. And it is just going to make this Terran army even more menacing. Yeah, I mean, just against the Zealots alone, right? They clump up so much. Those Ghosts are going to be amazing. And what else does he really have? There's an Archon in the mix. Maybe 2 Archons by the time he gets across the map, and then 17 Zealots. The Ghosts are going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, no Colossus, no Disruptors. I mean, no Storm. He starts the Colossus transition now, but at this, I don't even know if Clem needs to kite at this point. Like, I feel like if he just stim
You
8
just
clicks,
stand there. You
He just
may use
stands
stim
there,
pick
yeah.
if you feel like it.
yeah. Well, I no, he needs to use stim. I'll go that far, but like, I feel like this army is just so powerful. The Mines, oh, they do get some big shots. Big EMP tick click on the War Prism. It will go down. And Clem's army, it is just going to muscle through here. No problemo.
Very well done right there. By the Frenchman, Clem obtains the victory 3-0 over Cristiano. And, well, game number 3 in my mind, at least the most dominant one in this particular series. Yeah, just not really skipping much of a beat here, right? Playing his opponent very well there, forcing him into a very strange build. He found that proxy on the other side of the map, and suddenly Cristiano was caught, and he decided, okay, I'm going to expand, but also go 4 gateways, and the game just got very awkward from there, and Clem played it out expertly.
Oh, he played it out fantastically. Something we didn't mention as well is the single medevac drop actually scouted that it was Mass Zealot, and that let Clem know, okay, I need to make so many mines, and it almost feels like he's played Cristiano doing this so many times, and Cristiano just always really aggressively like slams the pedal to the floor with that mass charge lot style, and Clem just calmly kept trading. He was like, okay, sure, you have an extra mining base, but I'm killing like 10 Zealots every 30 seconds, so that's more than enough to make up for it. Like, it's, yeah, and it was a correct read, so great job from Clem. Really, really showing dominance.
Absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, that wraps up our European segment for today. We still have 2 best-of-5 series as well happening on the North American server, although I believe they are not scheduled for at least a little bit from now. I don't know if Wardy can maybe give us a little bit of an update on when exactly that's supposed to start? Okay,
40 minutes from now.
Okay, yeah. So these series, since they have been relatively one-sided, they, well, force us to be a little bit ahead of schedule. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in about 40 minutes from now.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we resume the ESL SC2 Masters playoff day number 1 with the Americas region. Couple best of 5 still coming up today. I'm Wardy back. If you weren't here for Asia, I have been here before today. Everyone in chat seems to think I was just randomly showing up, but no, I've been here all day, guys. Back for some Americas action with Steadfast. How we doing, mate?
We're doing good. Loco's cat is no longer in the equation, so we're good. No more distractions in the background.
This was the craziest sequence of events because I just caught something out the corner of my eye because your guys' cameras are off on my other screen. I turn and the cat is sprawled upside down being carried out the room. I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. And then like it looks like it kicks the light switch on the way out. Like, no, I don't want to go. And yeah, and then you're like, oh my god. And I'm like, oh my god, what have I missed? And then I just fell into absolute shambles from there on out. Like I knew fine well I was missing everything. I was like, oh my god, I just can't catch a would have mind to save my life. But alas, we made it through, and yeah, now we got kicked Loco out of here. We can actually focus on some games. That, of course, brought to you guys by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. And if you want to focus on some games, you can do so in Atlanta as well. Get your tickets, dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. 20% off with the code StarCraft. Get on over there and get yourselves to Atlanta for an early little Christmas present for yourselves. With that said, let's take a quick peek at just what the bracket looks like here in the Americas. Special versus Cham, Disc versus Trigger, those are the matches we have today. Kalazer versus Estrella, Eggs versus Scarlet, the other round 1 matchups, they happen tomorrow, Steadfast. I like this bracket, man. This region is so fun since it got combined. Said it last season, we'll say it again this season.
I gotta echo that sentiment 1,000,000,000%. The funny part of the whole situation is that we do actually have an opening match that is an echo of the pre-split era, but now it's not the only match we have of significance. I really am excited in general for that like broader appeal. We see players that normally wouldn't have played against each other that much. They're now going up against each other. But as I alluded to, Special versus Cham. That was the grand finals of the previous last tournament when it was just the Latin America's region. And the fact that we have it as the opening match of the playoffs is really cool. It's a neat little like, I guess, mirroring of the past.
I really love it because it is like, this is what we had to wait until the finals for in, you know, Latin America. Maybe sometimes you get like round of 4, but that was like a 4-player playoff anyways, and that wasn't even, I didn't really love that too much if I'm going to be honest. Love it how it is now. 8-player, double elim, Latin America, North America, all combined. We've seen great games in this region. We've seen upsets in this region so far, and we're going to get into the ZVT to start us off today. Special versus Cham, one which has been really just kind of, you know, for the ages as well. Special kind of dominating against Cham, but I'll never forget that Cham stole the title off of him just before we got going, as I have to remember. I fixed it, never mind. All right, cool. Let's go in game. I was going to say I can't remember the hotkey for when they mess up the player name, but we're good. I fixed it. In the top left-hand side, our red Terran player is Special.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right, it is Cham.
And he is not from Team Liquid, as it says on our screen. Clam, Cham, easy to click the other one when our admin sets up the lobby, so for Game 2 onwards, it'll get fixed up. Yeah, they said it as Clem, so I loaded into Special Clem. I was like, I learned last week how to push the button to change the names around on the logos file to like just the actual account name, I guess. I don't know how to turn the clan logos off, though, but yeah.
That's fine. It's that's all good. It's all good. You have done more than I could do, I think. That is fair to say. Now, what do you think about this? Is this this gonna be just a 1-Rax expand with the low ground? Potential to maybe snipe an Overlord? That is kind of neat. Special. He's always been a little bit of a more like adventurous player.
Yeah. No, he's always been an innovative player, really, right? I mean, you talk about like nowadays, like double starport builds and TVT are kind of like a cool all-in, but like Special did that first, right? He created a bunch of mech all-ins in those matchups. He's been creative in this matchup as well. TVP, he's like the battle cruiser rush into 2 base all-in guy. Like, he's just a really creative player, and this is just going to be 1 Reaper on the low ground. I was kind of with you. Maybe like a couple of Marines, you shut down that Overlord, that's a guaranteed kill, and then you feel a bit silly as Cham. You're down an Overlord, and you have to kind of, reset from there. But nope, there's just going to be a Reaper on the low ground, get across the map quick. If Cham doesn't go far enough forward, he might not see, you know, if he turns around too quickly, he's going to be like, oh my god, barracks on the low ground. Obviously, he should be able to go far enough forward and see it's just the one, which he is going to do, and that's great. Just to confirm, nothing too wonky is going down as the factory goes in the wall as well, and maybe that's part of this, Steadfast. Maybe we want to get that factory into play ASAP here.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. It is, of course, a little bit unfortunate having the spawn positions on the top instead of the bottom. It means those add-ons are going to be exposed, but as long as something weird doesn't happen, it should be fine. Oh, Cham actually able to save that drone. Special had an opportunity, I think, to snipe it, but yeah, doesn't quite get the snipe. Good save from Cham.
Yeah, no, nice to obviously keep your drones alive. You don't really want to let this Reaper get kills. In theory, it's unnecessary. It shouldn't really happen, so stop it from happening and you're golden. As this one Marine is already going to start chipping away at an Overlord, and now there's a couple Overlords over here as we go a-running.
Yeah, I was wondering if Special might have actually lifted the barracks and gone hunting for that Overlord, but no, we have got something entirely different coming out the gate here. It is going to be a proxy starport, and this feels like it's got to be Liberator. Clem did this recently in a match versus Solar. It's very interesting to me. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan. It's cool, but I don't know if I love it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like you get the lib out quickly, and then that sort of hits you one place, and then the Hellions can maybe go somewhere else. That kind of 1-2 punch can be powerful. Let's see how effectively Special can use it. I think it's obviously not so great when your opponent's playing 2 base because there's less locations you can really strike, right? The only good part of this is he might be fairly aggressive, in which case he might actually punish the lack of ling speed, the fact that this is mostly just going to be a queen defense, so if these Hellions just charge their way in, they could maybe do a lot. If the queens have to pull to deal with the lib, the Hellions run by against, you know, a handful of slow lings. Potential for a lot of damage there, but Cham has to have some sort of a plan, playing this 2-base lair and roach style that we saw kind of crop up, being very popular during kind of the forward barracks kind of era. This became a good way to kind of shut that down and kind of punish it. Obviously, this was just one Reaper in this case, as the Hellions do just now see the timing of that third.
Yeah, behind this, we do have Special adding on a second factory, so it looks like it is going to be potentially Battle Mech here, utilizing those new Cyclones. Now, you mentioned talking about the double prong. Here comes the Liberator into the natural, the Hellions as well. Lings are not going to be able to get the block. Even though there's a Roach out, it is not well positioned, and the barbecue is on. We got 8 drones already falling. Make it 10, make it... Oh, he doesn't want that one. He wants the whole clump, and he is going to be able to get some good shots, but it will be cleaned up still. 12 drones is a ton of damage. Queen should be able to clean this up. Oh, I'd love to see special target drones. Nah, he's just going to let them let it do its thing, but that is a lot of damage.
Second Liberator coming out as well, so he's not done. He wants to keep up the pressure a little bit, and if he's going to start sending Cyclones over to the third base, then I think I like that quite a lot, so we'll see how he does. He's actually going to already start a tank, so he saw the Roaches, wants to be a little bit safe apparently. I'm not against that either. Yeah, that was a great little run by, especially because you're pulling drones off the natural initially because of the lib, then you pull them off the main for a long time. The income really does spike up in Special's favor. Now he's got a single worker lead, but that's fantastic in a TVZ as well, so just really feels like Special gets everything he wants from this opening. Hurricane Frost is on the way. Third CC coming up, but 2 more barracks behind it. So, you know what? Double factory now into extra racks. This Overseer really could do with being stopped because the Scout would be huge for Cham. He might not go deep enough to see the barracks. Okay.
Oh, he sees the barracks, but did he... Okay. I didn't... Okay, he does click. I was looking for the click, the blue circle, and I didn't see it. And then I didn't see it again, and then I didn't see it again, and he finally sends the changeling and does get the confirmation. This is so weird.
Yeah. No, it's definitely
this is such a weird build.
Yeah, I guess the second factory just to kind of, keep on building the Cyclones and use the Cyclones effectively for a while, but then also make sure you get a tank out so you don't die while transitioning to bio against maybe a larger Roach attack. Definitely interesting, as we see the Liberator just going to come in. I love the angle he came in from. He sent it all the way around just to try and catch his opponent off guard, make sure that any predetermined spores, you know, from the expected direction, from the right-hand side, weren't going to be a factor. Gets 4 drones, nearly a queen. I don't mind it. Liberator, again, just eating away some damage and just going to keep Cham, you know, having to keep on producing drones. The more he does that, the less Roach production he pumps out, the safer Special is to set up into the mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a nice little play from Cham, by the way. He tried to use the roaches to tank the Liberator shots, but Special, equally good counterplay, actually manually target fired those drones. So good job from both players. One of the roaches did end up eating a single Liberator shot, so at least it saved one drone. So there was still some benefit from the move from Cham, but nice little micro and counter micro, as it were. Now, beyond this, I do wonder if it's worth it to go for the Hurricane Thrusters upgrade when you build these 6 Cyclones. This was very clearly I want to catch my opponent off guard from Special, but it's such a weird play. Can it actually, like what's the play if it doesn't all work out? And it looks like the answer is it is going to be an 8 racks, a double factory, 3 base 8 racks. This is something Ryung has been doing a lot of. It's very, very interesting.
Definitely a little bit
yeah,
unique.
it's the 4th command center too.
Okay, yeah, so just a lot of power, but then a backup plan behind it straight away. And as you see, Cham, he made sure to contaminate the factory that had a tech lab on it, so he really wanted to shut down tank production as much as possible. It felt like he was going to fully send it on 1-1 roaches for a little bit, but I wonder if he just saw the setup and was like, you know what, like, it's not quite what I needed to be to justify doing this, so he's still making Roach Ravager, but he has seen a few drones since then, so, like I say, it's been mixing it up a little bit in terms of maybe what he wants to do. He is still going to come across the map with these Roaches, 65 drones. Let's see if he can get anything done against what I think is a very good defensive setup already from our Terran.
Yeah, that is a strong wall for sure. Is there enough behind it, though? The army supplies are huge right now, and Hurricane Thrusters will actually do very well against the Roaches if you can continue to micro those units, and he's already getting some good damage. Nice Widowmine shot right there. It's a full smash from a multiple angle attack. Does Cham have enough to break through? He is going to grab that one tank. The units are getting whittled down very quickly. Siege tanks in the natural are going to be able to keep Cham from continuing to push. Maybe? Maybe not, though. That is a lot of siege tank damage. Oh, it's the high ground tanks that are the MVP of this fight. Yeah. Cham will be held, I should say.
Yeah, Cham is going to get pushed back. Got very scary from the Special. SCV's pulled in a little late, right? I mean, when you're up against an attack like this, a lot of the time it's like, right, survive this, and I'm in a great spot. He's throwing roaches at me. He pulled the SCVs eventually, but if he pulled them a little sooner, it just gives the other couple of tanks a little bit more time to get some shots off. As it stands, I mean, he still pushes Cham back. But Cham, the thing about this is, like I say, he was never really, like, super committed. Okay, he stopped at 65 workers, but he did start up 2-2. Now he's got a couple of infestors on the way. They come in to play a lot faster nowadays without needing to research pathogen glands, right? So these are all things which really benefit Cham. And, you know, when I look at it right now, I'm like, okay, I can see where Cham takes this. Hive and Aspire already starting up. The Special is, you know, rebuilding a tank count. He can't really do much on the map because his tank count was fairly low following this. Starts to finish up Combat Shield, and he's even forgetting +2 armor. So, like I say, I think I like a lot of how it's turned out for Cham in the end.
Yeah, it's weird how well that was defended, but how kind of not great it is for Special. He's in a decent spot, don't get me wrong. Oh, that's a lot of Marines here. Where is the Infestor? Oh! There it is! The Fungal, the double combo. Corrosive Biles landing on one of the medevacs and killing almost every single Marine. Oh my goodness, those were money Fungals.
Actually...
Did you just look at the battle report?
I did not, but yeah, I can imagine it was disgusting, to say the least.
28 Marines in a medevac for 1 Roach, 1 Ravager, and an Overlord.
Yeah, that sounds right. Just an absolute dip in the army supply Special, and obviously Cham just builds up, now maxed, with the Hive and the Spire on the way, so with the extra tech continue to come into play here. As you see, Roach Ravager still just lurking on the map, just waiting for an opportunity to do even more once again. Absolutely ready to just capitalize on any opportunity given it.
Yeah, and clearly we've got Special very scared about Tunneling Claws Roaches. I assume at some point Cham, you know, while playing this style in their history has done that, but he's not doing it this game. But Special still built quite a few turrets. Now, it's a relatively small detail, but it's interesting to see how the meta between these two players is influencing their games. And I mean, Cham, if he hits with these Broodlords and Special doesn't see it coming, doesn't have, you know, 2, 4, maybe even 6 Thors out, Probably 4 actually is the magic number. This is going to be so scary. He is so tank dependent right now.
Yep. Absolutely, as that Marines come down, Queen gets hit, the Overlord will go down as well, and they're just going to dive away in towards this mineral line for a few more drones. This is great damage from Special, so he is finding something with this drop. Medevac will now go down, but it found value already. He's got another couple drops over on this right-hand side, and Chan is going to start being punished for being already a slow-moving army. That's only going to get worse as it comes into Broodlords and trying to play around those. It looks as though Special wants to commit onto this base. He's going to try for it. He may not have enough damage. The last Marauder trying to be a hero is not going to grab it.
Oh my god, that was like one Marauder shot maybe away. One Marauder shot, maybe an extra Marine shot needed. That's all it would have taken, and that would have gone down. Instead, Special loses all the supply. Does he have more stuff moving through the middle of the map to try and snipe this? Yeah, he is on a long sprint, but the body block is going to be good. That was a little bit optimistic from Special. It's a little optimistic. Not the biggest deal. It's just Marines. But what I'm really worried about right now is this Broodlord push. Cham, I'm surprised he hasn't morphed them yet.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he's at his time where he could really start going. I do think the sooner you go, obviously, the better generally. So, kind of with you. Would kind of like to see him just get it on the move. But now he's going to drop a Lurker Den down, and I almost feel like he's overthinking it. There's a lot of tanks. Right now, Broodlords are your best friend. And when there's more Vikings up, when there's more Thors up, then maybe you build the Lurkers. But right now, Lurkers are not going to do anything for you against that amount of tanks. So yeah, I would like to see Cham actually commit to what he's already set up for. Drop's trying to come around. He denies the right side drop. The drop into the main base is something he's going to start moving toward. As these Marines needs to out of reach of that Queen for a moment. As we will get the Queen, and let's see what else he decides to go for. The Evo Chimp with +3 Carapace! Denied.
Gets it with like 2 seconds left. Oh, Crow's Bile. Well, okay, at least he gets a consolation of taking that out. That's nice. He cleans up the drop, but that was so far along. So frustrating to lose that when it is that far along. But yeah, it feels like Cham has gotten a lot of good things for him for the last little bit of this game. A lot of things that have gone well, even with the, with that +3 Carapace being canceled, you still get the money back. It's obviously annoying, but I'm really curious about the fact that he hasn't really done anything in terms of pushing. It feels like he maybe wants to take this game super late now, especially when you look at the upgrade tab and you see so many upgrades in production.
Yep. No, absolutely. It's there's just everything on the way from Cham, so he will have a choice as to what he wants to play. He's going to have a few broods. Obviously, he's not comfortable just kind of fully committing. He just loses an Infestor there. No, nearly a second one. Now he gets a Fungal in return. Medevac sitting ducks for some corrosive files right now. We try and move. We will get out the way, but all the bio there goes down. There's been a few times where Special has just lost a lot of bio on the tail end of Fungals.
Yeah, and to the point of, like, Cham, if he does decide to go for a super long game split map scenario, I mean, he's always been a great late game player. His spellcaster control really is fantastic. But additionally, these trades have gone so well for him. Like, he's actually 3,000 resources lost ahead of a Terran. And that just shouldn't be the case, like, ever. Behind this, we do see Nidus Worms coming on down. Yeah, this is potential for some lurkers into the main base, and that can be so scary if those get sieged up.
Yep, absolutely. As we see, there's one Overlord just going around the back because we're about to get into Nidus Town, because it is double Nidus network down, so we can Nidus all over the place. That's how Cham's going to try and pull Special apart a little bit. Wants to still stay somewhat active instead of just being focused on kind of, sitting back and letting the Terran run into him. Special's on top of it. He knows the risk, puts a Viking on that Overlord immediately. Love to see that getting shut down straight away. And yeah, Special just making sure that Cham is not going to find any vulnerabilities on his army.
Yeah, no, exactly. He's just shutting it down before it can become a problem. So good job there. Oh, there's a changeling actually watching this. That is really nice. One of the most underutilized aspects of Zerg. And one of the things that whenever I watch a player like Serral play, I'm always so impressed by is how active he is with those changelings. But we do see Special finally starting to move out here a little bit. Cham, I mean, is he going to be able to deal with this army? I think so, especially if he can land some fungals on that ramp.
Yeah, absolutely possible. We just see the corrosive bars already coming down there.
God.
Vikings hunting at the moment. Can't find too much. Scans everywhere, and we are about to have a pretty big skirmish. Massive EMP hits double Infestor at the front.
16 Vikings. That
Yeah.
is so many Vikings right now. Like, that is actually just a ridiculous number. We are going to see Ghost coming on in for the snipes. Fungal growth on the Vikings and the... Oh my god, the corrosive bile combo is huge. The Broodlords will get a couple of shots before they get cleaned up. Man, oh man, that was a massive wombo combo on those Vikings. It's crazy because it feels like it hit so hard, but there's still like 12 Vikings left over.
Yeah,
46 Hydras on the Remax.
I was gonna say, like, the Vikings took a fair bit of damage. They are the one thing that really feels like they survive. And Cham, just because he's traded so well and he's been mining well throughout the game, as you expect to Zerg too, he's really in this position where he's actually able to, you know, now rebuild in a big way, rebuild into a fairly scary army. This Nidus will go down. We try and double Nidus in the main base again. I think these Marauders will control that. Meanwhile, a nuke's gonna finish off this base, and all of the drones, we just about missed the Vipers that were coming along with this. Man, this game is getting absolutely hectic.
That is a very good way of putting it. Extremely hectic right now. We do see a few Hydras popping out of the main base, and it looks like they are going to get... Oh, well, they do manage to escape out of those liberation zones. Another double Nidus Worm coming on down. Nice positioning from Cham, avoiding the liberation zones and able to clean those up. And this is actually becoming a really big problem. The base to the top side was cleaned up. The landed Viking harass. Not often you see spine crawlers hitting landed Vikings with the drones supporting.
Yeah, this game just went full silly in the last minute or two, but at the end of the day, Cham is going to come out in a great spot. He's remaxed. He's in a position with money in the bank, and Special is absolutely the one trailing. Now, Cham actually is down a lot of workers. That only extends how much army supply he currently has, so it really is a little bit of go time. If he's not going to rebuild drones, he has to go now. If he doesn't start going like now, he's given up an opportunity, and that's 100% how Special can get back in this game. A lot of Hydras popping out the Nidus. I don't know if it needs to be as fancy as this Steadfast. I feel like he can just sort of push up through the middle.
Yeah, I feel like, especially like an attack on one of the outlying bases, whether he gets the, you know, one of the top bases either at the 12 o'clock location or the 9 o'clock, he definitely cannot let Special continue to just enjoy this massive economic lead that he's got. But I don't know, man. This has gotten really out of hand, and I think you did hit the nail on the head. Cham's got to go.
Yeah. He's either got to go, or he should have rebuilt 20 drones already, or more. You know, like, he had the money. Yeah, he had
I was going to say maybe even more than 20, yeah.
Just get back up to 80, 90, because in these kind of games, you just want to keep on mining. You want to keep on taking bases, mining bases out, and just go non-stop. Yeah, he really did just slow down a little bit. And he still has a 50 army supply lead, but now he is stuck on 54 workers. So the next time they fight, Cham's bank is not going to be that huge. Let's see how he does. He is still potentially going to swarm in on these units. A couple of lurkers kind of a little bit haphazardly walking in. Parasitic bombs on low HP medevacs. They are guaranteed kills. And at the same time, the topside base goes down as well as Cham finishes that off.
That he does. We do see a bit of triple Liberator harass on the bottom side base, knocking down even more drones. And Cham is rebuilding drones now, but I mean, at the very... Well, I know he's going to be able to do abduct. This is fine. It is annoying, of course, and will drag Cham back. And all of a sudden now the army supplies are evened out a lot more. This has gotten very weird, and it feels like Cham, to echo your point from, you know, a minute or two ago, has really missed out on an opportunity.
Yes, no, he's 100% missed out. There's no way, right? Like, the thing is now as well, because Special has rebuilt his army up, that was his disadvantage, and it's now disappeared. So now Special sits in this situation with a fantastic army supply himself. The army advantage is no longer Cham's. You can see these lurkers just melting. Special's army is just better at this stage, right? It's Hydra Lurker with a lot of Vipers, don't get me wrong, but there's only so much that this army composition can typically do, especially when the Terran is going to be working full of ghosts and all sorts. Yeah, he knocked down a base, but it's not like Special hasn't denied bases himself, and like I say, even when this base is alive, Cham hasn't had the workers to put on them, as now Special hits the right-hand side. So this is at least a base for a base, if not a few units plus a base for a base, and that's the difference. Special is getting so much value. Lightning Cloud coming down with EMP, a bunch of these Vipers. We send up some snipes. Everything's all over the place. The base went down already. Honestly, this Terran Bio can probably move in if that Lurker goes down. There's reinforcing Terran units on the top side, which the Hydras are trying to fight at the same time. Absolute utter chaos, but Special is ahead.
He is absolutely ahead. Something also happened a little bit off screen of this fight, where during the main skirmish. Obviously, Special knew that a lot of Cham's army was on the left side. Cham sent about 10 Hydras through the siege tanks in the middle of the map. They did basically nothing, pretty much died for free. And if we look at the supplies right now, that little maneuver might end up being the tipping point, because Cham was very close to cleaning that whole thing up. If he has 10 more Hydras with that army, if he maneuvers it around, he might be able to, you know, clean up the army. He's just knocked out one of Special's bases. Maybe he's the one in the lead in this game, but instead it is Special who was able to get that little ambush during the main fight. Super messy, wonky game, but it looks like Special is taking complete control of it at this point.
Yep, no, he's just ahead. 20 supply is actually a big deal at this stage. Again, Cham just really suffered. If he had the extra workers all this time, he would have just had the extra army to really keep on fighting, because it's been close enough. He just hasn't had that extra surge or the reinforcing surge that would have won him some of these fights or some of the cleanups. And that's the issue. And again, it's all coming down to the drones. He just sat on 55 for way too long. When he rebuilt 2 or 3 instead of like a full, base worth of drones that he could have really utilized. Now Special pushing forward, and even Lurkers on Scare, he's just stimming him. Marauders are target firing them down. I think that was the last Lurker as well. At the moment, there's one more morphing in, but yeah, this was not enough. And Cham, I really feel like he overcomplicated it, because I come back to the moment where we had the Niduses in the main base. At that moment, you've got Special committing so much to cleaning up the Niduses. You could have just ran up the middle of the map, picked a base, maybe 2, and just killed them off. And instead he unloaded his entire army into the main, which lost him a bunch of supply, meant that Special didn't have to worry about anywhere else, and that really felt like the turning point from there. Special was able to take some great fights, and yeah, Cham just didn't go when that army supply led for him. Now, chasing down these few goes, getting caught in the abduct just to guarantee they wouldn't have gone in the medevac. And Special does lose a little bit there, but it's still Cham who's trailing heavily on the supply.
Yeah, that was a nice little skirmish for Cham, and it's not over yet. Like, it is definitely a really rough position, especially with Special securing these bases on the top right, particularly that one, what is that, at like 1 o'clock? I don't know, 12:30, something like that. Yeah, that one right there. If that goes up and running, then yeah, it will get out of reach, but a couple of nice skirmishes for Cham. Still, I really have to agree. It feels like maybe Cham got caught a little bit too on autopilot. Now, this is a lot of supply to just run onto creep and just kind of throw away. I don't know about that move. That was a little bit too bold. He's only got 3 ghosts as well, and there are 5 Vipers. This is an army for Cham that, with some really good Viper usage, could trade well.
Yeah. It was kind of a weird one, because like I kind of liked at least that he targeted down the Lurkers, but that was almost a gift from Cham. If those Lurkers hadn't gone down, that would have been really terrible for Special. And you can see it now as he loses some SCVs as well. A bit of his army goes down. Suddenly Cham is taking a step back into this game. 25 minutes deep on Oceanborn, and they're still swimming either side to try and get to the victory screen. Marines come over to try and drop this, stop this Dropper Lord. The Lurker will just sit there, and another little annoyance at this stage. Special doesn't have any good way to really clean that. I guess a snipe probably reaches it, though. And so Cham just realizes he's best to just get it back into action straight away. Gets cleaned up, snipe the Overlord. And we do resettle once again. Special still just spamming basic bio units. A missile turret middle of the map. Nelly gets a Viper.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't blame Cham for not expecting that missile turret to be there. That's a really weird location. It will get a fully loaded Viper there. The next one, good abducts here on the tanks and blinding clouds. And once again, Cham he's doing some really great work with these units. Special, he's got to be careful about these Lurkers. Stimming into them is very scary with almost pure Marine. But the concave is pretty good. I don't know about this fight from Special. He didn't need to take it. He is really trying to win the game by pushing into a position that he doesn't need to push into. Like, there's bases on the left side that he could go after instead that are much more valuable.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because I think the game's been so weird. At this point, Special's like, man, if I probably thought, he probably did think at some point, he's like, I've turned this around. But now he's like, man, I'm not quite ending it, so maybe I wasn't ahead. And now he's like, man, maybe I'm actually a little bit desperate. So he takes fights like that one, which are the kind of fights which bring Cham back into it. Yeah, it's just wild, because these guys don't play these situations a lot. It's rare to get into this kind of a game, like, because who can replicate the economies that happened in this game? And that's where kind of playing on the fly really is a skill to have. You can see these Hydras coming across. Can the Vipers find the abduct? They cannot. At the same time, Special, as everything from Cham goes to the left, he will run it up the center once again. He'll find a lurk, he'll find a few lings, and any value he finds like this is great. In theory, he can evacuate most of these units in the medevacs, but again, you've got to be careful of the Vipers. Parasitic bombs or even just abducts into Hydras could be expensive eventually. We start targeting down the Niduses. This is not going to be in range of the abducts unless you cut the corner too sharply. Cuts again, the Vipers do not get in reach. Medevacs keep on retreating away as the Lings will take this chance. No units are up in the skies. We did get one full medevac. We are going to go for the other one. 2 full medevacs drop. And that's probably game because now Cham has so much more.
It's suddenly a 40 army supply advantage during all this. 26 SCVs going down to Lurker harass, and Cham, who was so dead. He was in such a terrible position for so long, has all of a sudden found his way back into this game. The Marines are going to get blinding clouded, held down by the Lings, and that is going to be all she wrote. There's no way. It's got to be over.
And the 34-kill Lurker is going to survive through it as well, man. That Lurker was just hitting a base, I assume a very oversaturated base during that big chase down of the medevac, so that's what went on there. Lings are going to continue across, knocking down missile turrets, and it honestly feels now as though Special has lost it. I mean, Cham was in such a good position in this game. Special drew himself right back into it. He did so much to get himself back in the game to the point he was absolutely winning, and then he just almost forgot how to take good fights again, almost like he didn't realize just how scrappy Cham was, and so he took scrappy fights he never needed to. And he never really rebuilt the Ghosts or anything as well, right? So he just kind of built more and more basic units while still fighting into Lurkers. Cham found the value to turn this around, and now he pushes in for game number 1.
Yeah, there's going to be nothing Special can do at this point. Cham showing utterly incredible tenacity in that one. That felt like one of the Latin American finals of the ages.
Yeah. That's just game 1, man. They really pushed each other to the limits on that one. And get ourselves ready for game 2 here in just a second. And kick off into some more StarCraft TVZ. We'll resume with Cham up 1-0. And yeah, if that has anything to say about how this series is going to look, then we are absolutely in for a little bit of a treat. And it started off weird as well. Double factory into bio. Like, everything about this just had a little bit of wildness to it.
Yeah, this was just the weirdest game, the weirdest start to the series. Obviously, Oceanborn is, it's a map that's pretty short rush distance. It's a lot of opportunity for plays to be made, but Special played such a weird style. I'm really curious about how the rest of this series is going to go now, because that was already, like you said, a scenario that I'm absolutely certain that neither player has experienced before.
Yeah, no, it's one of those ones where, like, the economies are in such a weird state on both sides, right? So, like, how do you replicate that? How do you practice against it? Well, again, you don't practice those exact scenarios. You got to say, okay, well, when I was in a similar position to this in the past, I try and do this and that, and I think that's what Special kind of did at some point. He was like, I think I've overrun him, and then he got maybe a bit too aggressive. That, or he was like, it was either that or like the other side was, I'm a bit desperate and I have to fight here. And either side, either way, they were both kind of missed calls actually, because he could just kind of sit back a little bit, build up a little more, and I especially think the ghost count going down really affected him, because he had a good few fights where, okay, the bio ran in, targeted down some Lurkers. It got to the point where those Lurkers were finding way too much value. He didn't have the DPS to out-DPS the glass cannons that are the Hydras. And he just lost fight after fight from there. The Vipers provided huge value as well, of course. And just an absolute banger of a first game. Really can't say that enough as we get ready for Site Delta for game number 2. Cham leading 1-0 in the upper bracket round of 8 of the Americas.
Yeah, that was just a fantastic, fun game number 1. Obviously, we can look at that as outside observers and say, oh, here's a mistake, there's a mistake. But ultimately, it is so difficult to identify what the correct move is under the gun when it is such a weird game. And we'll see if this man can turn it around. In the top left, it is the Red Terran player, Juanito. He is Special.
In the bottom right, Tower Blue Zerg is going to be from the Starlight Twinkle. Cham.
Yeah, that was such a weird game to start things off. Like, kudos to Cham for sticking around in that one after really letting go of the game and kind of losing his grasp on it. I mean, I do want to give huge credit to Special as well, because he was in a rough position and he was able to fight his way back into it. But man, what a just wild game.
Yeah, 100%. It was absolutely just ridiculous. So many fun fights, so many back and forth moments. The 34 kill lurker that just went huge on a mineral line at the end as well. Just absolute madness. And now you've got to reset and go back to the drawing board. You know, build orders are a factor. Trying to figure out if your opponent's trying to trick you or not. Like, you know, it's a completely different state of game that you've just got to reset back into right now.
Yeah, and it's so tough to do that after such a complicated and long game number one. I really do think that even more so than the scoreline, Cham just has such a huge edge right now, because it's not just about winning that game, it's about like outlasting. It felt like Special started to make some mistakes that were really like questionable. And obviously, once again, I do want to echo the sentiment of, yes, it was a weird game. Things got really wonky, but you still can't lose the plot as much as he did at the very end. Like, attacking into lurkers like that is almost always going to be a bad move. And he just kind of went for it. And I don't know. We'll see if he can reset. I hope so. Because if we can get, 4 more games like that, then we have a hell of a series.
Here's the Reaper. Gonna catch the drone on the way over. Doesn't try and get it even, so just goes straight into the main base and tries to pick up some skeleton information instead, which means that Cham should be able to drop the hatchery down, no issue. There is a second Reaper on the way from Special, so a little bit more aggressive than usual, and as he builds a Hellion as well, it does mean that this is going to be non-reacted. Gonna go to 3 Reapers, so Special really trying to lock down some damage just with the very first few units.
Yeah, this is a TVT opener. He's opened up with a TVT opener in TVZ here. I was going to mention it. He went with a double gas. This is very strange, and I feel like Cham really is like the only Terran in the world that will do this. There are maybe Gumiho when he comes in with a super prepared build, but there's not very many players that will do this. And he is actually finding a lot of damage here. Ooh, the Spore Crawler Morph actually blocking another drone from being able to Spore Crawler Morph. And now we've got the Hellion and the Natural as well. This is getting to be a ton of damage.
This is getting a little bit silly as, oh my goodness, the Hellion just needs one more shot and it would have been great. The new drone spawned, so trying to replace the ones that were lost. 6 workers killed in total. We've still got 3 Reapers still alive as well. That's the worst part. We haven't even killed a Reaper here. Oh my goodness, the absolute disaster so far for Cham. 4 Lings down, a grenade. Reaper's not quite regened enough to do this, so they will just fall back, but great start from Special. Great, fantastic damage in the early stages. Awesome.
Oh, he even gets the creep tumor there with the splash damage from the Hellion as well as a Queen. So he cleans up creep, kills the Queen that had energy to rebuild. This is looking so good for Special here in game number 2. And he's going into a Cloaked Banshee and a Cyclone. And at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Cham completely skips Spores for a while.
Yeah, the thing is as well, Ling speed is up, but Lings are not what they used to be against Cyclones. They used to punish Cyclones because the Cyclone lock-on would be so wasted. Nowadays, Cyclones just refresh their lock-on instantly. So this new Cyclone is actually way better against Lings than it ever was before. Now, I'm not saying that obviously, 2 Cyclones will fight 16 Lings, but with the support of a couple of Reapers and a couple of Hellions, actually, they kind of will. And that's the issue. We are going to have so much pressure coming in. I don't think Cham is going to be ready for it. I like that he's making Lings, but he's also not prepping the Spores. He's now supply blocked. More Overlords are needed, and this counterattack almost feels like everything is on the line. He needs to get in and do something, and let's see if he will as the barracks are swapping. No, the raise is there. We are good.
Now, those barracks are going to be low on HP. If Cham gets the right surface area, he might be able to break that. No, okay, he's going for Stim instead. Regardless, we are going to see a move into the Natural and to get the vision on the Queens. Lings will get cleaned up very quickly. The Queens do survive. Where are the Banshees during all of this? They go back home. I'm not too sure. The Hellions are going to take a lot of damage, but drones having to be pulled into the fight is not what you want. There are going to be a few too many Lings popping out, so that will get cleaned up. But look at the worker count right now. It is the Terran player ahead. 4 crawlers just now started, and if Special even gets just a handful of drones at this point, that is going to be crippling for Cham.
Yeah, a few drones. Obviously, he was slowed down on Stim himself, but otherwise still in a pretty great spot. Every drone he kills right now is such a pain for Cham. It's just going to make it more rebuilding from Cham, less preparing for the first push of the Terran player. And oh my goodness, the drone's just between bases. There's Queen Nelly going down as well. Banshee will actually chase for that Queen. I mean, it's just an utter mess for Cham, quite frankly.
We do see Lings getting it on the other side of the map, and they are going to be able to find some SCVs. That is actually so necessary. If he doesn't have that, I'm almost willing to say it's like GG. As it is, even with this damage, it is still an even worker count for the moment, as a couple more SCVs do actually fall. No, he just gets one more. Oh, no, he does get that last one. Nice job.
Nice.
As it stands, it is still a 3cc Terran versus a Cham that is, you know, on an equivalent worker count. I don't know. This is once again gotten into such a weird state where it's entirely possible that neither player is particularly familiar with this position.
Yeah, no, this is just... I mean, I think what Special will say from here, though, is that he knows he's done damage, right? So he should know fine well he should be able to push and do very well with the push. And that's where Cham's going to struggle. Right now, he is salvaging whatever drones he can. He's scrambling to get them up. But obviously, as he drones and tries to get back ahead, this is all time in which he's not building an army. And we're getting ever close to that stim finishing and a real good push. Even just the first two medevacs and Marines have potential here.
Yeah, especially with the 1-1. They won't have combat shields because he obviously had to rebuild stim, but just having the medevacs is going to give so much staying power to this push. Cham is starting up roaches of his own. Banshees, they're going to be able to find a really nice position in a natural. And with only one Queen here at the moment, that is, not going to get taken down. I wouldn't have minded if Special had dove for that a little bit, but obviously he wants to focus his attention on this Marine drop. And at the very least, he's going to find himself a cancel on the 4th base with the potential to get a hell of a lot more.
Sums up this round with a few roaches and a Queen here. We're going to lose that Queen, load up, go into the main because roaches are extremely slow right now. So they can't really stop you from unloading, and that means you're going to find even more damage. You can see the confidence of Special because he drops so deep in the main. He doesn't feel the need to like drop on the edge. He just goes as far forward as he can, gets another Queen, and now only 2 Queens left in the game.
Yeah, and that's a big problem for Cham. Not only does he not have, enough to inject, his creep spread is also down to, I think, 3 active tumors maybe. And that is a problem as well. We're obviously seeing roaches to start off, but a Baneling Nest and Ling Speed were made. Ling Speed a while ago, but still, it does seem like it's going to be a transition into a composition that's a little bit more dependent on creep spread.
Yep, no, absolutely. You're going to need that creep as the Bane Nest comes up. Special just has such control, and he's already rallying down the left-hand side. Each and every one of these pushes already has me worried for Cham. I'm looking at this, I'm like, well, does he have enough to, fight back this much bio?
Yeah.
He's going to obviously try and expand to the right side, but it just feels as though at the moment, like, Roach Ravager might not even cut it straight away. So, yeah, definitely feels a little bit scary as Marine's just going to go diving through for a little bit more creep spread right now, at least.
Yeah, and when you're this far on the back foot as Cham is, it's so much to even just spread creep. We are going to see a little bit of a trade coming in from Special, realizing that he is going to be able to just skirmish against this army. Banshee's clearing up even more creep, and now I think we're down to just maybe 1 active tumor at the moment. Special, dropping into the main base, will be able to really go to town. You mentioned the slowness of the roaches. Fortunately for Cham, he was already kind of repositioning to deal with this. If those corrosive biles had landed, that would have been great, but anything short of that, and this feels so brutal for Cham.
Great, but unrealistic, I think, is the real terminology.
Yeah, optimistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, he's morphing Banes on the ramp, and he's actually trapped himself in the main with some of those roaches. Just a little derp, but not too big of a deal. Now, the lack of Bane speed and this 2-2 timing, those are a big deal.
Yep, absolutely. Just, I mean, if you're going to start relying on Banes, but the upgrade isn't ready for them, like, this is going to be bad, right? Like, the push is coming. We've got a couple tanks to support. Special is going to play it safe and go for the hatchery on the right side to begin with. Turns back around on the left-hand side. We are going to knock down a couple of creep tumors, and we begin to advance on through. I mean, these Banelings should never really connect on anything meaningful, plain and simple. Hatchery to right dies. Doesn't even just get cancelled, just dies. Money down the drain. Cham is floating cash as well, but I mean, that's the issue of having lost so many queens early. He'll have been missing injects. He is not getting back on top of that macro. And especially now switching into Ling Bane, it's such a lava-heavy style. Yeah, you know, he's feeling the repercussions of it. Now about to be up against 2-2 upgrades as well. It really feels as though Cham is just continuing to fall apart as Special can kind of just make whichever play he wants on the map.
Yeah, and a great bit of target fire right there from Special on those Banelings, able to make sure that the Marines win the fight and win it very cost efficiently. And yeah, it just feels like Cham, the noose has been tightening for the last, 2-3 minutes at this point. He is staying alive for the moment, but it's alive in quotation marks. And it's like really big quotation marks, like not small ones, like they're bigger than the text at this point.
There's not even the hope of like, oh, if I just clean up this push, maybe I get a breather, because actually Special took a 4th base, right? It's not like this is just some 8 racks where you just have to hang on by a thread and you might be okay. Like, this is Special macroing it behind it. He's got 4 bases of economy. Like, you need to be doing better than this, plain and simple, as this might be a bit of a breakout. Corrosive Files coming down. We do push away this position, but it's been expensive. At the same time, we still have... Actually, he's dropping the bottom side cleaned out too. So, yeah, no, Cham breaks out at least, which is something, but it still feels like he's got a mountain to climb.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Special, he is... Well, he's going to continue to add to the top of that mountain as he comes in with this drop once again, picking off a couple of drones. Will be forced back eventually, but even as this all happens, like the differential between resources lost is getting higher and higher. It's nominal, but it is a difference. Meanwhile, another cancel on an outlying base, and I think Special might even be able to deny the 5th base as well as denying that 6th. Cham needs to save this, and he will be able to for the moment at the very least. Good job from Cham. Oh, that was a big Baneling connection, and Special did not get the lift.
As I say,
even... Sorry, go on.
I was just about to say, like, it felt as though Special was just bleeding ahead in supply, right? Like, he was just getting further and further ahead each and every fight. Until that one, because the Banelings did connect for the few extra Marines here and there. And that really means that all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, don't get me wrong, Special's still ahead, but it felt as though, like, right now he would have been 200 versus 170, and now it's only a 10 supply lead, so... A slight win for Cham, but again, he needs a lot of wins here, not just one slight one. Banelings do get through for a couple of Marines. Flanking from the top side will get on top of the tanks quickly. Ooh. Is that good enough? Corrosive Bars dropping down. The tanks will be dropping. Cham is genuinely making a decent fight of it. Problem is he's going to be left with a few Ravagers on their own. They are very rarely enough, but he is going to have Special turned around.
That is, man, some really nice skirmishing coming out of Cham right here. It feels like Special has... This isn't quite the same as what we saw in game number 1, but he was in such a good position, and he's kind of gotten, I don't want to say sloppy, but for lack of a better term, it feels a little bit like that's what it is. In the last couple of engagements, instead of splitting Marines, he's just kind of grabbing them and running them away while the Marauders tank in the front. And that's good against a pure Ling Bane army, but the Roaches and Ravagers in the back are adding on additional DPS. Cham, he's going to try and get another wraparound on this army. And the Marines, they do manage to get away from the Banelings this time. Siege tanks in the back are going to eventually get cleaned up, and Cham, once more, cleans up the tanks, forces the army back. He is doing such a good job of just not dying.
Yeah, this was definitely more of a not dying fight than the last one, though. The Fungal here would be hitting every medevac, but the Corrosive Files are misplaced. He put them, I mean, they weren't even really in reach to begin with. It's not like the medevac started to move and then he missed. Like, he just put them too far to the south in the first place. So, missed opportunity. A lot of drones going down currently to Liberator harass as well. That last fight was great for Special because Banelings only hit Marauders. He found a way out with the Marines every time, and that takes the value away from Cham that he's kind of looking for. As we are going to see the Lings running up, a couple of Banes still coming through. Hatchery goes down, the Lings are still streaming in. And Special does look as though he's once again back in pretty much, I want to say, full control of this. Maybe a couple of scary Fungals on the horizon still, but generally he is just trading very well. Stay away from some of those Banes. Just denying the top right at the same time. Special is once more all over his opponent.
Yeah, that was, oh man, that was so close to being a comeback once again, but Special, great job shutting the door here. He did take the 5th base on location, and obviously if Cham, if he had Larva and Army to spare for a counterattack, that would have been great, but obviously he did not, and Special now reaping the rewards of that. We are going to see these siege tanks this time. They will stay alive. They will not be able to get taken out or connected upon, and Special, will take game number 2. It's a hell of a series already. And we're going basically now to a best of 3.
You know what it is? It's just like, you know, you you have this start from Special. It feels like, okay, surely he's just going to kind of rampage through and it's just going to be over already. But then Cham puts up such a good fight to make sure he just does not die. And that's what, you know, even like 2 or 3 minutes ago, there was a fight where I was like, okay, maybe this is where Cham gets back in. If he had another fight like that straight after, then maybe Special's on the ropes. Of course, Special still has a lot of bases. Special still has mining for days, so that's the issue from kind of Special, Cham's point of view. But there was hope at least, right? So Cham doing a great job of, like I say, keeping his hopes alive, making us kind of believe when really it kind of should have just been Special's game from start to finish, you know?
Yeah, it really felt like after not even the Banshees, but after yeah, really even just the first 5 units set the tone for that game and put Cham really on the back foot. At this point, as Special, that's almost in a weird way a discouraging game, because you were so far ahead and you got yourself into such a great position that it feels like he should have just been able to ice it out so easily. And of course, easily take that with a grain of salt. But with Cham putting up such a strong and sturdy defense, that felt like a mental victory, even though he ended up losing the game.
Well, time for game number 3. It is going to be 1-1 here in this best of 5. In the bottom right-hand corner, our red Terran player is going to be Special.
And his opponent putting up such a stalwart defense. It is Cham. Yeah, that was... I'm just really impressed with Cham's ability to survive at all. For like, I really do have to agree with you. It felt like that was gonna, maybe just end at the first 2 medevacs or with that 2-2 timing. Like, there was a lot of times where it felt like that could have very easily just been over. But great job from Cham to refuse to die. Now, Special, good job. He did manage to macro continuously, and it is worth noting as well that if it wasn't for that counterattack of Lings that killed, like, 7 SCVs, Cham probably does just die to a very, I don't want to say generic push. Well, no, pretty generic push, to be honest. But still, yeah, huge kudos to Cham for being able to stick around in that game. Now, we've got another double gas opener here.
Yep, Special definitely. I mean, to be fair, he did so much early game last time around. If Cham can't show us that he can kind of deal with this stuff, I don't blame Special for just trying it out again, So, I'm kind of for it, Oh. Well, yeah, Cham's not messing around himself, though. Gonna put the road drawing down, so early units from Special will not be that big of a factor. What's important for him is kind of find out that this is happening. Otherwise, he might be in trouble. Even if he produces a lot of units, if they're not the right kind of units, there's definitely trouble abound.
Yeah, so this is very interesting because we've got Cham going for the Dark 5 Roach Pressure. And that is something that Dark loves to do. He's done it so much. It's kind of been the trademark of his career for a lot of this ZVT. I mean, there's so many things that Dark does well, but that is one of the many things that he has pioneered a little bit. Now, Special did not worker scout, so he does have this SCV kind of heading towards the top side. I don't know what he's doing with that, but the Reaper will be going for a... we'll be going for a scout in the main base. There are Lings at the natural. Oh, you do not want to lose this Reaper, but it will go down. That's actually a huge problem because he needs to slow down the Roaches crossing the map. He's already lost the factory production a little bit. SCV will be able to complete it and will start a Cyclone. That is the biggest deal here, but this is a lot of damage already coming down. Probably going to be 3 SCVs as that one is being pursued right now. And yeah, will get chased down. Oh man, this is dangerous, but a Cyclone does deal with Roaches extremely well. No, don't lose the Reaper! Oh my god! Oh.
Yeah, that would have been terrible. You need as much DPS as you need. Cyclone, not as good as it used to be against these kind of builds, but still reasonable as the Reaper does have its depot load to get back into the base. So it can get into the bunker. Of course, this factory is going to finish up the Cyclone. It is going to reach onto those Roaches, and it generally can stay in reach as long as the Roaches are hitting the factory, so that's good news as we micro back here as Cham going to try and re-engage forward. Got a shot on the Cyclone. That's what you're looking for. Cyclones can die quickly, if they're not well looked after. Using that corrosive vial, and this factory is still taking shots. Here's another Roach showing up. Cyclone taking a few hits. Ravager as well. A dangerous game. Of course, we do have the gas to morph another Ravager as well. Important because it will essentially fully heal one of these Roaches.
Yes, it will indeed. And while there's no cooldown on the lock-on, it is still tricky to get in range of those Roaches without exposing yourself. Oh,
no!
the Cyclone! He body blocks himself! No, not like this! But the Marine count is able to add a lot of DPS to the Roaches. Do go down. Second Cyclone, very low on HP. He really wants to kill that Ravager, but it is going to survive for the moment. However, Cham will come out with the Marines, recognizing, okay, you don't have enough HP here. He Special cleans it up. It is a super scrappy start again. Every game of this series has just been bonkers from minute one.
Yeah, that was intense, but I think losing every unit from Cham is really bad, because usually you want to keep a couple of these units alive, because then you already have a little bit of defense set up, right? In this case, now you have nothing alive. You got to fully focus on rebuilding anything and everything. We see Ling Speed and Lings coming in, but I mean, we're already on our way to Cloak Banshees. You've got to prep for that as well. Even if a Cloak Banshee has, the spores up against it, it will typically find some damage. It will typically find some opportunities. Cyclones find an Overlord too, although Cham has a lot of them, so maybe that ain't so bad. I just in general think this is looking good for Special. Maybe with the Ling Speed being so quick, these Lings can catch a couple Cyclones, and maybe that would give you a bit of breathing room here as the Zerg.
Yeah, I think at this point he needs at minimum something like that. It is important. Oh, can he get the wraparound? Yeah, he should be able to take these down, maybe. Nice maneuver from Special to get the one stock Cyclone in the back. And even though this does end up being a cleanup, that was a lot of Lings for it. That was like 12 Lings, I think.
Yeah.
That is a lot of damage. Somehow it was all in the same battle report. That's kind of funny. And is there an opening for this? Of course, we got spores, unlike in the previous game, but there's still not a ton of queens. Therefore, it's not going to be the easiest to deal with this. Oh, can he get this round on the heli? And he will.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, wow, that almost survived.
Almost survived, was unlucky just to pop out on the wrong side. It was rallied inside, just the way the wall is set up made it derp a little bit. Love what the Banshee's doing. It's a drone here, a couple drones there, but it hands up. And obviously now the Banshee just steps away. We are not just a second, but a third Banshee coming, so we're going to continue building Banshee Cyclone at the moment here from Special. Aspire on the way from Cham, and this time Special, 2 more factories, is going to play mech on Golden Aura. Difficult map to attack into on a low base count, just because it's pretty defendable. On the defender's side, all the points up into the bases are very choked up and everything, so yeah, kind of a different way of playing it. Maybe on this map he feels like he can get to a later game with mech, which maybe is just his goal.
Yeah, entirely possible. The other thing is he might think that he is in a good position because he cleaned up all those Roaches, and maybe he can establish a bunch of map control, utilize some battle mech. We'll see. It looks like, oh wow, that is interesting to go for the 3 Banshees but not get the Hyperflight rotors. It's kind of a weird tipping point where if 3 you can justify not getting it. Once you get that 4th, you really do want to get that speed upgrade. But for now, we are going to see, the movement there on the Queen leads to its instant demise, and that is already a pretty nice pickoff.
I can only assume that was the idea from Special, right? That, these 3 Banshees are going to get rid of Queens a little faster, a little sooner. Maybe a little bit of leeway in case he lost 1, then he still has 2 to pick off drones instantly. So this was not bad at all with those. Again, Cyclone count building, turrets on the way, but so are the Mutalisks. I mean, that's the big thing about these Banshees, right? They come in, they come across, they kind of get a bit more of a scout. He never actually saw the Spire, but clearly he feels like something is up, because a turret in each mineral line, I think he's just recognizing this has got to be Mutas, because what else are is your money going into? Not building any Roaches. Now he gets confirmation for sure. Lots of Cyclones on the way. The turret's already being up. I gotta say, I kind of like it a lot for Special. The defense looks as though these Mutas should not do too much, but he's playing mech, and as long as he plays mech, he'll always be a little bit of a doubter at the very least.
Yeah, but those Cyclones do get the jump. We do see the lock on. Well, it's not the one it used to be. He does get 1 Muta thanks to the scan, but obviously the old Cyclones would have killed probably all 3 Mutas, I feel like, with the scan. As it stands, I wonder if Special is just going to try and shove across the map once this Hurricane Thrusters upgrade completes. He does have a ton of Cyclones, and he is really committing hard to this this heavily mobile composition, this very strong attack squad setup. Oh, meanwhile, we do see an attack into the natural. Looks like, was that a Ling run? No, that was just the Mutas. Okay, wow, they do find themselves a couple of SCVs. Ling run by into the third will get some damage done. Cham getting some great work with the counterattack, but can he defend at home?
He's got nothing at home, and that's going to become the question mark here. Does he do enough over here to justify having nothing at home? Honestly, maybe, because I feel like eventually the Zerg is typically more likely to come home and clean this up than the Terran is. And you can already see that obviously the Zerg is much faster, doing a bunch of damage to begin with. That said, these Cyclones are going to be pretty problematic. The Mutas I don't think are necessarily going to be a big help if they come home. We're building 11 Roaches, and we're building a couple of Ravagers. Now, Special is down a lot of supply at first. Now he's starting to definitely look a bit better again. And again, as a lot of these Roaches spawn, they are just instantly dying. These ones trying to come down the ramp, but not getting anything done either. That's the issue. That's where Cham is unfortunately starting to fall apart.
Yeah, he is just getting cooked by these Cyclones as everything pops out. Now, if Cham gets the critical mass, he can clean up this army potentially very quickly. He wants to wait for this Roach speed. Couple more Roaches going down, and drones are starting to fall, but here comes the army from the back. Roach speed is going to complete right now. Special is a little bit cornered. I like the auto turrets to try and soak damage. Cham losing 19 drones. Once again, this is such a weird game. Special will end up having all these Cyclones cleaned up eventually. Good job from Cham, but is this too much damage?
In a way, yes. I mean, you're down 13 workers coming out of this. I think one of my big issues is that there's no Mutas left, right? Like, it's just Roaches now. If there was still Mutas to come back across the map and control a little bit, then I think Cham can do okay, re-drone and everything, but with only Roaches, and yeah, okay, they have Roach speed, but I think that's my issue. I really expected them to, necessarily just do a little bit more to have something extra left. Now we don't have that. I think that this Cyclone Force is potentially going to be very good. Let's see how it does against what is still a good amount of Roaches, and they're going to come in from two sides. Special can just run one direction. Corrosive Fouls on his own Roaches. These Roaches are not going to cut it at all. The Cyclones will get it done, and Special will retake a lead in this series. Or take a lead in this series.
What a wonky series we've had. It's just so bizarre. Like, every game feels like you could write like a short essay on it, like none of them have been conventional or quote unquote normal, and certainly not standard, but I am here for it.
It's almost as though when we enter Americas, just a weird wave comes over the play, and they're like, oh yeah, it's the Americas time. It's like, we can't do anything normal. That's not a bad thing, because it's extremely entertaining. I think we'll easily say this is the most entertaining series of the day. No doubt, best series of the day for sure. There's just something about the Americas, man. They bring out the worst, but because of that, it's the best in each other, right? And that's the best part. It'd be kind of like, a Clown Fiesta if one player was just like doing it kind of weird, and the other guy was just kind of slapping him down. The reality is, when they both kind of embrace it, like, it makes for extremely entertaining StarCraft 2, and that's obviously exactly what we're seeing so far. Special and Cham both getting the ready up as we dive into Al-Qaini for map 4 of this best of 5, kicking this off into some more StarCraft, this America's region. Second last best of 5 of the day, but it is absolutely popping right now.
Yes, it is, and I am really excited to see what Special brings to the table, because I feel like he might have another cheeky proxy up his sleeve. I've got money on using those back minerals or maybe a gold base. But we will see in a moment as we have spawning down in the bottom left for Starlight Twinkle. It is Cham.
Taking on the Red Terran in the top right-hand side, we have ourselves Special. So
yeah, this is just such an interesting series. Like, so much fun. And I'm just really happy that I got a chance to cast this one.
Yeah, it's actually just, it's been spectacular. And we see another low-ground racks here from Special. This map really could make for some chaos, because like you say, the bottom side of the map makes interest in mineral mine outs, the gold base. An interesting one to take on this map, because they're both playing kind of styles which can generally punish the gold base. It's not like a Terran's ever not going to get across there and hit the other side of it. It's not like, Roaches wouldn't be able to do that either. So as the double gas starts up, Special still standing by his openings. Obviously, Cham disrupted that last time around. Can he disrupt it again this time? And if not, as we have a quick pause here, if not, maybe there's something else that could happen, as we will take a moment just to figure this out. Playing on the central server should be pretty okay for both of them. Obviously, they're both located in the same place as far as I'm aware right now, so or close enough to it. So this should just be maybe a quick internet blip, and then continue on from there.
Yeah, fingers crossed it won't persist too long. But I mean, obviously, without talking about this specific game too much, yeah, just such a bizarre series. I'm really curious if either one of them is like either one of them came in with a specific game plan in regards to, I want to make this series weird, or if it was just like, okay, I have a couple of prepared builds, because Special certainly had a really weird build in game number 1. That was about as weird as it gets. He went double factory, quick hurricane thrusters into bio. Sham definitely playing a little bit more standard, but very sturdy. I don't know. I'm really happy we got to see this one, because after some of the other games where it felt like maybe a little bit more one-sided, this one feels like a scrap.
No, this has been a hell of a best of 5, man. It's just been absolutely. I don't that's the best part about this region. We said it at the start, but these matchups now are just, these matchups now are just so good from the very first round of the playoffs. Very exciting.
Yeah, certainly a pretty cool setup here. We're just waiting on a little decision from the admins, I assume, but for now. I don't know. We've got another match coming up after this. It is going to be Disc versus Trigger. I don't want to talk about that too much, but there is that's going to be a very, I think, much more standard matchup between the two players, as we will have, it looks like, a remake for this one. I wonder if they'll resume from replay, or I don't know, because the builds have been chosen. This gets a little bit funky.
But I mean, I don't see why we can't just resume from replay. It should be fine. Rehosting the game or resuming from replay should just reset the server a little bit anyways. Sometimes it sounds dumb, but happens to us all the time in Korea, where you go into one game in Korea, it's completely fine. You join the next game and it's just it's lagging, it's stuttering and everything. Then the next game it's fine again. It's almost like sometimes whatever sub-server of the server it gets hosted on is the issue, So it looks like we are just going to completely though. So, but whatever. I mean, why not the admins? That's not my problem. I'll click on whatever I need to. I'll join the game. We can get this going again and try and get game 4 on the way up again.
Yeah, it's obviously it's going to be the same map. We weren't too developed into the game. That is for sure. But I don't know. This is going to be really interesting. Yeah, like I said, I think I don't want to talk too much about the other matchup, but now that I've got it in my head, I'm just really excited to see what Disc and Trigger can bust out in a little Canadian Civil War there. That's going to be fun.
No, that PvP is also a very promising match to be a great one today. I do think America wins the matches today, when you look at the matches across the board. Kind of happens as just waiting to see what's going on now. Special's asking if we can resume from replay. So we're probably just going to have a little bit more of a wait. So a couple of moments, get this figured out, get this back on track. And now they're just saying go, go. They don't actually care. Brilliant. We are just ready to go. I'll tell them to go as well. I just, make sure the admin knows we're not waiting for us or whatever. Hey.
That's a funny scenario unfolding here on Alcyone or Alcyone or Al Capone, whatever you want to do. Why is it that this map pool has 4 map names that are all super weird? Yeah. I feel like we usually don't have more than 1. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't know, man. I actually really don't. Honestly, plea to map makers, can we just start naming things like Pink Rocks again or something? Really simple. Or Deadly Cactus, and there's a cactus in the middle of the map. Just do us a favor and make it a bit easier, because this season is actually just a little bit silly with how many different names can be pronounced different ways. So
Game paused.
we're gonna pause again. and maybe not get back into this. Cool. All right. Well, we will get this resolved at some point, guys. At some point, we've got to find a good server.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. We'll get there. We will get there. I don't know. We're just gonna go take 3.
Yeah. Special said between the games that he tried to host a game and it gave him like low ping. So I just suggested maybe Special hosts the game. I don't know, man. Like sometimes servers be servers and stuff. So yeah, he's gonna relog. We're gonna try this again in a couple of moments, and at some point we're gonna get back into what has been a pretty wild series so far. So yeah, I mean, you mentioned Trigger Disc though to kind of move on to the PvP that's coming up in a little bit. Just 'cause I feel like we kind of know this DVZ is weird and wonderful, and there's a lot of potential. But that PvP, I mean, Disc took out Australia in the group stages. Like, that is a result, you know? And then you play against Trigger, who's, you know, not quite the level of Australia in terms of results, what we've seen. There's potential there for Disc to cause the upset, because Trigger's absolutely more so the household name, right? But, yeah, just fun.
Yeah, I would say that at this point, Trigger is a little bit more flashier. Like, people are like, ooh, you know, he's on Basilisk. He's had that meteoric rise. He's looked really good. Even many of the pro players that have seen him play are like, wow, this kid is fast. Like, he is a really speedy player. And Disc, you know, people who are in the know how good Disc is. They know that he's a very good player. But it's easy sometimes to forget how good a player can be if you don't really know the ins and outs of their play. But I do think Disc is one of those players that could absolutely make a deep run. I don't think he's favored to make it top 2 necessarily and qualify into the main slot. But let's say he does win that series against Trigger. All of a sudden, he's, you know, just 2 series away from doing so, which is a lot. It's a lot, don't get me wrong, but Disc could set himself up for a very big run this season.
I feel like we've been waiting for like a deep Disc run for a long time as well, so yeah, tonight has a lot of importance for him for sure. It's going to be very fun when we get around to that one. We're currently testing different lobbies and so on, so just to keep you updated here on the TVZ, we're working our way back into it. Special does lead this series 2-1 in the best of 5 opening round. Just to show you guys, I guess I can bring up the bracket here for a moment as well. Obviously, we're talking about Disc versus Trigger. The rest of this bracket is set up as Estrella versus Kelazur and Eggs versus Scarlet, so it's really quite an entertaining bracket. I think Eggs is maybe the one name there out of everyone who is like, oh, you're kind of the outlier almost. Like, you're kind of the player that we don't maybe expect to see in playoffs. I mean, you know, go to the Latin American playoffs and he made it there a couple of times, but he wasn't even like a lock-in in that region, right? So, you know, to see him here, he's maybe like the biggest underdog of all in this region right now. Be fun to see what he does, because getting to start in ZVZ against Scarlet, maybe there's some wildness that can happen there.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is. ZVZ is a matchup that can certainly lead to some funky results. I would agree that Eggs is one of those players that it feels like he could have very easily missed the playoffs, and I wouldn't have been too surprised if, you know, he'd gone 0-3 or 1-3, and that's nothing against him. That's just saying players like Masa, players like Future, players like Nina, they are a little bit more experienced.
Yeah.
And while, you know, Masa's not playing full time, he is still one of those players that he doesn't need to. He can just, at any given time, just go ham. And he'll come back and he'll just put together some amazing performances. And to that point, Masa was 1 map away from beating Eggs and being the one in the playoffs. He was also 1 map away from making it through in the position Estrella qualified into. Like, Masa's super legit. Future, obviously, he's now a part of Maturino, has been practicing in Korea, has been doing very well. Nina, obviously, she's extremely experienced. So, yeah, it wouldn't have been surprising to see either of them, any of them, going through ahead of those players.
Yep. No.
Or ahead of Eggs.
No, absolutely. No, everything he says is true. This region, fun, deep, very fun as well. As I'm not sure what's currently going on. Special went in the game, came out of the game, went in a new game. We will eventually get back into some SC2s here. As again, this is our second last series of the day as well. Like we mentioned, Disc Trigger coming up. So far then, Steadfast, what you enjoyed today? Like what in Europe really stood out to you, if anything?
Let me take a quick little peek and remind myself. The Laser Lambo series was pretty neat. That one was kind of cool. We had a really resilient showing from a Laser. That was fantastic, and he just refused to give up. That defense in game number 3 against the 12 pool was just immaculate, and started him up with a really great setup. Clem versus Christianer, that one was interesting and neat because I simultaneously thought Christianer was going to do worse, but then also better. Like, his starts were actually very good in the first 2 games, but he just got kind of taken to pieces by the multitasking of Clem, especially in that game number 2 game number 2. The mind drops were just all up in his business. But what about you? What was your highlight from the day, I guess?
Yeah, I think outside of the current series, gotta say a Laser Lambo. I mean, you don't want to be negative, but the rest of the day has kind of been a bit of a warm-up to the playoffs, you know? And I think even you go into tomorrow's matches, and even the Asia matches start to look a little bit closer already. Coffee Firefly, the world champion Oliveira fights Mio Maika, which could be very fun. You know, over in Europe tomorrow as well, it definitely gets a little closer as well. You've got Hero Marine Showtime. Mana Max Packs could be kind of funky. A Bly, who's been, you know, kind of putting in results, going to play against Skillus. Brain on Harstam as well. I don't know. I think tomorrow, just on paper, I look at each match, and even though I could see a couple being 3-0, I expect them to be some closer series than today. So I think in that regard should be just kind of fun.
Yeah, and Raynor Harstam actually really has my eye because, yes, you got to take it with a grain of salt. It is just one of the ESL weeklies. And yes, it is a best of 3 as opposed to a best of 5, but it is the new patch. Harstam was able to 2-0 Raynor, and that begs the question, can Harstam, you know, get that huge upset and really mess the bracket up from an early stage? Bly, as you mentioned, has been looking really good, and his big strengths in the Swiss format were ZVP.
Yeah.
All of his wins came against Protoss. Now, yes, we do have to mention that Skillus is probably a cut above, especially in that matchup, especially in PvZ. I think he's a cut above the maybe all of the players that Bly beat. Mana, Spatz, Shadown, but it's not like any of those players are pushovers. And Bly is such a weird player that he could certainly catch the much more standard Skillus off guard.
That's true. You know, it's almost one of those things where Skillus is absolutely going to be looking at all those games Bly won, figuring out what the heck he did, what he's going to do differently. And even if you look at all of those, Bly might just come in with something a bit different, right? Like, it's generally just Bly's style to make things chaotic and weird, and there's mutas that pull you apart. Even if people could prepare against Bly, they would have done so over the past 10 years, you know? Like, Bly would not be making it to the playoffs of Europe if just preparing against Bly was such a simple thing. So I think one of the things is, even if you prepare, there's still something about playing against Bly that you kind of need practice against. And because Bly's not been playing against anyone lately, because he really hasn't been laddering much, like, just not having played against Bly for a while probably kind of puts you at a disadvantage there too. So, kind of funny how that works, but yeah, just in general, a dangerous player. I actually think tomorrow's game is going to be very entertaining. And so obviously we continue through the first round of the upper bracket for each region. And then over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, there'll be some of the lower bracket action and so on as well as some more matches just in general to continue through. And then next week, we wrap the whole thing up. Again, next week, 2-week playoffs, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's all going to be going down. So, yeah, 2 weeks of playoffs now instead of, I think, what did we have last season? I think it was 5 or 6 days of playoffs, but it was all in 1 week. Now we have 8 days of playoffs over 2 weeks. This means it's a bit easier to watch it all.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. It also gives us casters a little bit more of a break. Obviously, for you, I know that you're doing a lot of work. You're working on the production, so you are really having to wear many hats while casting and doing the production. It's a lot of work. So for anyone at home, make sure to give Wardy some extra love. But yeah, it does make for a really neat setup, and I'm personally very happy that we've got the double elimination bracket. That is a huge upgrade, in my opinion, to the whole scenario, the whole setup. It really does eliminate the randomness of like, oh man, you got max packs in PvP, or oh man, you got a ZVZ and you got eliminated on like some weird builds. Oh man, like you got caught off guard by some really weird stuff. It gives a little bit more breathing room to some of the players, and I prefer that quite a bit, because lower bracket runs are some of the most exciting things to watch in, honestly, all of esports.
No, lower bracket runs are exciting. No one wants to see single elimination, right? Double elimination is it's just better, right? Like, you know, it's more fun. Generally, it's like maybe if we just went into like top 8 and so, but even then, like I feel like this is like one of the few events we have in the year of StarCraft, right? Let's make the most of it. Double elimination, give people a chance to fight out of a bad draw or like a bad opponent, or even just a bad day, right? Like beforehand, you know, we had a couple matches last season. It was like 20 minutes. You really just played the worst StarCraft of your last month, and boom, you're out of the tournament, right? Like it was brutal. So yeah, I think something like this, having double elimination available, is just great. A little update, guys. Special has tried all of the things. He still has ping issues. Our admin is talking to the head admin, which means that we should have a decision soon. Generally, there's like a time on how long they have to fix these things. I don't know if that's going to be like a case of maybe they would say, right, let's try play disc trigger and we'll let you guys try and sort it out or something. Or potentially they just say, sorry, you know, your time to sort this out is up. You know, this is not an issue that anyone else is seeing. You just have to play on. Not sure what the call on that is going to be. But that's what we're at there. Admins are discussing. We'll obviously update you guys as soon as we know anything else that's going on. I think we've talked the butt out of this Steadfast, so I'm just going to throw us to a break, you know. I feel like we've really said everything we can about all the regions, about the rest of today and tomorrow, so we'll just throw it to a break, guys. We'll be back ASAP with a little bit more StarCraft 2. We'll be back as soon as possible.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, guys, as we are, so just GLDR, obviously, I put a timer on. The timer ran out. We still had no news apart from that they were still trying to fix it, so I put a longer timer on because it seemed as though this was not going to be resumed shortly. That's literally what the admin told me. A minute after that, Special comes in and says he's got a VPN on and now it seems okay. So as long as that's the case, we are going to go in-game. If not, we might be back on the break screen real soon as Special and Cham get readied up in this one as TVZ continues. If you just joined us, you've missed a hell of a start of this series. 3 maps of absolute mayhem. Special currently leads 2-1, and it's just been an absolute banger of a series thus far. It really has been.
Yeah, it's been super fun, extremely chaotic from the get-go, and I really hope that we can continue it here because I'm excited to see what they bust out in game number 4. Will we see more of the absolute madness that started things off, or will it settle down into a little bit more of standard play? I'm curious.
Yeah, honestly, no. I mean, anything could really kind of come out of this one. It's been fun. It's been exciting. Special. We already it's interesting because we already sort of saw the first minute of what Special and wanted to do last game, which was another double gas opener. So, will he continue with that as we resume? I'm actually not going to resume from replay. We're just going to start a new game. So, yeah, we'll see if he goes for the same idea as in the top right, though. The Blue Zerg, who is trailing in the series, it's Cham.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left. It is Special. And he hasn't said anything yet, so hopefully that means that the ping is all good. Fingers crossed, don't want to jinx anything. Now, something we didn't get a chance to get into because obviously we went to a pause and all that jazz, everything got weird. If it does end up being that double gas again, which we've already seen now 2 games in a row and we saw in the first version of this game, will Cham come out with something a little bit different to try and deal with that? That is something I'm quite curious about, to be honest, is does he have maybe a different way of dealing with this? For now, we're not going to see anything like a gas pool, which could have been very good if it did end up being the same build we saw in game number 2, where it's like, yeah, 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions, because, just having lane speed 10, 20, 30 seconds faster, which that's pretty much 20 seconds faster, can be really good against something like that.
No, it's very true as that Reaper and not able to command continue up. The depot coming in. And we'll just wait to see what Cham will do, because you're right, there's definitely things that could be done that aren't as drastic as the roach attack in the last game, right? And really could just be like a good shutdown. It's just a question of, do you really think he'd do it again? A lot of this is maybe sometimes blindly kind of making a move when you don't know necessarily what it is. Obviously, we see that it's going to be the same. Cham is moving across the map with both of his overlords. He's about to realize it's pretty much the same as well. I really feel like one game, you could just go for like the Marines off this barracks and get a free overlord kill and play from there, though. Like, I feel like that would be a good switch up from Special one game. Maybe if we go to a game 5 for now. Reaper continues to the upper right.
Yeah, I wonder if he looked at game number 2 and was like, I can do that again. Like he was like, I can get that crazy damage once again. That obviously, I don't think he will be able to. I think it's a little bit optimistic to think that maybe he can, but I mean, sometimes you just got to be confident in yourself, and Special is a player that has no lack of confidence. He has a ton of confidence in his play and in his micro.
Yep. No, he absolutely does. He knows fine well. He's just, able to do things funkily. I've kind of seen this before, right? The Liberator comes one way, the Reaper Hellion goes elsewhere. He did so well with it last time. I honestly don't hate that we're going to kind of see round 2. Softening up a Queen makes it a little bit less good if it ends up in range of a Liberator as well. So, kind of down for all of this right now.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I think we're already effectively 1 Liberator shot worth on that Queen, maybe even 2. Hellions and Reaper, or Hellion and Reapers are going to dive into the natural. This time it's a great defense from Cham. I don't think he lost. Yeah, he hasn't lost anything, just having to morph a couple of buildings. Very well done from Cham, and a really nice cleanup relative to what happened previously. And this time it is going to be lane speed and a quick layer. This makes me wonder if we might be seeing 2 base Muta.
Yeah, that could be kind of fun, as we now lost a Reaper and a Hellion. We didn't quite finish off the Queen we're aiming for. I mean, this is feeling like more and more of a disaster here from Special. So much invested, so far not much done. Momentarily started Burrow. I was about to start theorizing, but turns out we're not going to commit through into that as the Reaper Hellions still pushing a little bit at the front.
Yeah, and this first Liberator is going to pop out momentarily. This is about as close of a proxy as you can possibly get. The only difference would be if you put it literally next to the gas geyser. We are going to see this Liberator. Well, it'll find... Oh, wow, I really thought it was going to get the second shot. But just one drone. Not bad. There is this other Queen in the main. That is the heavily bruised up one. A Special Siege is right on top of it. That is... Oh, will it get saved? No, it is going to go down.
Yeah, looking at the front, because the Reaper Hellion was poking again, so we are going to go minus a couple drones here, and a Queen finally Special. Getting something out of what was the Reaper Hellion kind of give up earlier. And you were right, man, that Spire is on the way down. Now, you know, what does Special see? Well, he may not have seen the Spire yet. He also hasn't seen the lair yet, but he does know there's no third base, so it wouldn't be too far of a stretch to kind of imagine that that is the case already.
Yeah, and this time he is going to scout that Spire, seeing it with the Liberator. Good quick pull from Cham, but 2-base Muta. It is a build that, I mean, there's a reason we don't really see it anymore, and that is because it is really difficult to get online with that setup and avoid taking a lot of damage early on from any kind of dedicated push. Even if you do get the Mutas out, they are difficult to utilize effectively. Now we are going to see another hit squad coming across the map from Special, and oh, that is a nice little scan. Going to clean up pretty much all of the creep tumors. Actually, I think there's now 0 creep tumors on the map. Nope, there's 3. They're all in the main base. Wraparound will come on in on top of the Hellions. What you mentioned in the previous game, that is going to be very good with the Cyclones going to work. There's nothing on the map right now. Cham trying to scramble out Zerglings. This is looking so deadly already.
This is really, really bad. The Lings did not get a good enough wraparound. It was obvious from the start, and now you're just going to be seeing those couple of Hellions that are left, trying to pick up a whole bunch more kills. Every bit of damage done here really adds up. There's so many low HP drones. We do not finish off on any of them. Somehow, some way, Special doesn't get as much done. He actually wasted a second or two where he didn't move forward with the units, and that might have been the difference of like 10 more workers. It seems extreme, but if you get a couple more shots off before the extra few Lings start arriving, everything else is so bruised up. A lot of these workers that are low would have taken a final shot. It really could have snowballed a little further. Obviously, the Mutas are out. This game is about to maybe be about Cham for a little while, but missile turrets are already coming up. We're talking about 4 Mutas in production. It really ain't impressive. 1-1's already on the way. We already have Stim and Cham. He got a 3rd hatchery up, but man, he's playing Mutas against a complete anti-Muta army already.
Yeah, this is not looking good, and this is exactly what I was talking about, where 2-base Muta feels like a really... feels like a flimsy composition sometimes, a flimsy setup. That's not to say it's not a valid build, but if it gets spotted as early as it did, it is no fun whatsoever. It is worth noting, by the way, that Special has built the reactor for the starport outside of this base, so it is in a little bit of a weirdly exposed position, but I think the Marines are going to be able to keep that alive. Oh, Muta! Oh, even losing a single Muta. Ugh. Even a single Muta going down at this point is so expensive, because Cham is actually all-inning completely off Ling Muta. He is going to try and get the jump on these units. Cyclones will come in. They will be able to help a lot, but that will be a decent cleanup for Cham. Can he get the medevacs?
Yeah, he's going to try. He gets one of them. Cyclones drop back down. They will die. More Marines from the right side. Special just needs to try and realize, hey, look, you know, he's doing nothing. Like, he scans, but he doesn't scan deep enough to see the mineral line. That's such a mistake, because right now he could know there's nothing on the 3rd, and if he knows that, there's no reason to be as aggressive as he's being. He will set up a bunker towards the 3rd, an extra turret elsewhere as well in the main base. His Mutas want to basically try and pull him apart, and then let the Lings overwhelm a little bit. Right now, that's not happening. No, Special gets a jump on the Zerglings in the center, and that's going to be a great cleanup. Hood of Mine will not fire, as the Mutas do try and go for that next turret. The one in the main base did die, or the main mineral line died, but the next turret in the main gets the job done.
Yeah, barely any Marines went down. I don't even know if a single, maybe 1 or 2 Marines died during that entire fight. Special does get a little bit of supply block, but he's able to drop the depot top hat and continue to produce units. Special can chill, but even him being aggressive right now, he is going to find 2 Mutas on the rally. Cham did drone up a couple, but he is still very much all in, and he is going to take so much damage. I think this is looking like we are pretty close to done and dusted right here.
Yeah, I think 1-1 being done for Special is a big deal because that really just means he trades so much better and it's so much harder to be overwhelmed. This is going to go down, but it pulls everything back. It gives him time to settle back at home. It really stops Cham from just kind of overwhelming on the other side of the map. And I mean, Cham is droning, but for what reason almost? Because he's got no upgrades on the way. He's building Baneling speed. I think he's kind of droning up to a different all-in essentially. Like, maybe Bane speed and you just send it. But I'm not as, any more hopeful about that than I was before now as we lose, well, Mutas. That kind of died to the Widowmine. I think he missplit the Muta and then split one into the Marines, and that was just an extra gift to Special, basically, who really can just stop attacking for a moment and just let more advantages build up for himself.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to attack right this minute. I'm saying it's done and dusted, but that's only, that's only if Special makes sure to consolidate his lead in the right ways. And, for example, if he gets to 2-2 versus 0-0, almost no fight that Cham can take where Special is microing reasonably well will be winnable. But if he pushes into Baneling speed and takes some really big Baneling connections, maybe there's still a chance.
Yeah, pre-Baneling speed, though, maybe it's just about good enough. Maybe he is fine to be here. It's just scary because we've seen it before where there is sometimes, you push in and it's just a little too little, and the Zerg really benefits from that. These Mutas all being bruised already helps massively because it just means they go down so much more easily. And the Widowmine's really helping out as Cham is not going to be able to hold on. Special plays probably the most convincing game of the series that we've seen so far, and it will be the one to round out this best of 5 Special 3-1 over Cham. And yeah, gets it done in the end. Took a little bit of a fight. Took a little bit of a fight with the internets as well, but Special gets it done.
Yeah, well done by Special. And that is going to wrap this series up. Kind of a little bit of an unfortunate end to what was really a fantastic start to this series. Well done by Special. Well done. I don't want to take anything away from him. More just obviously, the issues with the ping and whatnot. Regardless, we are going to be seeing now our final series of the day. It is going to be Disc versus Trigger, but for now, I think we're just going to take a very quick break, maybe shorter than normal, before we get into that final series.
Yep, we are going to just BRB. I think we can justify, because we did some ads and stuff during the last, the technical break, that as long as Disc and Trigger are ready to play, we can go a little bit sooner as well. So I'm going to whack a little bit of a shorter break on, especially if I get confirmation from our admin that would work out. So we will do that, and we'll come back with more StarCraft 2. One last series today is going to be some PvP. See you guys in a sec.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have one more series coming up for you guys today. I told you guys to try and make it a little bit faster, and I was actually worried because I was talking to Steadfast. I was like, man, the last 2 weeks, every time we go to a break, the players, the admin, everyone's like, how long? How long? Surely we're starting. And I'm like, we need to run 6 minutes of ads. This time I put 3 minutes on the timer, only because no one said anything. And then about a minute ago, no one's in a lobby or anything. I'm like, are you telling me the one time we have a shorter break, no one else is ready? Kind of still, because we're still getting the lobby set up, but we should be able to go still a couple minutes earlier than we would have done otherwise. And it is going to be this Disc Trigger Best of 5 as we get ready to go on Oceanborn for the opening map of the PvP. Steadfast, I know you've been excited about this one all day long. Tell us a bit about it.
I mean, I have Disc and Trigger. They are two players that are both from my home country of Canada. So that is already pretty cool. I'm already happy about that, to see a little bit of action between, according to Aligulac, the second and third place player, I believe, in Canada. I don't have it handy, but I looked it up like just I don't know, earlier today or yesterday or something. But for one, they are both very good players, and they're both good up and coming players. And secondly, they match up pretty darn well against one another, both stylistically and in terms of their overall performances. I'm just excited to see what we get out of this one.
Me too, man. In the top left, he impressed me in the group stage. Excited to see his playoff run. If he can make something special happen, that would be amazing. This is Disc.
And his opponent spawning down to the bottom right for Basilisk. It is the young Canadian player Trigger.
Definitely been a lot of eyes on him. Team like Basilisk, especially when they picked up the Zergs. They, Trigger really, is held in high esteem because he's on a team that's held in high esteem, right? So, he's definitely kind of stepped up in Americas. He's definitely been the player to keep pushing, but he's still not really had that super high finish in the bigger events. I think a lot of us know he can pull off. It's more a matter of when he's going to pull it off.
Yeah, I think for me, the first time where he had one of those big showings, it wasn't necessarily an earth-shattering showing, but I believe at DreamHack Atlanta last year, he was able to beat both Lambo and Hearthstone. And that was like the first time that, I think that was the first time he attended a LAN.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe he went to a Home Story Cup, but I think that was the first time he attended a LAN. And that is huge to take down two damn good European players and very experienced players in your first LAN. Most players, it feels like, when they show up to a LAN for the first time, there is a big difference in the skill that they can show. But for Trigger to show up and do as well as he did was really cool.
Yeah, no, it was sick, man. Trigger was Trigger just, I think my one issue with Trigger is that his consistency is the biggest problem. Like, some days he can come out and be amazing and take down almost anyone, but then he's still the player that can lose to almost anyone, and that happens still kind of just as much as he beats almost anyone, right? So that's where I feel like Trigger stands. He's got a little bit of progress still to make, but it's been fascinating to watch his run. He really has been making some cool moves. I've liked seeing him improve. It's been very entertaining to watch him as a robo facility drops down from him. So we are going to see, we saw this a little bit if we rerun it all the way back to Asia earlier today. We saw 3-gate robos a bunch, and Trigger's like, oh, you guys have seen this before. Okay, then, let me show you something else. Yeah, I don't know, man. Is he doing something else? He's not got the gas because he cancelled. He just started more stalkers, I think. Huh.
Yeah, that is very weird. Did he see something?
I don't think so.
I don't. Okay, that is a little bit confusing, because I would assume going into a series like this, you would plan and you would have a game plan in mind and you would just, stick to it. That is... I'm talking about how confident I am in Trigger's early setup, as we do see a little bit of stalker pressure on the other side of the map. Looks like Disc had to drop a force field. That is actually really troubling. He loses the shield battery. Hang on, this is actually kind of dangerous right now. With 4 stalkers, once they all show up, I mean, Disc is going to be in a really uncomfortable position. I don't know, man. This could kind of get ugly from the 4 Stalkers. He shouldn't be able to get too much done as Warp Gate is completing momentarily. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the fact that he canceled that Robo. It makes me wonder if he's maybe doubting himself a little.
No, just kind of a wild one to see. We are going to finish this pylon. I think that's enough from Trigger to be happy here. Well, even if he gets a Stalker for no Stalker, well, okay, now 1 for 1. Really thought he would have got the pylon. Would have been nice because it would have slowed down the battery, although he's not doing anything that really kind of follows up with, so probably fine. Trigger is thinking about going back in. He's now going into his own Twilight, following the Twilight of his opponents. He'll be behind on Blink, but with an Oracle to try and make something happen. That's going to head into a main base that currently is undefended, so it is in Trigger's best interests to stay. Okay, nice Stalker Warp in. To stay kind of aggressive to keep the other Stalkers on the low ground.
If that Stalker Warp in hadn't come on in, that could have been so deadly, but good job from Disc. He is able to deal with that. We do see the 2 Adepts coming into the main base, and they're going to be able to pair up with the Oracle, and that is going to be a lot of damage coming in potentially. Disc managing that very well. Trigger a little bit of mismanagement. He probably could have gotten a 5th probe there if he'd stayed on top of the Adept, but it looks like he wanted to put pressure with the Stalkers. Regardless, Trigger, that's some solid damage.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was really just nice. I felt like he could have had more, man. Like, the 2 Stalkers were hitting the Adepts, the Oracle came through, but I think it was just well handled by Disc. Like, he really retargeted at the right times, and now he's just going to drop a 3rd base down. He is not wasting time at all. He clearly feels like he's going to have a faster Blink, which is true, and he says, if I have faster Blink, I feel safe enough to just get that 3rd base going immediately. No waiting around necessary.
Yeah, and that was actually a great defense from Disc. You are right. That could have been so much more damage. 2 Adepts and an Oracle with no shield battery in the main mineral line. Things can get real dicey real quick. Disc is going to be able to scout across the map, but he's not going to see anything too crazy. Just going to see the timing of the 3rd Nexus, which is good information. But he's not going to see, like a bunch more gateways coming on down. He will see the lack of a forge and throws down his own forge. But really what he's looking at is the fact that there was a 3rd Nexus. Main difference right now is that Disc, as you pointed out, has thrown down the robotics facility, maybe anticipating the potential of DTs, or maybe just wants to get his own observers and play safe from there.
Yeah, he adds on 2 more gates now as well. That will take him to 4 against the current 3 of Trigger, who moves straight up. He's got a thing for trying to kill off static defense and pylons and stuff, and then not quite getting it today. As does have, again, with the extra gateway of production right now, maybe a little bit of a moment. Gets a Stalker there as well. I mean, we've got enough Stalkers to shoot through the battery. So, yeah, as he blinks in very aggressively, I don't even think he needed to necessarily do that. But, yeah, gets a Stalker or 2, loses a Stalker or 2. Nothing really too influential, all said and done.
Yeah, that was a weird move, though. That was a weird move. Like, he started off with an okay, I think he picked off 1 or 2 Stalkers. Either way, he came out ahead, I think 1 Stalker ahead. But then he kind of went back in and blinked aggressively, knowing exactly where a shield battery was, knowing that battery overcharge had to be available. Like, there's no way Disc didn't have energy on the next eye. A couple of kind of uncharacteristic moves from Trigger that aren't disastrous. And it's not like he's even in a bad position in this game. He's actually in a good position in this game. But just a couple of things that make it feel like he's maybe a little bit off. Kind of alluding to what you were talking about before.
He's second-guessing himself almost, or doing things which I don't feel like he needs to do. That's what's interesting, right? Like, that's what's kind of just very intriguing here so far. There's a few additional gateways come down from Trigger. The +1 attack coming through. The Observer's about halfway done. I'm just going to keep rallying these things out toward the center. A 4th Nexus goes down on the 6 o'clock as well. Charge +1, Warp Prism, and a couple extra gates will continue to build.
Yeah, this is very interesting. We got Trigger playing a chargeless style, going up to 6 gates and a very quick 4th Nexus, whereas Disc, he has gone for that rather quick Warp Prism. I mean, Trigger's getting a quick Warp Prism too, but it feels like Disc really wants to hammer things home with a ton of Zealot Stalker. And, oh, that's a great find on the Oracle right there. Oh, that's a really big pickoff. Disc is only on 2 gates. Yeah, he is going to be going ham on the Zealots right now.
Yep, he has so many gateways As we do see Trigger moving forward, needs to be careful that, you know, he can actually fight these Zealots. Obviously with charge, the Zealots can be very tanky, they can get up in front, the Stalkers can kite. It's an interesting dynamic because it's like, well, of course Stalkers can kite, but then it takes so long to get through the Zealots, it's almost not good for you. Every so often, charge comes off cooldown, they get in range, they swipe a bit, they deal good damage. And of course, Stalkers are much more expensive to lose than Zealots are as Trigger stands atop this ramp. 4 more Stalkers coming in, he himself going up to A gateway shortly, has to recall back home as Zealots start hitting multiple different mineral lines, Adepts as well. Just has to go and deal with this.
Yeah, getting very messy right here. Good defense from Trigger so far. The snap recall, I think, was a good decision. Disc, he's on single ward prism. Okay, he is going to consolidate everything maybe on the left side. No, rotating back into the middle. There is an observer from Trigger that is not really in position to spot this, so he doesn't know exactly where his opponent's army is. But as I say that, it looks like it sieges up and gives position on the natural. Oh, big flank coming in from Disc. He is going to blink forward, snipes down the shield battery number 1. Cannon will come on in. We've got a couple of units kind of wandering to the side, but I think that was an overcommitment from Disc, and Trigger is going to be able to clean the majority of this up. And now we've got most of the Zealots going down, and Trigger still has a massive Stalker ball.
Looks like Disc is going to try and run around the map and just try and play like everywhere, but I don't know if there's enough control to do that. The only good part of that stasis ward for Disc is that he didn't blink into it, so he does have blink to use as soon as it, stasis wears away. We'll see how much Trigger commits to trying to be in position there to shut those Stalkers down. Currently dealing with a couple Zealots still, more Zealots around the left. Just definitely trying to give himself the opportunity to free these Stalkers without losing them. I think Trigger's going to commit a lot on, though, and he is going to start firing. He's going to try and recall them, fair enough. Still loses a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the recall. Mostly because he committed a few units to the left side, seemingly to try and distract Trigger. So, I don't know. I don't know about that. That felt like that felt expensive. But now Trigger is way ahead in army supply, way ahead in the Stalker count, and it feels like Disc with just a single immortal. Yeah, it's just gonna get blinked on and immediately targeted down. I think Trigger's just gonna run him over right here.
Yeah, not enough Zealots to stop you from blinking in, right? Is what it comes down to. And so if you just have this amount of units, you actually can blink in because you're essentially just taking Stalker on Stalker fight. You don't need the defensive micro. And yeah, I think Trigger's just doing a great job of this. Now there's another immortal. Now there's a few more Zealots. You see Disc kind of blinking in. The Prism's going to stop. Is that going to get targeted down? I mean, it really should. He's going to try forward. He does stop the warp, and it costs you quite a few Stalkers. Trigger still has the numbers advantage. About to finish up his own +2 attack. Hasn't been fighting without that or against the +2 for too long. Just a few seconds. And that does mean that it looks like Trigger is going to be able to continue through here. Great set of fights from him. And just doing what he needs to close out this first game, I think.
Yeah, and we talked about, like, maybe feeling a little bit hesitant in his decision-making, but the execution from Trigger has been top-notch this game, and it is going to lead to a 1-0 lead. Immortal, unfortunately for him, does not get taken down. The barrier change definitely showing itself there, as that would have been enough Stalkers before, but now the barrier functions the way it's supposed to. So it does actually block some instances of damage. We're going to see Disc trying to be a bit of a nuisance here with a Zealot, but I mean, Trigger, it really feels like he should be able to just close the game out. He didn't actually kill off that Nexus. So, I mean, it really does feel like he can just keep attacking.
Yeah, I mean, Trigger just needs to keep on trading. He's playing a lot of Stalkers, so obviously it may take a while to trade out, but eventually you're bleeding your opponent dry, and I love this. Few Stalkers split to the left side. That's the kind of thing Disc is not set up to deal with, right? Like multi-prong pressure. He doesn't really have the army to kind of split apart and to go different places. He could target down that pylon. That would be an easy cancel on those warp-ins. I'm just going to recall out of there as the recall comes in. So recalls on recalls, and still kind of pushing around that right-hand side from Trigger, who might just gather everything up again and keep on poking with a 20-worker lead. He's investing into upgrades and all sorts. I gotta say, I like Disc's idea. He knows he's behind. He shouldn't really be alive in this game. So if there's a way to get back into it, there's usually two choices. DTs or Disruptors. And he's just going to go for the Disruptor route right now. And I'm absolutely behind it. I think there's too much map control, observers, etc. available for Trigger for DTs to matter. So I love it. Try and get a couple Disruptors out. Maybe a couple big Disruptor shots land straight away. And maybe that gives you enough. Maybe that scares Trigger into not attacking you for a moment or two. And then you're Disruptors versus no Disruptors. Maybe the game is okay from there. So I like the route that Disc is taking. Whether he gets there successfully is one question, whether it works when he gets there is another, but it's definitely given him probably the best chance he has from the position he's currently in.
Yeah, and Trigger, I mean, he is playing a great game, but he hasn't quite been able to close it out just yet. Disc is doing a really good job of staying alive. He was able to recall into the natural, pushed back that first attack. Trigger, I really do think at the very least he could have finished off that fourth Nexus. And then we're talking about a 5-base versus 3-base situation. There's really not a whole lot that Disc can do. But Disc has really kept himself alive in an impressive way. And now he does have 2 disruptors on the field. And yeah, with a disruptor and a dream, like, you can do just about anything.
Yep, PvP. Playing out kind of how PvP sometimes does when you get to that later stage. Stalker Disruptor versus Stalker Disruptor. I do like that Trigger's finally getting charged. Like, he was just pure Disruptor for a very, pure Stalker, sorry, for a very long time. Pure Disruptor would be nice. So now Charge and a few Zells that can just harass and actually be a bit more of a stalwart unit. I think that's going to go a long way as these Stalkers do get blinked upon. Disc taking an okay fight here. The Zealots on the other side, been held up by the Super Battery, and yeah, Trigger has to back it up, starts his own Disruptors. His Dark Templar are about to take to the stage. There's currently no detection on the map outside of a single cannon for Disc.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. And as much as I've given Disc credit, and like, he deserves it, because this is very impressive that he's been able to even stay alive in this game. Things are going to become even more chaotic and difficult if he doesn't have detection. He does start a cannon somewhere at that 4th base, but this really feels, I don't know, this feels like if even one base falls, even things start to get a little bit wonky, it is all over. But it looks like Trigger might hesitate once again, and that could give time for the cannon to complete.
Yeah, right now these DTs are going to be huge. Disruptors being brought out to the left-hand side. Got the cannon. We blink forward. The cannon's super batteried. How did that super battery come off cooldown already? As the DTs will now go and turn onto the super battery. Stalker's going to move up the left-hand side. Disruptors are there. I'm going to target down one of the 2 robo facilities. The other robo facility, by the way, I guess he's already blinked as he does try and find a disruptor on the disruptor. Eats a disruptor on a few Stalkers as well. In the end, it looks as though Trigger's setting up to essentially just blink on out of here. My goodness, chaos ensuing. Trigger still only just staying about like 10-20 supply ahead of Disc. A little bit more as he gets a warp in now, but man, this is Disc again hanging on for dear life, and he has got a very strong grip on very little threat at the moment.
Yeah, it's a fantastic defensive showing here from Disc. He's so difficult to kill in this game. Trigger continuing to add on significant upgrades. He's getting more and more disruptors, so he will match his opponent's tech. He's also he's going to be on 3-2-2 versus 3-0. And I mean, it's not the biggest of difference in this matchup, but it will mean that, for example, Zealot versus Zealot is going to be pretty one-sided. Nice little defensive disruptor there. Grabs a couple of Zealots. Trigger, he's really tried to kill his opponent in the last little bit, but yeah, Disc is just not dying. Ooh, but this robotic facility at once going to go down to Trigger. Zoning out with the disruptor, zoning out with another one. If he snipes down that robotic bay, he would completely reset his opponent's disruptor tech. But it looks like he's just focused more so on getting out of here, and that's a good decision too.
Actually, kind of really cool move from Trigger. He started firing to the right-hand side with the disruptors, basically just saying, hey, I appreciate you're about to flank down that ramp. I'm going to make sure that I'm safe from the position I'm about to move into. So he picked a really good time to change the direction of that, and he is still picking Disc apart. The DT's put in work finally, 29 dead workers, and apparently disruptors firing into the center of the map as well.
Yeah, and that is, well, that is not something Disc can afford. We are going to see... well, we're going to see Disc basically going completely all in right now. Trigger has so many win conditions. If he snipes his opponent's detection, DTs will win. If he takes down the disruptors, he'll be able to outmass his opponent. Oh, and he gets the big disruptor shots. That's all of them going down. They'll blink forward into the Ruptors. Trigger reads the engagement like a book, and he will not allow Disc to come back, but that got a little dodgy a couple of times. Still very well played from Trigger.
Yeah, Trigger was on top of things there, I think, for the most part. Like, Disc really held on. I think part of why he held on so long was that Trigger was a little bit stubborn, you know, because Trigger could have easily gone Disruptor sooner and still held control of the game. He could have even Charge, I think, is something that Trigger absolutely. Maybe you can go without Disruptors, but I think you should get Charge because there's no reason when you have that amount of bases that you don't just swarm with Zealot Stalker, and that would be a much more kind of game-ending swarm than what was the Stalkers just trying to blink on top of other Stalkers, right? Then I'm not going to say like a stalemate, but like, it just becomes a little bit difficult for Stalkers to blink on top of batteries that are also going to then have Stalkers blinking defensively. If you charge in with the Zealots, though, it's that front line that then shouldn't really be matched. And I think that usually makes a pretty big difference, so maybe would have liked to see that, but I mean, you can't really criticize too much because obviously he got the win in the end. He still did. I still think it's basically saying do what you did, just maybe take a couple of the things that you did further in the game just a little bit sooner. And maybe he felt like he could have killed him earlier. Obviously, when he realized he couldn't, he absolutely did kind of change things up a little bit. Ooh, Equilibrium for map 2. One we pretty much only ever see in PvP, actually. What a map.
Yeah, you do not want to play this map against Zerg. The gold base just existing should cause, at the very least, I think Protoss to veto it versus Zerg, and I would say probably you don't want to play it as Terran versus Zerg either. I feel like there's many reasons why you don't want to play it in most of the matchups, but PvP, it does feel like one of those matchups where the gold base isn't a guarantee that you have to take it right away, and you're able to let this one through.
Yeah, no, Equilibrium is it's such an interesting map. You're just not going to see it in mirror matchups. It's so good for Zerg. You're not going to see it in non-mirror matches because it's so good for Zerg. And then PvT, it's just, why play on that? Because it's kind of weird for both races in a certain way. Why play on that when you could just play a much more normal map that's probably going to be better for you overall? So, yeah, we really see this in the mirror matchups, and yeah, it's going to be PvP on it. So, big map as well as what it's kind of noteworthy for, which could mean, you know, we got a little teaser of Stalker Disruptor. Maybe we do get even more crazy Stalker Disruptor action. Just go full NA with this PvP series. Because NA, Neeb and Estrella really kind of led the charge when it came into these like mass Stalker Disruptor games of PvP that were just pure craziness. So yeah, maybe we dig into a bit of that as we go late into tonight.
Yes, and we are going to be seeing the first player spawning up in the top right. Taking a 1-0 lead in the series for Basilisk, it's Trigger.
Up against our red Protoss in the top left-hand side from Apprentice Esports, we have Disc.
And yeah, really big kudos to Disc in that game. Even though Trigger, didn't finish off that fourth Nexus, maybe he could have. I think I would have liked to have seen him try and commit a little bit harder with the Blink Stalkers and kill that off. Like, he knocked out all the shields. It was very close to going down, and he had the numbers. Even though you could argue that was a small mistake in terms of like missing opportunities, it was still a very impressive feat that Disc gave himself even one army to be able to counterattack and get something done.
Yeah, no, Disc really did the right things, and he took the chance that Trigger gave him of like, hey, I'm just going to keep hitting you with Stalkers, and Disc's like, okay, well, I can hold on. He knew he wasn't going to win without something major, got the Disruptors out, gave himself a chance. Never really landed that like mega Disruptor connection that he probably needed. But like I say, the chance was there, and if nothing else, it still held Trigger off long enough to give Disc the shot to go across the map, like you said. Then Trigger found an amazing fight with his own Disruptors, but yeah, just definitely a cool display. I mean, it really gets me excited what happens if Disc gets into the mid game in a great position, right? Like, instead of just being behind already. Then we could get really excited about what Disc can do and, really see some of his full potential in this matchup, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that point, Trigger, even though I'm being a little bit critical, like he didn't finish off that base, he could have maybe continued to capitalize on his aggression. All the transitions he was doing behind it were fantastic. Like, he had the 5th base that he built very quickly, went up to 6 bases, got double forge, went for his own disruptors, added on observer speed, checked all the boxes, did everything correctly, and really made sure that even if, he missed an opportunity to maybe close the game out when I would have loved to see him do so, he was still able to make sure that he had a very simplified and very strong and solid path forward into the next stages of the game.
Yeah. I love everything you say about that. I also love this. Robo going down. We got teased with the idea of a 3-gate Robo last game. And Trigger's like, no, I'll cancel it. But it's very similar because last game Disc was expanding very quickly, just as Trigger is expanding very quickly here. This time Disc is going to keep a Robo. And that means he's likely going to try and bust through that natural and get damage done. Unless he just sits on 2 gates and like Prism harasses. But there's gateway number 3. So there's going to be a lot of gateway units very quickly in the game. And Trigger's going to have to figure out how he's going to hold this off.
Yes, he will. That is a very early shield battery, by the way, from Disc. Like, really, really early. It makes sense to build the shield battery in general, because obviously you're worried about something like maybe an Oracle running into your base, flying into your base being a problem. But it feels like that one's like maybe like 15, 20, even 30 seconds earlier than it needed to be. We're going to see the pressure coming on in from Disc with the first 4 Stalkers. Good micro from both players. Trigger actually pulling an extra probe to try and push this back, but it is 4 Stalkers versus 3 Stalkers, 3 Sentries. Disc got to be a little bit careful. Doesn't want to get force fielded like that, but the force fields were not perfect. Oh, and he slips through, and now he warps in a 4th Sentry.
5th Sentry.
Ay, this is... Oh, 5th Sentry, oh my god.
Yeah, that's so much gas on sentries. Like, there's barely any DPS in this army, but what, are we going to just force field this out forever? That's better force fields. That's what he wanted last time. No, the 3rd force field wasn't good enough. Oh my god, 3 force fields to 1 Stalker. That ain't it, man, because these sentries just don't deal enough damage otherwise. We're going to start up an Immortal. Now, we're now warping in Zealots because we're gas starved because of all the sentries. And what, we're going to start pulling probes with this army as well. I mean, I understand Trigger knows that he's in trouble here, but I'm kind of surprised by the preemptive pull of probes. I mean, okay, let's see if it works out. First Immortal's almost here. Disc is in the main base with the Prism with a couple of Adepts. That's going to pull Trigger around a little bit, and now we do see those Adepts just shading back to the Prism. They will still be an option to harass with. Immortal pops out, chases that away for the moment. Disc is going to drop and expand. He needs more if he wants to expand. Like,
yeah.
You know, Trigger is on an expansion that's just mining. He needs more, and right now he's just giving up on this attack.
Yeah, this is not enough. The Prism harass is obviously nice, but he has to know that he didn't kill, you know, like 10 probes, 12 probes. Like, he does need to find more value from this. As you said, I wonder if he's maybe looking at this and saying, you're too well defensively set up. There was a lot of shield batteries at the natural. There are those sentries that are regenerating energy, and there is the Immortal out. But it does feel like if you're going to try and play this one out, at the very least, you need to, like, take the gold. Like, I don't think he can just rely on Prism harass to make up for what is going to be a pretty significant economic advantage.
I think everything he said is true. The only thing I say is that none of this was necessarily a factor when Disc almost first gave up on attacking, right? Like, yeah, there was batteries, but then there wasn't enough units to go deal with the Adepts. The Immortal popped to deal with the Adepts, and that's not exactly ideal anyway. The sentries were out of energy. There wasn't DPS on the low ground. Like, that's my issue with it. So I think what you say is very true. Like, right now, yeah, absolutely put a Nexus down. I'm not complaining, but at the time he chose to, I think it was a mistake. I think he should have pressed a little harder, and you can already see the deficit he's in. Yeah, the work account's about even, but the army supply is there right now from Trigger. He's getting another Immortal up. Disc will have a faster blink, but against multiple Immortals, Trigger can just sit on back, play defensively, and he should be kind of fine.
Yeah, Trigger did get, I think, a little bit supply block there and maybe cut into his probe production a tiny bit. Disc is doing a good job with those 2 Adepts in the War Prism, and Disc is going to be able to go up into that very quick blink, which is obviously going to be nice for him to find some options, but I'm really surprised that we're in a situation where it is kind of even now. I wonder if part of the reason why he backed away when he did is he saw the sentry count. He's like, okay, you've already committed so much to sentries. Maybe he was just thinking his opponent's tech would be super delayed. Trigger, by the way, really needs to start up Blink. There we go. Does start it now.
Yeah, Blink will be finished from Disc. We'll see if he does anything with it. He already started his own Immortal, though, which suggests to me that he has no real interest in kind of, you know, being super Blink aggressive across the map. That says to me he just wants to be able to kind of get into the next phase of the game, make sure he's not in trouble himself. And Trigger's already going to take an advantage because +1's on the way. It's interesting because obviously Blink's faster from Disc, but the thing is with Blink and then Charge, once those upgrades are done, they're just done. Whereas a +1 upgrade is then going to lead to a +2 advantage, and then, you know, you go on from there. So it's definitely a more beneficial position that Trigger has, because the one lead that Disc has is being chipped away at every single second that passes by right now, because that blink is getting ever closer to finishing from Trigger.
That is a really great point. Yeah, you can never compound a Twilight Council upgrade advantage. It only just disappears. Obviously, it's great to have it when you have it, because sometimes you can make something happen with it. But this is an interesting wrinkle and something we very rarely see these days. That is going to be very fast disruptors. And that's not to say we don't see disruptors in this matchup at all, but we usually don't see them before charge or before the players are on maybe even 4 bases. This is a pretty fast transition into the disruptors, and Trigger, with the mass sentry that he's got the hallucination. He's going to see this, and he is going to start to move out. This is going to be a great timing with +1 and blink. And Disc, can he defend against this? He's got the Stalker advantage. It's 2 Immortals to 1 in favor of Trigger. I don't know. This is interesting. This is a really strange move. I wonder if Trigger actually does have a timing here.
An awful supply block timing here from Disc as Trigger shows up. I mean, Disc tries to build a disruptor. He does get on supply blocked as he loses a unit, so that helps him to get that disruptor on the way. Trigger, again, very sentry and force field focused. How much can he really do with that so far? Yeah, not really enough to keep going forward. Here's the Prism and Micro a little bit as well. When Sentry gets brought back, force fields the Immortal in. That's exactly what you're looking for. Now he's got 2 Immortals to 0. But man, that disruptor's getting closer and closer to finishing. I think that's going to be the real deal here.
Yeah, I think obviously Trigger didn't know that Disc got supply blocked, and if you subtract that supply block timing, you basically know that the disruptor is going to be out about right now. So I kind of like that Trigger backs away. Also, important to note that because he's got so many sentries, those cannot dodge a disruptor shot. Those are not blink stalkers. If they have units bearing, or the Purification Nova bearing down on them, it's going to connect. Unless, of course, the War Prism can pick those units up, but then the Immortals are exposed. It's just not a pretty situation, sentries versus disruptors. But as I say that, Trigger is kind of sticking around on the map, and his opponent does have vision. That's a big problem against disruptors.
Yep, because you can preemptively shoot this disruptor shot dead center and hit everything. Trigger cannot take a fight right now. He's going to lose the Prism. He's going to lose the Warp, and Trigger is going to lose absolutely everything. He got way too greedy sitting on the map, and that is just a perfect punishment from Disc. Yeah, Trigger, I mean, that's completely his own fault. He had no right to be here for quite some time now, especially because he knew what was coming. Like, he backed away because of the disruptor, and then he went and sat there again and just didn't pay enough attention.
You know, sometimes I think to myself, I'm like, man, these pro players, they have such better reads than me. I am like, I don't have a good grasp of the game. But sometimes, just sometimes, I'm like, maybe I do understand the game a little bit. And yeah, as you said, Trigger had no business being on the map like that. And that was a brutal punishment. Oh, I really don't know what he can do to come back. Well, no, I shouldn't say I don't know what he can do to come back. He has the faster +2. He's even on the Stalker count, and the Disruptor count for Disc is not massive. This game is not over, especially with the gold base for Trigger, but it is tricky.
Yeah, I was going to say, and he just got up to DTs. Now, there's one Observer on the map. A couple of new cannons just started. Great timing from Disc. He loses his Observer. But even losing the Observer is kind of interesting, because now you've got to build more Observers instead of building more Disruptors. And at the moment, you know, Disc, he's got a second Robo. Didn't have it in production right there, but there he goes. Starts up some more Disruptors. So, yeah, just takes a few moments, builds an Observer or two. It just slows him down a little bit there. So I like what Trigger's doing. He's had the better economy as well, plus a gold base already. So that means that he has been able to draw himself back. His army quality is not as good right now. He's got about a couple extra Stalkers, but the Stalkers, he's got an advantage. His opponent has Disruptors instead. But it is playable, right? If you avoid Disruptor shots and you do stuff with your Stalkers, there's absolutely potential right now, and that's absolutely what Trigger currently plays for.
Yeah, and I mean, Disc, he can't really... Oh, that's a big blink forward. The Disruptors are a little bit further back. They will try and cover this position. Ooh, the blink has been used. There's still 2 Disruptor shots left. Okay, Disc wisely disengaging as those Disruptor shots go on cooldown. He was fighting with an upgrade disadvantage into a player that had defensive blink, so very important that Disc didn't go too far there. Trigger, good job to not, make sure he gets completely jumped. And now, as you point out, Shadow Stride is completing. We don't have any DTs on the map just yet, but Trigger's got a lot of money in the bank. He's got 10 gateways. He could become very dangerous. One warp in can destroy an entire base and multiple bases with those blink DTs if you get the right find.
Good attempt from Trigger, continue to siege up these observers to try and spot the obs of his opponent and just get that extra little breach of vision. He is going to lose one observer himself. He actually does not lose the one I thought he was about to. Lost the other one in the end and doesn't punish the observer of Disc right there. The other thing I was going to note is obviously if it is, avoiding the disruptor wars part of this, then Trigger does have the upgrade advantage, about to have +3 over +2 again. So as long as Stalkers are shooting each other, that's a something that does favor Trigger right now. No, the disruptor decided he didn't want to kill an Immortal. That's very nice of Disc, although I don't think he's in the position of being very nice right now. He just lost not just 9 probes, but the cannon on this base as well. It's kind of a big deal for DT showing up soon.
Yeah, that was a really bold blink forward, by the way, from Trigger, with I think like 4 or 5 disruptors that were pretty close to his army, all ready to fire. I think only one was on cooldown, and he does it again. I mean, this is really bold play from Trigger, and this time he does get punished a little bit. Blink on cooldown. He's really going deep, and he targets the wrong disruptor. Oh no, Trigger, not like this.
No. You got to be so perfect against disruptors if you're going to try and fight them, and that was not it at all. At the same time, we have got Zelda still trying to find their way on this right side. Disc's economy has been brought down. He's down by 20 workers, which means that Trigger can rebuild more quickly, but again, he's kind of playing just massive units. I mean, he's finally starting up his own disruptors, so he's starting to match Disc. He's definitely winning the macro side of this. Disc is winning the engagement side. So far, it's actually 12,000 resources lost each, and that's just the sheer numbers of Trigger that are finding value after everything else. And look how many units he warps in topside. He is committed to hitting this base while also still striking the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's that's kind of nice, but oh wow, he doesn't even get the prism. He recalls just a crap ton of zealots and DTs, which is kind of funny. Not what I expected to see being recalled. Man, Trigger has eaten some massive disruptor shots in this game. Disc. The thing is, Trigger is like so far ahead economically, and he's got so much map control that it feels like Disc can't really move out. Because every time he wants to, or every time he would try to, Blink Stalkers would hit him on the bottom side, Zealots and DTs hit him on the top. Even though this has been some amazing engagements and some great defensive play from Disc, feels like he can't get onto the map. Oh, Disruptor! Oh my god, again!
Mass Zealot shows up with a few DTs on the right-hand side. New cannon about to finish. We're going to blink in the main with the DTs. I love that. Going to go straight after a Robo. If there's a way for Trigger to take advantage disruptor-wise, shutting down the Robos would absolutely help with that. So I like this play. The DTs obviously still have blink as well. If they want to blink a second time somewhere, they're going to go after a battery. Looks like they'll get cleaned up. Observer too. Okay, we've got a Robo at least, and now everything else is going to push the front where the disruptor's at on the left-hand side still. Trigger is going to see that his own disruptor shot will land short. Still just trying to be everywhere. I mean, I'm impressed with Trigger's attempts of multitasking, because I say attempts, it's not that he's not doing it. Like, it's just genuinely impressive what he is doing and what he feels confident in doing, because it's so difficult to be as quick and as everywhere as he's being. Like, he is really all over this map.
That he is. Oh, Disc! Oh my god, this is the moment he can blink forward, but he's not gonna go for it. Didn't know that there was, well, the Stalkers were a little bit out of position. Trigger, though, will be able to get now in on top of this. I guess that's the 4th base. Yeah, that is the 4th base. 3rd base will be defended by Disc, but now we are in a position where Disc has to do something. When he was sitting on 4 bases, he could theoretically be like, okay, I'll max out, I'll wait for you to overcommit, and then I'll go. Ooh, this disruptor set up in the back. Trigger, very quick reaction time. He just gets out.
Yep, I mean, the only thing I'd say is that Trigger's kind of getting caught in a corner, and Disc going across the map finds a couple disruptors. 40 army supply more right now from Disc. Trigger has to clean him up in some way, or be able to win a base trade, which he might be able to do, because he's got way more bases. He's got way more real estate just on the map. Problem is with base trade, and at some point you're probably going to have to attack into disruptors. That gets messy for both players, and this is potentially just very messy in general right now. You got to be so careful, because one misplay and disruptors could absolutely ruin every chance you have.
That is true, and that is true on both sides at the moment. We are going to see Disc kind of getting it on top of his opponent's production a little bit quicker. Even though Trigger was first to move, we're actually seeing Trigger coming back home, which I don't know if I agree with.
Yeah.
I feel like he could have continued to commit. He does have, I assume, a lot of static defense. Yeah, oh my god, he's got so much static defense on that topside base. But it feels like maybe he could have actually just eliminated Disc straight up or forced the recall. And whatever happens, either you win the game or you completely eliminate your opponent's pressure on your side of the map, and then you just rebuild. But I don't know. This feels like Trigger is maybe giving a chance to Disc when he didn't need to.
Yeah, obviously it's difficult for maybe Trigger to know exactly what the scenario is, but I feel like he knows he's got way more real estate, like way more structures around the map. A base trade scenario should generally favor him because of that alone. My only thing is I maybe just thought there's 3 or 4 disruptors up this ramp and he's never going to break into the main. That's got to be what he's thinking, and then he's just like, okay, come home, protect what I've got, I've eliminated your other bases. And given time, Trigger, you can see it now, he's maxed out again against someone that is obviously at 140. Can't rebuild anything realistically. I mean, Disc gets a warp in of Stalkers, but there's only so much of that can really happen because he's on 2 bases that are more or less mined out. Disc could obviously recall home, but he's got so much rebuilding to do if he doesn't continue to work his way through Trigger's setup here.
Yeah, and to Trigger's credit, he is playing this out brilliantly. The concave at the bottom of the ramp, the constant disruptor shots. Like, Disc knows that he needs to win the game with this army, and Trigger knows it too. He knows that even though Disc is warping it at home, he's adding on more stalkers, this is pretty much all. If he kills this army, Trigger just wins. It's straight up a fact. Now, the one unfortunate thing for Trigger is that his opponent has vision of his army, and that's a little bit of an oopsie that he's left that observer to the left. They both kind of have these funnily placed observers that don't see each other. But yeah, Disc needs to do something, and Trigger can just avoid the fight until Disc commits.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, right? Trigger just doesn't need to do anything. Every second that passes by, in theory, is still good for him as he just makes up more and more money. So yeah, it definitely feels as though Trigger is in the better position. He might start to lose in the bottom right. The only problem down here is a lot of his production is actually here, so this is somewhere he might feel forced to defend.
Yeah, but even then, I think both observers just died for. I didn't know they could do that. I thought when one observer died, it eliminated the vision. Oh, okay, no, never mind. Trigger killed his opponent. He must have killed his opponent's observer. But I thought it was. Yeah, it was 1 for 1. I think they might have killed each other at the same time somehow, because I'm pretty sure Disc's observer was out of range of Trigger's. But either way, we are going to see that army for Disc being cleaned up by Trigger. And Trigger is expanding to his opponent's gold. Disc, at this point, I mean, it's disruptors and blink stalkers. I don't blame him for staying in the game, but he's starting to be a little bit on copium. And oh, that's not bad. That's pretty good. There we go. He does need to make the moves. That's the thing, is he needs to go. He cannot hesitate.
What if Trigger just went back across the map and eliminated him still? Like, this is still genuinely an option. Like, Disc has no real estate.
It's a win condition. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even have money to build a Nexus right now. He only has money to build 2 pylons.
I mean, I think it's safer as an option, though, from Trigger, because right now, like, there's a world in which if he never cleans out these disruptors, he just loses a lot of units to them on repeats. I don't know if he has enough to genuinely go jump on top of all of this, which I think is what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the moment where he can go, right, blink on top, let's just target fire down every disruptor possible. Oh my goodness, this is wild. Again, Trigger doesn't necessarily know, although he's taking his opponent's side of the map. Like I say, that seems like a pretty good indicator to me that the opponent doesn't have much. As we are going to move forward. This time he's going to go. Disruptors start going down. A couple of them already on cooldown. It's not even that exciting. Trigger just had to wait for the right moment. And when he gets on top, he cleans up and he goes up 2-0 in this best of 5. Damn. What a game.
Yeah. That was a wonky, wild game. I feel like that was a little bit of Trigger being a little too stubborn. Because he didn't need to kill the army. Like, no world does he need to actually kill that army to win the game. And I don't blame him, but I have to agree, especially, so the very first time when he backs away and he's like, okay, you have stalkers, there could be disruptors up at the top of the ramp. That makes total sense that he kind of backed away and was like, I'm just going to contain you. But then after he killed all the stalkers that had moved out onto the map, you have to know that Disc doesn't have any more at home, right?
Yeah.
Like, at the very least, even send like 5 Blink DTs and just, I guess did he lose the Dark Shrine? He did lose the Dark Shrine, but I don't know if he rebuilt it.
But even
just charge lots.
Even if he just sent more Zealots before then, like,
yeah.
Like, what if you just left 10 Zealots to go in and then it's like, oh, there's one Disruptor. And then you're like, oh, and then the 10 Zealots just kill everything. The problem was, the only reason there was ever more units at home is because Trigger waited forever, and Disc off of 4 mineral patches afforded like 20 plus Stalkers. That was kind of the issue. Like, I don't disagree with backing away the first time, but I feel like Trigger could have poked in a little bit more and then backed away. I wouldn't have minded if he went a bit deeper, really saw some reason to back off, and then was like, okay, now I do have to back away. But I think if he'd done that, he would have been like, oh yeah, I've got this, and I'm just going to pretty much eliminate you. Worst case, he's got a base hidden somewhere on the map, but it can only be so many places because you still own so much of your side. It's not like unless he's building a Nexus in your main base, which maybe he thought was a possibility, but even then you've got him in a corner, and you just expand, and it's not even a worry, right? Like, just wild. Kind of wild. I mean, again, crazy scenario. It's hard to think in those positions perfectly as well. That's what makes it so entertaining, but that's what makes it so fun to talk about afterwards as well, as we do get into Game 3. No chill for these guys. They're ready to play. Bottom left-hand corner, Red Protoss is Disc.
And his opponent spotting up the top right. We've given him a little bit of crap, but he is playing a fantastic series. The execution has been top-notch, and the decision-making, the macro, the micro. Can he close it out with a 3-0? It is Basilisk Trigger.
I just rewatched that final fight on the stream again. I'm like, man, it really just, like, for all of the build-up, it really just sucked, because he just found... And I mean, it's because Trigger did it so well. He really waited until enough Disruptors were on cooldown, and he had a clear jump on the couple of Disruptors that could fire, and that's what made it uninteresting, because once those Disruptors went down, Trigger always had more. So, like, credit to Trigger. He really made that last fight as uninteresting as possible. There's a world he messes that up, the Disruptors go off, and we're screaming and shouting until the final warp-in comes in from Trigger or something, but yeah, he didn't make that happen. He absolutely played it out brilliantly at the end.
And that is, I think that's part of what Basilisk has seen, is that even though Disc, you know, he's multiple games now, he's been on the back foot and he's given himself opportunities to win the game, Trigger has shut the door in, like, very convincing fashion against some really sturdy and difficult to deal with play. Like, what Disc is doing is, I mean, and obviously that game number 2, we knew that Trigger could have just eliminated all the buildings. But given what Trigger knew, even though he could have obviously, you know, crossed his T's, dotted his I's, the execution was so impressive, the way he did everything. And now as we get into game number 3, Trigger is going for a quick robotics facility. This time, I hope he just commits. Yeah, just go for it. Just, you're up 2-0. 3-gate robo, do it. Send it.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. I think Disc, when he's expanded, has been a little bit vulnerable. In that first game, how much pressure did he feel off 4 Stalkers when Trigger cancelled the robo and went into the Stargate? And maybe cancelling the robo allowed him to build 2 more Stalkers initially, but I feel like there's absolutely some possibility here as, 2 Stalkers, 2 Sentries, the first Sentry hallucination. We'll find out what this is. The Twilight Council from Disc does nothing for you right now. Like, eventually getting to Blink is great, but that's a long time to survive without any assistant tech. No Void Ray production, no Oracle harass. You're just up against more units with better micro potential, with, again, for a long time, nothing to show for it.
Yeah, and this is not going to be pretty. Obviously, those sentries are great at pushing these stalkers away, at trapping them, but the warp prism is going to be able to just elevator straight into the main base. This is not like the previous map where it feels a little bit more difficult to get into the main base. This is a much more accessible main base for the warp prism to just elevator up. I am really worried about Disc right now. He might just walk through him.
Yeah, I mean, Blink Stars, that really does nothing. Trigger's been so greedy as well. Like, he didn't even respect the possibility of an Oracle or anything. There's nothing at home. So it's the perfect call. Like, this is absolutely what you want to be doing in this case. You do not want to be, you know, over-defending at home or anything like that. Force field goes down, another couple of warp-ins. The sentry scares me though, because that tells me he might sit back. And if he sits back, it is a bit scary that his opponent gets to blink. But the Immortal, production starting at least, that does cover him a little bit. Because being on blink versus no blink is fine. If you're back at home, an Immortal to defend, expand yourself. If that's the route that Trigger takes, I'm actually absolutely good with it.
Yeah, exactly. Because Trigger at the moment right now does not have... He does not have vision of the Twilight Council, but he is double checking and making sure that he's covered. And this is good, just utilizing the War Prism as his own blink micro, able to pick off that gateway, does it very quickly too. So Disc not even able to get that much value out of it. Disc is on just one gateway, and even though he's going to have that blink, his Stalker count is significantly behind. Force field from Trigger is nice. Disc was able to wiggle his way out of there, but this is... Yeah, this is a pretty solid start for Trigger. He obviously kills off a ton of stuff from his opponent, and as long as he backs away, like, well, pretty much now, this has been good.
Yeah, the biggest concern is he gets blinked on, and then he's in trouble. But I think he's got enough units that if he gets blinked on, it's not even that bad immediately, right? So that's the kind of benefit he's put on himself. He's given himself a little bit of wiggle room, and yeah, there's the recall home, perfect. Absolutely what you want. These Stalkers run past the pylon. I think Trigger would have seen these Stalkers just about. So either way, he's back at home now. He's got an Immortal to help him defend, and that should help him to ease the transition through to his own blink finishing. And he's going to be doing that with a faster Nexus, a better economy, and just all around, I think, a better position in this game as he actually kills the Stalker of his opponent who wasn't expecting Trigger to be back here already.
Yeah, and if you don't see the recall, of course you're not expecting that. You're not expecting that your opponent just left. And you can argue that Disc maybe should have been looking for that, but I wouldn't expect the army to be there. I certainly wouldn't have expected Trigger to just have recalled without any knowledge of that. But the one thing that Disc has going for him is that he did save every single probe at the natural, pretty much. I actually don't know if he even lost. It looks like he maybe lost one.
Yeah.
But he's on like 31 probes coming out of this, and now he starts probe production again. He will still be behind, but it's not as bad as it could be.
Yeah, it's really...
Trigger.
Okay.
No, okay, he's not going to go for it. I was like, is Disc going to blink in here? But sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was kind of holding my breath for the same thing. Yeah, the advantage that Trigger holds is going to be just his army's going to be a little bit bigger, a little bit better, right? So that when they come up onto onto two bases each, which is kind of right now, Trigger's already just that little bit further ahead in that regard. Forge goes down on each side. We see the blink is going to finish from Trigger, so we're evening up in all of these ways. The other thing that Trigger still holds is an Immortal and a Prism already built, right? So he already has the units out of the Robo that are going to specifically help you in a fight if an Immortal gets involved. Brilliant. The Prism, harassment, all micro-wise, brilliant. And that on top of an army supply lead really is a solid position from Trigger, and he's going to feel comfortable to immediately put down a third base. And that's where Disc probably has to be a bit more hesitant, because he could die if Trigger committed to a couple of extra gates and then just obviously attacked. That's why the hallucination scouting is important, because that maybe gives Disc the comfort to go forward and take a third himself. So he's doing the good thing there. So I love what Trigger's doing. Disc doing the right thing to try and keep up with him.
Yeah, and that's kind of what it feels like we've seen in a lot of this series is Trigger getting himself an edge and finding some nice advantages, and then Disc making good decisions. And that's why, even though it's a 2-0 lead for Trigger, Disc has made each game a big fight, and they are really showing some impressive decision making under the gun, because there's a lot of pressure for them with this being, such an important high stakes match.
Yep. No, absolutely. Is Trigger moving across, so he is going to at least tempt the idea of maybe being a little bit aggro. He only has 3 gateways. I don't think he's really super seriously thinking of doing anything here unless the opportunity presents itself. Force fields go down. I mean, that's okay, because that's energy from the opponent being used. And he is just going to stand and fight a little bit. He can blink back away from force fields. I don't mind this at all. I think he's doing the right thing. Just poking, checking the waters. If the waters are, settled enough on both sides, he can just fall back, man. Straight up. Starts a 4th base. He's like, cool, let's go. 4 bases of 3 gateways. I do think it might be soon time to add some extra gates, as Disc is once again very quick to that Robo Bay.
I was going to say, I was like, man, wow, I wonder how many gateways he has. And I checked it just before you said, and it was like 3 gateways, huh? Okay. Yeah. But if your opponent isn't going to go for a very aggressive move, if you've already kind of tamed them a little bit, so to speak, you can sometimes get away with some of this, what seems and feels like silly greed. And to be honest, given the context of the game, yeah, it's totally reasonable for Trigger to go for this.
Yeah, no, it's working. The only concern is maybe, again, your opponent might get away with very fast disruptors. Oh, that's a horrible position to be caught in. It's just so choky on that watchtower. But yeah, my only concern is maybe your opponent gets away with fast disruptors, but Trigger has handled that decently enough so far. Like, it's not always been perfect, but he's had ways to overcome the fact that his opponents had disruptors, and that may be the most important part of it.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that on Alcyone, it feels like if you don't either expand to the bottom right, like through those minerals, with the watchtower, it just kind of gives so much more control over the middle of the map. So dealing with disruptors on this map is going to be a lot more difficult in a map like Equilibrium or whatever the first map was. I've already forgotten the name, but it just feels like there's a lot more potential for Disc to maybe force a push off of his disruptor count. And it does feel like Trigger is a little bit, I don't want to use the term afraid, but for lack of a better term, at the very least wary of how good Disc's disruptor stalker control has been, because it's been very good.
That's very true. Trigger is, again, though, I think the issue that Disc has had repeatedly in this series is that Trigger just gets up to so many bases that it almost doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, like, Trigger lost half his army to a disruptor last game. Cool. I'm on so many more bases and so much more economy than you. I just rebuild unless you're going to immediately attack me. And it comes down to a point where Disc has one massive army and Trigger's going to have to play it slow to deal with it, but eventually Disc can't end the game, and so Trigger just kind of, you know, uses all of his extra economy and is able to really kind of benefit from that. And we're kind of heading in the same place. It's 57 to 76 workers. Trigger base number 5 is already building. You know, this is incredible stuff, and he's going to have all the units he needs to really keep this sort of play style going with the Dark Shrine and Shadow Stride coming up. You just have ways to kind of be busy and to keep your opponent kind of guessing. The Prism's going to drop on top of this cannon here, so we're going to knock that down immediately. What we like for observers, there's a couple. They are on the way across, so actually these DTs are going to go down. Can Trigger do something with the Stalker at the same time? Has to blink away from the first disruptor shot. Now doesn't have blink. He wants this Nexus. Steps back. That's all the disruptors on cooldown. He will kill the Nexus. And the game, when you're only on 3 bases, losing one of them is going to be so much worse than it would be for your opponent.
Yes, and that is exactly what I was looking for from Trigger. He shows more killer instinct in this game number 3, and granted, it was a very aggressive move, but you're up 2-0. You can afford to be a little bit more aggro, a little bit more YOLO. Will Disc manage to find the opening he was looking for on the other side of the map? I do like that Disc is double expanding, but Trigger, as his opponent moves out, oh, that is a recall that gets caught very hard. Disruptor will get an okay connection, but Trigger responding pretty quickly. Zealots are going to get in on top of this Nexus, and that will be a cancel. Once again, quick recall as well to save these Zealots. Trigger making some great moves in the last minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I like what he's doing, man. And Disc just can't seem to catch a break. He's like, I'm going to try and push across, and that goes wrong for him. Well, there's a break. Oh! That's a great break. He's actually going to get a massive disruptor shot. So he buys himself a bit of time. Army supplies are still going to be fairly similar. Again, that's just the economy of Trigger that's going to keep him alive, because don't forget, there's not just huge amount of base from Trigger. It's that Disc hasn't had a third or this fourth this entire time because he lost it. So that's a big deal. That's where Disc is going to struggle. And even when those bases go up, it's still only 50 probes versus 81. Army supplies are similar. Trigger getting further ahead in upgrades. Well, he was with the armor upgrade. Now actually +3 attacks coming through from Disc. That will benefit him. Maybe Trigger can't end the game immediately, but he's definitely ready to start wearing Disc down.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say for Disc is that he did get the double expand up during all this, so he's got that base on the bottom side, and he's still able to mine from it a little bit. So at least he's able to somewhat add on some army supply, but as I say that, Trigger does send some units down to the bottom side. Zealot's going to click the Nexus. Can the Stalkers save it? Oh, yeah, they should be able to. Okay, good job. It actually wasn't even that close. That's just so many Stalkers that he's able to do the job there. Oh, man. The observers from Disc have been so good on this left side. That is 2 huge disruptor shots as a result of that. And Disc is playing such a good game from such an uncomfortable position, but it feels almost like an inevitability that Trigger just is going to keep slamming him in the face.
You know, like, I'd love it if I hadn't already seen this story unfold twice before, right? Like, every game, Disc is playing from an uncomfortable position, and he keeps it alive, and he keeps it going, and then he loses. You know, this has been the story of this series, so, yeah. For Disc, he still has to step it up, I think, for me to get really excited about it. Like, he's doing things right, but again, it's about doing the extra things as he command out to the center. Oh, beautiful from Trigger. Uses that disruptor well. Does he have... he shouldn't have a recall, right? So these Storks can only try and blink away. He does have recall back, so forgive me on that. Loses pretty much everything. That was actually very expensive for Trigger. As, well, I guess very expensive, but again, you're up 30 workers on all these bases, so... But now, at least, it's kind of okay. Resources lost is 5k worse for Trigger. But again, so far, he's definitely utilizing the bases well enough that it doesn't matter just yet.
Yeah, but now we actually see a pretty significant army supply differential. Trigger has added on a couple of disruptors here. He's kind of been hemming and hawing on whether to go heavy on the disruptors. Looks like there is some harassment in the natural. DT's coming on in. Disc will recall once again. Trigger is... So that first snipe on the Nexus, I really like that. The first one on the third where he kind of committed in heavily. These ones are starting to feel less like Killer Instinct, a little bit more like impatience, if that makes any sense.
Maybe, but that's also...
I don't think it's a problem... Sorry?
I was going to say that's also just sort of where the game is at, though, right? Because you can afford to be impatient right now because your opponent doesn't have any other bases. So it's at the point now where... You know, you can almost be, like, arrogantly aggressive because, oh, yeah, I'm going to lose so much, but you have no mining behind this. So, you know, you look at the income right now, and it's like a third of the minerals. It's like an eighth of the gas income that Disc has over Trigger. Oh, Trigger has, like, it's ridiculous. Like, the income advantage is just so huge. And obviously, all this time, Trigger is just building up a little bit of a bank. While his opponent is desperately trying to do something. These disruptors, okay, are going to start getting a little bit of something here. Can Trigger find a chance to get on top of them with everything else? Apparently not just yet.
And once again, I mean, if we look at the resources lost tab, it is comedically one-sided. Disc, I mean, he's on 130 army supply. He's been looking and looking and looking for a time to get across the map and try and get something done. Oh, disruptors. Okay, I thought Disc was at first going to get a huge shot, and then I was thinking Trigger was going to get a huge shot. Will end up just being one disruptor for 0 in favor of Trigger. Disc, this might be his opportunity, his moment to actually move across the map and do something. Trigger is going to try and sneak in on the left side with some Zealots once again, but Disc will shut it down. Trigger, though, now he can move through the middle again.
Yeah, this is the thing. Every time Disc... It's funny because it's like when Disc shuts something down well, it's almost because he's just so out of position for something else, right? And now Trigger has the disruptors of his own. He can definitely zone with them. Even again, zoning backwards, seeing what Disc is trying to do. Maybe now we're in some trouble. Maybe these disruptors will not get out. We should have one more disruptor shot, I thought. No, maybe not. Maybe I'm incorrect there. They were all on cooldown unless it was the one that didn't fire. Either way, oh, he's going to go the other side. He does get jumped on, so Disc is going to get the denial. Still no third base from him. He has just got to go. Surely there's no way you can just hang around with this lack of economy anymore.
Yeah, he's lost that third Nexus. 5 Nexi have gone down for Disc. It's no longer an option to stay at home, and he realizes that he is going to go for the counterattack. Ooh, big lean forward will find. I think he just got both disruptors with some good split target fire. There is a good position from Disc with these disruptors. Trigger, is he going to be able to get the fight? He blinks forward, does eat a big disruptor shot. But is there too much for Trigger? It feels like he is going to be able to clean this up. Most of the disruptors going down. The last one will get blinked on, and GG gets called. It's a thrilling series, but Trigger will complete the 3-0, and he moves on to the next round.
Yeah, 3-0 on to the next round, and obviously Disc not out because we do have that lower bracket. I'll say it, man. Like, Disc honestly played a good series, just Trigger played chaotically enough. It was almost like the perfect response to what Disc was doing. Disc was like, hey, I can survive and all this, but Trigger's like, great, but how long can you survive if I actually just expand so aggressively? Fascinating matchup that these two just played. Yeah, really just interesting stuff. Loved it. And a lot of it, like, it's a good series because there's so many moments you can kind of look back on and be like, well, I didn't really agree with that, right? Or, like, I think he could have done that differently. And he still comes out ahead. It just gave us a lot to talk about these games. So, very fun stuff. And as you mentioned, Trigger does move on forwards. Let's have a little look at the bracket here and just show everyone where we're at after just the first day of the American playoffs. we do have ourselves Special and Trigger set to meet in the next round of the winner bracket. That will be at some point over the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. I believe probably Saturday or perhaps Sunday. I'm not sure which order they're in. But then, obviously, tomorrow's games, Estrella vs. Skellizer, Eggs vs. Scarlet. This America's bracket just keeps on being exciting, Steadfast.
Yeah, it does. It is. This was a killer way to finish this one out. I agree. I'm looking forward to more of the Americas region because it is such a chaotic region, and it does feel like a lot of these players could win it all. And I'm just really excited to see what happens. For me, I'm looking forward to that Special versus Trigger match that's going to be taking place on Sunday.
Yeah, I think they probably do elimination on Saturday and then the winner bracket round 2 on Sunday. But that might be swapped around, like we say. Either way, over the weekend, you guys should be here for every single day, right? We're all passionate about StarCraft. Here's the passionate games we've had today. We're pretty on schedule until Special Champ Master Sub. Definitely, I think my favorite series of the day now that they're all done. I think Americas in general, both series are great. The rest of the regions kind of took a little bit of a warm-up day today, and hopefully they'll pick up a little bit over the next couple of days, Steadfast.
Yeah, I think it'll take a little bit of time, but that is okay. That is sometimes how it works. And even players that could match up well against one another and could have even series, sometimes, as you alluded to, players have an off day, or one player has a really great day. Either way, I am really looking forward to tomorrow and to the rest of the weekend. Obviously, Wardy, thank you very much for running the production and co-casting. Well, I mean, I guess I was co-casting alongside you, but yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, man, we had a good one. Obviously, Loco, he dipped a little while ago, guys. These YouTubers, man, they just don't have the passion to stay here all day like the rest of us, so yeah, he's been gone a bit, but he was here casting some games as well. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Make sure you drop by for that. Of course, thank you so much to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. I'm going to specifically say thank you, Monster. They've been keeping me powered up through the Americas the last couple of hours, so thank you so much. And, of course, one more shout-out to check out your tickets for Atlanta, dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets, 20% off with the code StarCraft. Join us in Atlanta because it's going to be a banger, especially if the crowd is anything like what it was last year. It's going to be an absolute spectacle, so make sure you get there. And with that, Steadfast, any final words, anything you want to say before I mute you and don't let you talk ever again?
Well, thanks very much here. Obviously, I'll be back. Well, not obviously. I will be back on Saturday alongside, I believe, Beowulf and Cats. It's going to be a good time. Thank you for running the production. Like I said, it's a lot of work and it's tough. So I do appreciate that. And, if you want to check me out, twitch.tv/steadfastsc, youtube.com/steadfast, steadfast space SC2. I don't know. But where can the folks find you, Woody?
You guys can just find me back on ESL stream probably tomorrow, so you guys can find me in all the usual places. We just hear where the StarCraft is at. Woody and stuff. I don't even bother saying my Twitch ID because it's got too many eyes in it, man, so yeah, too awkward. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time. And of course that will be tomorrow for more SC2 action across all 3 regions in the playoffs of the ESL SC2 Masters.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.